Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Merry Christmas!
From your number one internet radio station.
Fucking Barroom!
Ho, ho, ho.
On the throne again. Here I am on this commode again. Those sweet cookies made me sick as I ever been. So I'm stuck here back on the throne again. On the throne again. Go tell Rudolph I'm disposed again. I'm running late, so Christmas Eve is gonna end. But I can't get off this commode again. On the throne again. Never thought those chocolate chips would go right through me. It's 3 a.m. and I'm worried that they'll wake up sniffing poopy. Whiffing. Hoo-wee! On the throne again. There's no more paper on the roll again. Don't think this rumbling feeling's gonna end. So here I am on this commode again.
I kind of know what the narrative is out there.
Alright, this is delightful. In springtime he's insightful, but in season he don't know. Where does he go? Where does he go? Where does he go? His draft picks keep on dropping. All his first round picks are flopping. In the first round we have nothing to show. Ryan, oh, Ryan, oh, Ryan, oh. When he finally gets this guy, he can handle the media storm. Dinner reservations at night made Ryan all happy and warm. This fan base is slowly dying. Where's the accord that Mitch was driving? Made Pace just love him so. Pace must go, Pace must go, Pace must go.
I feel like we say this every year.
As it ends with a whimper for the Chicago Bears. And the good buddies, Nagy and Andy Reid, to meet at midfield.
I don't give a ho-ho fuck!
As the mentor beats the people tonight. Volkswagen post-game report coming up next, 26 to 3.
It's Christmas!
Spend your Christmas with us here on
Fucking Barroom!
your number one radio station.
I auditioned for American Idol. I really did.
Really?
Yeah, I
You're
did.
lying.
Little known fact.
What?
I swear to God. I swear to
What
God.
song did you sing?
Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce to you Shane Marsall.
Stroke of my, lick of my, suck of my cock. It's the first time for you, so here's what you do. Unzip me and strip me and show me you care. Don't go ripping out my pubic hair. Slurp it up, lick it up, don't ever stop. Swallow every last drop. Now that you eat my meat, I'll never have to beat my meat. Thanks for stroking mine, thanks for licking mine, thanks for sucking my cock.
My name is Aldo Gandia, and welcome to our first annual holiday show. Maybe it's the second. I don't know. Maybe it's the third. I don't keep track of these things. I know that I've had more wives than holiday shows. So. Like I said, my name is Aldo Gandia, and I serve the drinks in this raucous, roadie roadhouse bar. But don't you worry, the stars of our show are almost all here. And they are, of course, Draft Dr. Phil Atoshin, and joining us soon, Shane, the smartest man in the barroom, Marsaw. He is out doing some last-minute Christmas shopping, I assume, or taking care of something, but Shane will be with us. But with us right now is my man, Draft Dr. Phil. How you doing, brother?
All right, how are you?
I'm pissed off, man. You tell me you have not received my Christmas present yet, and now I'm getting fucking worried.
I thought all those kind words you had for me last night was my gift.
No. Did I say something nice about you last night? I don't remember. I tied one on.
You were like, fuck those nerds. And I was like, damn right.
No, I put something in the mail, and it's been a week, and you still have not received it.
I fucking blame Shane.
Yeah, he's in charge of the post office, and the fucker has let us down again.
Yeah, he's a federal employee. Mm-hmm. All these fucking federal employees let us down, Aldo.
Yes,
taxes, tax breaks, scandal.
That's right. Impeachment, no impeachment. What the fuck is going on in our country?
Kick returners, bad quarterback play.
Exactly. This is going to be, I don't know, maybe 3-4 hour holiday extravaganza. We will see how long we last. We know for sure that we've got several guests lined up. They include Joe Mando. They include the Blitz football guys. They include Johnny Santucci, Greg Braggs, Badgley and Gaines, KB Billings, John Buffone and Alyssa Barberi will do a roll-in segment. Danny Shimon is scheduled to join us. Aaron Current is going to join us late tonight. He is at a party right now getting nice and fucking drunk, so I'm anxious to hear that southern accent while it is boozed up on Kentucky bourbon. That should be fun. And then we're going to call some of the barflies. We've got commitments from some of the barflies. I actually have their phone numbers, social security numbers, credit card numbers. So they've passed all our inspections, and we'll have them on very soon. So this should be quite the show for you, and we hope that it will sustain you for a couple of weeks, because for the next couple of weeks we're not going to do much in the way of shows, given that our Bears are mathematically out of the playoffs, have one more game left. Phil, since last night's debacle at Soldier Field against the KC Chiefs, do you have any new thoughts that you want to share with people?
Nope. Pretty much summed that shit up last night. A 3-hour tour. It's funny though, really, because there's people they're so bent out of shape over things. And to me, I think that Barroom pretty much covered it. I mean, YouTube is a great thing because you see immediate responses, and we can interact with you. I try to go in there and interact with all these barflies listening in to the shows, not just the Tape Never Lies, but the shows, and react to some of their commentary. And, it was heavy in favor of Dr. Phil. Mm-hmm. Not Draft Dr. Phil.
Swanky.
Swanky. No. So, I know Cars was a little upset, and there's an update. So I don't know if he's showing up tonight.
I don't know either.
We haven't gotten a commitment from the no-hands driver.
That's
AKA
right.
Barroom's nerd, AKA public enemy number one.
He didn't sign up for our show tonight, but I will reach out to him. Maybe he'll join us.
He had enough last night. Get this, because I was telling about my battery die. I get a text from Cars. He's like, "You fucking cursed me." I go, "Why is that?" He's like, "You fucking cursed me. My minivan battery died today. It went." I go, I had nothing to do with it.
That's hilarious.
It's totally you, I know. But yes, I sent some of the barflies over to swap out your battery.
Lady Bear, I see, is in the chat room. Lady Bear, I got your message. We'll be calling you a little later, along with some of the other barflies. Yeah, that was a good debate that you and Cars had regarding the team. But you know what? Fuck that. Should we even talk football today? I'm fucking fed up with football. No, I'm not. I still love this game, and I still love my Chicago Bears. But here's something that I got 4 messages today. Each of them asking, when is the tape Never Lies going to be up? Like,
okay. I was going to say you had 5. You just didn't answer mine. But yeah, the tape all 22 doesn't come out until tomorrow. And when you play on Sunday night, guys, that tape isn't going to come out till late tomorrow afternoon. So the odds of that coming out until after Christmas. I'm just keeping it real with you.
Yep.
So that I'm just, when I have opportunities, I told everybody I cut it. I could be at the gym. I could be, early. I woke up early and everyone's sleeping, and then I start cutting tape. So I'm just giving a heads up. Don't bother Aldo. It'll be out. It'll be your Christmas gift, Aldo.
There you go.
Right?
That's the way to put it. Yes, it'll be a Christmas gift for all the barflies, for the tens of thousands of barflies who tune in every week, desperately wanting their fix. John Sicard right now is in the chat room saying, I need my fix. Where's my tape Never Lies?
I know, the comments in there are so outstanding, and it's humbling.
It really is.
And I don't even know if I should tell this story, but
go ahead.
I will. So I comment, if someone's a hater, they're just, I don't know. They can't see it. I don't know how to explain it, but you get comments that are just tremendous, kind, and amazing. But then you get the few that are just hysterical in the fact that, they think that I have this professional sound studio and all this stuff that I do this on. So they want graphics and arrow. You know what would be great, Aldo? If you put a circle around the guy and highlight it and make him pop out so we understand. Can you list the numbers when you... that's it. That's all I got is what I give, and that's it. And there was one guy who didn't like my voice, so I responded to him, right, Aldo?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I say to him, okay, I can't fix that, so maybe go watch another tape breakdown. What can I do? So I look, and I see another response to him, so I'm like, oh, somebody else is coming to my defense. I look, it's my wife. And I'm like, oh my God. Don't go and comment and protect me. Please let me handle these things. She's like, I couldn't help it. I came up on my computer at work and I was reading, and all these comments are so nice, and I was just proud of you. And then this one comment came up that was just an asshole. Let's just call it what it is, Phil. It got me so mad.
Yep.
You sound like Aldo and Shane.
Ass clown.
Exactly. It was an ass clown. And she responded. And I was like, and his response to her made me want to go fight the guy,
What the fuck did he say?
It was something about my voice and something, and she responded, out of all the things in this, you have to come in here with a negative and talk about that? You took the time out of your life to say that, right?
Exactly.
She said that. I was like, oh my God, Steph. She's like, why? But, she's supportive. I love her. She's so supportive, and I was like, I'm not mad. But then when the asshole responds, I could tell your voice is annoying too, Steph. That was his response.
What the
I could
fuck?
tell your voice must be. And then you look at this fucking nerd from fucking, East Bumblefuck, Wyoming, or wherever the fuck he's growing potatoes. You could just tell, like, every time I just start to embrace humanity, there's always people that just, they totally knock you off that, like that Christmas spirit.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
you know what I'm saying?
You sure
It's
it
like
wasn't?
that.
You sure it wasn't Zach Sullivan?
Yeah, I don't know if I could stomach the sound of myself.
Zach was pretty fucked up that night.
Yeah,
huh?
he was. He was fucked up last night too. He says. Listen, I put on the Tape Never Lies the other day on my big screen living room, and my wife walks by and she says, I tell her, look at the number, how many we got, and it's like 33,000, 38,000, and she starts fucking, oh my God, are you killing me? Caitlin, she calls over her daughter, look at this, and Caitlin comes over, what, and she looks at the number and she's like, wow, that's pretty fucking impressive. So my wife, she comes up with this little song for you. She dedicated this song for you. Yeah, this is all her, man. I had nothing, very little to do with it.
You know Shane and Aldo and Danny and Badge, Tooch and Bobby and Two Scoops and Brad.
But do you recall the most famous barman of all?
Draft Dr. Phil. He knows football in and out. The tape never lies, proves it. Watch it and you'll have no doubt. All of the other analysts can't compare to Draft Dr. Phil. They should study his videos and sit back to get their fill. Then one foggy Christmas Eve, Virginia came to say,
Phil, you're so fucking bright. Coach my team any fucking night.
Then all Chicago loved him, and they shouted out with glee, Draft Dr. Phil, we love you. You'll go down in history. Oh shit! All right, I tried something there, it didn't work.
That's my lovely wife, Donna Gandia.
Wow, Donna. Oh, Donna.
There you go. Uh-oh, here we go.
Look at her hitting the bridge of that, too.
Yeah. I tried to help with the lyrics, and she was like, no, get the fuck out of here. Let me do this. Okay.
I like that. Both of our wives are lyricists.
Oh, really? She helps you? Steph helps you?
Anytime I get stuck, Steph comes in and comes up with some killer lines. It was at one point her and Bobby were competing for best lines.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Love it. I love it.
Well, that's awesome. That was awesome, though.
Yeah,
that was fun.
I thought she did a good job. She was really kicking herself because she couldn't hit that final note there. And she's like, I go, sweetheart, I don't think you've hit any of the fucking notes.
Oh, she did.
She hit some. But
Adam Abdallah wouldn't like it, but I certainly did.
That's hilarious.
I could see Virginia coming down and being like, it's my last year. Do it for the Gipper.
Oh, my gosh.
Do it for the Guinea? What's her name? Ginny?
Ginny.
The Guinea. I'm the Guinea.
Oh, man.
Did you ever get offended if someone called you a racial slur?
Well, it depends on who and how, you know, when
it was always about who, right?
Yeah, pretty much. Like when Shane does it, I don't give a shit.
Exactly. I've never given a shit about like any like racial comment, except one time that I told when the kid called me a spick.
That's right. You told me
Remember
the
that?
story. Yes.
In the baseball, when I stole second, then I stole third. And all of a sudden, I was Puerto Rican.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying? Because I was like, I'm fucking going to steal home and fucking rub it in your face and, you know, for all Puerto Rico.
There you go, brother.
That's what I did. I've never really been offended.
You are officially a Boricua now.
Boricua.
Said that. There you go. Hey, I want to bring in somebody
Shane
here
is
who...
home.
Sorry, say that again?
Shane is home. I don't know. That's just his update.
Okay, we'll give him 5 minutes to get settled in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to play Mike North today on his show. He came up with his 12 faults of the Chicago Bears. So this is kind of a takeoff on the 12 Days of Christmas. This is Mike North with a pre-recorded segment. He sends his love to all of the barflies and barroom hosts. And let's roll Mike now.
The things that hurt the Bears this year, number 12. And I saw Shane today even tweet it, my son, my own son, tweeted out, we can't convert third down.
That's an issue.
Lack of first down production from its running back situation, no moving of the chains this year, and the Jordan Howard trade. Number 11, they didn't start in the preseason. And I don't care, when you have a team this young, you got away with it once. So that's what I'm anxious to see next year.
And so many other people felt that way too.
Number 10, they stayed with the bus too long. How long did we hear Trey Burton? The man couldn't play all year. Dead. Shaheen, dead. They stay with guys too long.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going on.
Don't stay with bus too long. Number 9, not sitting Trubisky for a half or two. He's not that good that he should play the full game every game. And I think it might help him every so often. Plus, keep Chase Daniels sharp. If you get the other guy in every so often, you can do that with relief pitchers in baseball. I don't understand why the mindset to not sit a quarterback is with the Bears.
It's just rubbish.
Number 8, the defense this year was bend and not break, but they broke, and they lost the Buddy Ryan style with the new guy.
No idea what they're doing.
Number 7, Roquan Smith. I told you that was the beginning of what was going to start a downward spiral. When you're hiding what your players are doing, and then the media conveniently goes along with you and forgets about it and lets it go, and that causes a problem in the locker room, maybe. They were never the same, were they?
That's another huge part of it.
I mean, you could jot down what you disagree with, but am I on the right path?
You are definitely on the right path, and we've got lots of agreement, too, in the chat room, so you're...
Okay, I got 6 now. You ready?
Yep.
The McCaskey family.
Oh, shit!
I don't care if she's 116. I don't care if she's 106. I don't care if she's 96.
Respect the elderly, motherfucker.
Clean up your mouth, all right?
I respect the woman for her longevity, but as far as being a football owner, I'm sorry, you've been horrible.
Do your research.
Your team since 1992 have made the playoffs 6 times, Mrs. McCaskey. So you can sit up there being the matriarch of the NFL, okay, and having a wonderful lineage, and with your wonderful, with Papa Bear and everything else, and your brothers and your nephews and your nieces, but you've been a horrible owner.
Damn!
Number 5, Ted Phillips. He lost the fans 10 years ago. Nobody has any confidence in him. One of the reasons the family of McCaskey looks bad is because of a bad stadium deal.
That's right.
An archaic stadium that is good on the inside, hard to get to. Fans put their hands up in the air. They're more of a vacation spot, like Eldo said, for like teams like the Chiefs. Let's go to Chicago and watch them kick some butt.
We need to build a wall.
Okay? Number 4, Khalil Mack. Hicks. Injuries and inconsistent play.
Holy shit.
And it was good to see Khalil Mack play up to his form last night. He can't do it by himself, but when you're the big kahuna, like those 2 guys were, the injuries, okay, and the inconsistent play hurt. Ow, ow, ow! Number 3, the offensive line. We need 2 more offensive linemen. I don't care if you get them off the waiver wire. I don't care if you draft them. But you better put some competition in there.
And I hope this shit goes viral. I want everybody to hear what I said.
And you know what? You stayed with Kyle Long a little bit too long. And that set you back also. Number 2, pace. The decision of Trubisky will haunt this team for the next 5 years. And last but not least, the front office, the whole crew, next year they should be on the clock. Period, end of story. And those are my 12 things that really, I think, hurt the Bears.
That is the legendary Mike North, 4-time talk show host of the year winner, a Chicago legend, 2-time Emmy Award winner, and now he has transformed himself into a world champion handicapper, and we're very lucky to have him here. He also does work over at ESPN 1000 every Friday with the Odds Couple show. He and Carmen DeFalco give out a lot of gambling tips, and that's what he does here at with his Vegas Scores and Odds Advantage show. We're very lucky to have him as part of the Bears Barroom. Phil, I wanted to ask you, was there anything with his 12 faults of the Bears that you disagreed with? I like controversy.
A lot of it.
The Mitch Trubisky playing a half. You probably didn't like that one, right?
Not a fan of that.
Here's why I'm going to defend him. There have been times where Trubisky just looked really bad, and so why wouldn't it be a good idea to lift him, for a quarter and let Chase Daniel come in? They're like the LA Ram game, He was lifted for that last series. Maybe they should have lifted him earlier in the game. It could have been a nice punch for the team. Look at the kid over with the Giants, Daniel Jones, Dimes. What's his nickname? Dime Jones, whatever it is. Danny Dimes. There you go. They sat him for 2-3 weeks. Then he comes back. He has a 5-touchdown game. The fact of the matter is that Trubisky should have never been a starter from the get-go. They were forced to go into them because another brilliant move by Ryan Pace to sign Mike Glennon as his mentor. That's a fucking joke. And so Trubisky was rushed into action. He would have benefited just like the quarterback I'm looking at right now on television, Aaron Rodgers, who sat for 3 years behind Brett Favre. So, why not? Why should he get the special treatment of when he's playing poorly, sticking with him all 4 quarters? That's the opposite point of view. What do you think?
I think someone should mute their mic when they come in because they're hotter than my wife on honeymoon night.
No, it's Shane Marsaw.
You gotta give me a pass, man.
Oh, man. Look how tired he looks and sounds.
So,
you okay,
you
man?
Control the mail. You control the world.
You said today was the busiest day that you've experienced at your job in, 18 years?
18 years, easily. Yep.
Wow.
No doubt. Not even close. Not even remotely close.
Was it like a triple team or a double team that you were trying to work?
No, Jesus. I don't even know how to describe it. I just walked into work. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I'm glad it's almost over. I have.
Paid. You're highly paid.
I have.
Did you?
8 plays.
Hila went to work before I did and got back after I did, and I just got home.
Oh, my gosh.
My goodness.
Did you miss the start of the show then?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, I played the song that you sang for us. I'll play it again so you can hear it, okay?
Stroke-a-my, lick-a-my, suck-a-my cock. It's the first time for you, so here's what you do.
I did not know you could sing so well, Shane.
Yeah, I know.
Show me you can. Don't go ripping out the pubic hair. Slurp it up, lick it up, don't ever stop. Swallow every last drop.
Did you write these lyrics yourself, Shane?
Now that you eat my meat, I'll never have to beat my meat. Thanks for stroking
Eagle
my
friends helped me write it.
Thanks for sucking my cock.
fucking Eagles. They're gonna win a goddamn division with 8 fucking wins.
Oh my gosh.
The NFC least.
Yeah, exactly.
Shit. Can you fucking believe that? And now you got, for those who don't know, Shane is surrounded by family members and friends who are Eagles fans. In fact, his mom is an Eagles fan. So are they
all assholes?
Are they actually bragging?
The Grinch came on.
Yeah.
Wait till Braggs comes on. It's going to be a fight.
Braggs left us hanging today, Phil.
I know.
What happened?
Oh, actually, hold on. Speaking of, you got to hear this voicemail, Aldo.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
This is what I get from Greg Braggs. Because I'm at work, Aldo.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get up 6 to get to work in Hartford, work all day.
Uh-huh.
After I was up late doing last call, getting fired up with fucking, I don't even know what we're going to title that game. It needs like a title, like Give Up Game, Nagy's, Nostradamus Nagy.
Nagy's obituary. That fucker's dead now. He's dead to me.
Shit show. The traveling circus. Circus Nagy. What do you think of that one? Anyway, so I'm busy at work. I get this because I called this guy. He called me in the morning. Then Shane called. Me and Shane are talking. Braggs calls. I include him in, and then he's like, Mason. I go, what? He's like, I gotta go, guys. He never called.
I have to call you guys back.
I gotta go. He sounds like Madden and Farley every time. I stop. He starts laughing.
Did you guys see the video of Nick Kwiatkowski with the Bose headphones last night?
No.
The little commercial that they did?
They're Braggs in the back.
The fucking noise-canceling headphones. The Bears put it out, the video, promoing the noise-canceling headphones.
Right.
And you hear this fucking kid up in the stands, and it's fucking all Greg Braggs, and they fucking laugh.
I love it.
So funny.
Gotta send it to Aldo. He could play it later.
Yeah, send me that. So you got the voicemail from Braggs?
Hold on.
Okay, I see how it is. Don't pick up your phone now. I see exactly how this is going. Just fucking replace me with Swanky. I see how this is going. He had Swanky on last night. You're probably on the phone with him right now. It's a full-fledged replacement going on. I see exactly where this is going.
I got a voicemail from Barb.
You got
guys want to hear it?
Yeah.
See myself out.
Uh-oh.
No, I won't play it. I don't.
Oh, okay.
I want to fire up my boy Greg.
Greg's getting jealous of Swanky.
Man, Swanky came in here last night on last call, and he fucking hit it out of the park, man.
Oh my God! Yeah, props to you guys for last call. I heard that new fucking open. Oh my God, it's the best one I've ever fucking heard.
You like the song?
Rel's got some fucking pipes on him.
Rel is awesome, right?
About time we got somebody here with a good voice.
Who was it that called him the Black Dan?
Shane did.
Oh, that was me.
That was him.
Yeah, Black Dan.
Rel actually embraced that nickname.
Yeah.
Oh, Lordy.
He's got to change his Twitter ad to that.
Black Dan.
Black Dan.
Oh my God.
You got White Nick and Black Nick on the Bears, and now you got Black Dan. Somebody
in ad libs.
Yeah.
Shane sounds so fucked. You sound like a cross between being fucked up and tired. You know?
Yeah, I'm there, man.
Were you drinking on the job?
You have a coffee? You have a cafe?
I
Con
had
leche?
I had two today.
Yeah?
Yep.
2 scoops?
Just a little splash of cream. I don't put sugar in or anything like that. Just a couple splashes of cream, and
I like that. No sugar.
No, not in coffee.
Like for years I had Dunkin' Donuts drive-thru. I'd be just hazelnut, light and sweet. That's how I would roll with it all the time while I was coaching and everything. And then I found out later in life, all that fucking sweet is like fucking having 4 ice cream sundaes.
Yeah.
Literally. So I'm just drinking a coffee thinking I'm living my good life. I'm fucking just becoming a fat piece of shit. I'm like, I'm fucking eating healthy. What is going on?
Yeah.
But that's where those hidden fucking calories go.
Oh, yeah. You get into something like that if you're not used to it.
You gotta watch yourselves.
It's terrible. Yeah.
We don't just talk bears here.
That's right.
We fucking are giving you life skills.
That's right.
I taught Tooch how to comb his hair over the phone.
What was he doing wrong?
He keeps losing his hair. That's wrong.
I know that feeling.
Tooch is like, I'm afraid, Phil. I'm not fitting in my suit for Joe's wedding. I go, really? He sends me a picture. I go, how many coffees light and sweet are you drinking, buddy?
Too many strawberry shakes, dude.
How many strawberry shakes are you putting away?
That is unbelievable. Hey, I mentioned to you guys that we were going to have a number of guests tonight. And tonight, our very first guest is somebody that I'm very proud to call a friend. And he is also the host. It's not Santa. He is the host of Shy Fans in the Stands. He is the host of the Fantasy Football Goon. He is the host of, co-host, producer of I Have a Stream.
I Have a Stream.
This guy does more work for Bears, more unpaid work for Bears Barroom than...
He's also Catherine's yard bitch.
Also doubles as Chewbacca.
Yes.
He is Joe Mando. Joe, how are you, my friend?
Oh, what's going on, boys? How's it going? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. How's married life, man?
Oh, married life is fantastic.
I love it.
The honeymoon was awesome.
Is it over yet?
The honeymoon's over, buddy.
The honeymoon's never over, man. Every day is a honeymoon with my wife.
That's what I want to hear. That's what I want to hear. The longest of the 3 honeymoons that I had lasted about 3 hours.
Ooh, wow. Most impressive all day.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm talking cumulatively.
Oh, I see.
Joe, first of all, thank you very much for all the work that you do here at Bears Barroom. Your tremendous creative energy, your work ethic, being here.
Oh man, that receiver should have got out of his brakes.
That has nothing at all to do with Joe Mando.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. But I just wanted to express my gratitude, and I know Shane and Phil do too, despite the fact that they're always saying mean things about you behind your back.
Nah, man, I love you guys. It's I love getting to do all the shows in the barroom, and it's just so much fun week in, week out. Doing Shy Fans with Greg Braggs every week, and Fantasy Football Goon with Spaceball and Tooch, and whoever else comes on the shows, and talking, hanging out with you guys. I just love every second of it, and very thankful that I get to do this all the time, and appreciative of you, Aldo, and you, Shane, and Phil as well, man. It's hard to believe it's been a little over a year that I've been part of the barroom, but I tell you what, it's been a fantastic ride, and I can't wait to see where it goes.
Yeah, it's going nowhere right now.
It's ridiculous.
Oh my! You gotta slap Braggs around for us, though, Joe, because he was on the phone with me and Phil, and he was talking so much shit about being a fantasy god, and I'm in 2 separate fucking fantasy championships, and
Braggs.
These guys, oh my god, he was talking so much shit. Yeah,
he's a fantasy guy, but he hasn't been to the championship until this year. That makes sense.
Yeah,
your ass, though. He
was talking so much shit. He's like,
hey, he didn't whip my ass. He beat me by like 25 points.
You beat the great Alan Rank twice this season in one of your leagues, right?
Adam.
I don't know Alan Rank.
What did I say?
Adam.
What did I say?
Alan.
Oh, wasn't it Alan? It wasn't Adam Rank. There's no fucking way he beat Adam Rank. It was Alan Rank, right?
Yeah, I beat Alan Rank
Alder.
2-0 versus Rank during the regular season, but then Rank beat me in the playoffs.
Is that right? Holy shit!
Matters most.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So good luck in the championship, Adam. I hope you beat the other clown that beat me earlier this season.
I can't believe. You know what? When you win 2 regular season games against an opponent, you're almost guaranteed, whether it's the NFL or fantasy football, you're guaranteed to lose that playoff game, man. That's just the way it rolls.
Yeah, same thing happened to Spaceball in the Barroom League. Same thing.
Damn, man. Chris Sandlin was the winner of that. We got to give Chris a call.
Boy.
And crown him.
Mr.
Best
Blueberry. Best team ever assembled, probably, I think.
Because he picked Lamar.
I beat him once. He beat me once. I beat him once.
That was his
So
only.
You beat each other off, though?
Sometimes I think about that.
As the show takes a
I
strange
feel
turn.
my pecker tingling, balls are jingling too.
This is the Mando audition.
I can link them together with you.
Yeah.
I need a hot slip mommy to slip my slimy into. I must be over eager, cause even your beaver will do. Get it up, get it up, get it up, let's go. Your butt is too slow. Start hopping like a rabbit in the snow. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes, my dear. Hot jizz in your ear. I know it's not easy for you hanging from that chandelier. I need a new position for sperm worm fishing with you. I want to jam my putts in with both my nuts in your shoes. I feel my pecker tingling, balls are jingling too. Come on, it'd be so pleasant to pump my present in you.
That is.
How did he not get on the?
Yeah,
I know.
I'm so impressed that Joe just immediately gets into song and dance and just that was unplanned, and Joe just immediately starts singing one of his songs.
He's like in a musical.
I couldn't resist. I just couldn't resist. I don't know.
Supremely talented in so many ways. His name is Joe Mando. Joe, what'd you think about the Bears? Not their loss, but their season. Can you put into words the level of disappointment? And did you have any expectations at all that they were going to shit in the bed?
You know, I really didn't think they were going to shit in the bed until about halfway through the season when Greg Braggs started to turn into Greggy Doomsday. That's kind of when I knew we were kind of heading off the deep end. But if I had to sum up the Bears season in like some sort of analogy, it's like back in like when I was a kid when we used to go to Blockbuster, when you took a trip to Blockbuster and you had a specific movie that you wanted, and then you get there and the movie's just, it's fucking gone. They don't have a single copy of it. That's the Bears season this year.
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy. And do you have any hope that they can turn things around back in 2020? And do you think they could become a playoff team again?
Well, I do think there's hope. I mean, they have a lot of good offensive pieces. They've got some good young talented receivers. Maybe they can go and get a halfway decent tight end. The guys they brought in towards the end of the season, they've been pretty decent. So I've been impressed with them. But I just don't think Mitch is going to be the starting quarterback, especially after what we've seen the last couple of weeks. Maybe competition will be good for him, but I do think they can put the pieces back together. They have a nice draft. I'm going to be down there for the draft in April in Vegas. Hopefully I can see the Bears pick up a couple of new quality pieces, kind of get that old line built back up, maybe get a tight end, or who knows, maybe they'll get a late quarterback. I'm not sure what they're going to do, but I can tell you what, the hope's not lost. The defense is still there. The core is still there. So I think they could definitely be a playoff team. I don't know if it's going to be next year. It depends on how their draft goes. But I do think in the next 2-3 years, we could definitely be a playoff team again.
Shane, Cars and Draft Dr. Phil had a good debate last night on Last Call regarding Trubisky. What are your thoughts on Trubisky right now and him moving forward?
Well, I was disappointed in Mitch last night. I told Phil that in game. I know a lot of people were on him last week versus Green Bay. To me, I thought he took some steps last week. Every step forward is a positive step, especially when you're talking about quarterbacks. But last night, the Bears' offense is so limited. And yes, there's coaching aspect of that offensive line. It all trickles down. Everybody knows that. But where the biggest issue with me was, and I said this, Phil knows where I'm going, I was on that pass to Allen Robinson. That just can't continue to happen. It can't. Because, here at the bar room, and Phil talks about it a lot, you can say that momentum is taken away from a bad call. Well, it can also be taken away from a fucking bad incompletion like that. It's a fucking touchdown. And yes, you can say it's only one pass, but it's still, if you don't come by those opportunities very often, you have to hit on them when you get them. And when I saw that, and I'm like, how many times have we seen that from Mitch? And I know it's a game of inches, but last night I was disappointed because it was, another, I don't want to say that the nationally televised part of it matters, because he could have went out and balled out, and in the grand scheme of things, overall in the national media, they're not going to give him any, respect because he played one good game. But to me, where I was most disappointed, I saw the penalties, the third down penalties, that, giving the ball back to Kansas City, that stuff, you can say what you want about the quarterback. That is a reflection of what Phil says, of the coaching, and it can't continue to happen. And there was a handful of guys that I think wanted to be on the field last night, and that to me was disappointing. And overall, but to get, not to get away from your question, but to finally answer it here, Aldo, I've been on the train with Mitch that says even if he would continue to ascend, I was never not going to I'm going to sign a free agent and I'm going to draft a kid, because Chicago was on the Philadelphia and the LA Rams plan to move up, get their guy, build around it that way. Well, that part of it's gone. So now you're going to go with the Seattle plan. You have the pieces on defense. You have some pieces on offense. Now you got to get the quarterback situation figured out. So now you're going to go get the free agent. You're going to draft a kid. It's going to be up to Matt Nagy to earmark the guys that he wants, because he's going to get a shot with the quarterbacks. You go pick out the two quarterbacks that you want, and then you open it up all off season, and may the best man win. And if it's Mitch, then so be it. If it's the free agent, so be it. If it's the rookie, so be it. Then you're going to move forward with that guy.
Trying to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks.
Yeah. So, well, sometimes you have to. And, Phil and I were talking today, and this, I don't know if he mentioned it to start off the show in terms of quarterbacks, and he made a valid point when it comes to this quarterback situation. Everybody keeps on saying that Mitch is not Nagy's guy. Well, Matt Nagy interviewed for 2 coaching jobs. He could have essentially gotten the Colts job. Andrew Luck was the quarterback there then. Nobody knew that Andrew Luck was going to retire. Where did Matt Nagy go? He came here. He came to Chicago.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Where did he go?
If he didn't see something or believe that Mitch had the tools to work with,
sometimes I'm smart, Shane.
Then I don't think he would have ever come here. But to me, I'm sick of it's all Mitch, it's all Nagy, it's everything needs to improve. Mitch is a part of it, Nagy's a part of it, the offensive line is a part of it. It's the Bears organization as a whole, and I know that can sound like a cop-out, but
we don't have turd.
I think you do this year, Matt. But, yeah, you have to.
Now, was that a good drop or what, Aldo?
That was one of your better ones.
Exactly. I'm in the top 3 of drops. I am the Josh Bellamy of drops on the air.
That's good.
So you're the mayor of Bourbonnais?
Yes, I am. But I think, Shane, that's one. Everybody has a narrative with this quarterback, and it's hilarious to me. It all starts up front is the reality of truth, and it's been utter chaos, and nobody has done it better than we have, talking about it and showing it, that it isn't just some thing that someone says and that sounds nice. It's the reality. So stop with the PFF score. Stop the narrative.
Is changing quarterback gonna prevent the Bears from giving up a fucking 3rd and 18, giving up 20 yards, giving up a 3rd and 14? No, it's
so big.
More than that. It is.
First of all, I said it to Cars last night, but to you again today. 2 things. Matt Nagy chose to be here with this guy.
Right.
I told Aldo last night, I go, if I can't say to the GM, as much as I would love to be the Bears coach, no, I will not. I need my guy. And they say no to me, that I don't want that job. I don't want that fucking job. And if Matt Nagy's a little fucking bitch, for lack of a better term, and he just took this job despite the situation just to take it, well, it's showing now. It's showing now. Because if you're going to, and my last point, if you're going to use the Kansas City Chiefs game because it was Mitch versus Mahomes and the whole fucking national narrative, which, by the way, every fucking Bears fan worldwide, not just in the U.S., knows no matter what the Bears do nationally, they get shit on. So think about this. This is like putting a cherry on top for them to roll with this, but with a team that didn't show up to play. And that is where I just put my hat down and I say, the tape never lies is going to fucking annoy the fuck out of me. I don't even want to see it till after Christmas because I know I'm going to show you guys that didn't play hard. And what's their punishment with a coach that doesn't care? And that's why, or hold people accountable, and that's why I say it starts with the coach, and he's the biggest problem. That's why.
I got to say goodbye to Joe because we're bringing in the guys from Blitz football here in a couple of minutes. Joe, Mando, can you please tell us what is ahead for you now that the Fantasy Football Goon Show is done? Are you going to bring back the movie review show? Because I understand you saw a movie, I think it's called Star Wars or some shit like that.
He's going to do whatever Catherine tells him to do. Right, Joe? Just like anything else.
Yeah, it's football season obviously over. We are going to have a Fantasy Football Goon. Tooch's burning off-season questions coming up in a couple weeks.
Nice.
But we'll still be doing
but she's got some great tales.
Yes, Tooch has some great tales always. But yeah, we'll be doing still doing Shy Fans in the Stands. That's other Chicago sports to talk about. And then the box office Barflies is going to be coming. We're going to be doing a review of Star Wars Rise of Skywalker coming out at some point this week. If we can squeeze it in. Shane, I don't know if you're available, but I know you saw it. Maybe we can get a few minutes with you to talk about it as well. I loved it, man. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, me too. I was a big fan.
Yeah, well, I will take your word for it.
I know you love Star Wars, so you can't get enough of it.
Well, thanks very much, and please tell your lovely bride hello and love from all of us here at Bears Barroom, okay?
I sure will, boys, and thanks again. Merry Christmas to all you guys and to all the Barflies out there. And here's to amazing 2020 coming up, gents. Love you guys.
New show, Chai Fans in the Stands.
Got some chai tea, yeah. I'm very thirsty.
Thanks, Joe.
Joey,
love you, man.
Love you, bro. Merry Christmas.
Appreciate it, guys. Merry Christmas.
You and Catherine. Appreciate what you do, brother, in the fantasy world. You are top shelf. top shelf, Aldo.
He is the top shelf. And maybe I should have listened to more of those fantasy football goon shows because I only won 2 games in my fantasy football season. Hey, we've got a new guest with us. It is, I think all 3 of them are with us. Stats guy, coach, and rookie, the 3 stars of the Blitz football
3 guys,
series.
1 mic?
3 guys, 1 mic.
Again.
Fuck the rookie. He couldn't make it.
Oh, no.
Never liked that guy anyway.
Who does?
Oh, my God.
That's just it. He's got scurvy.
Hold on. He left a message.
No, let me ask you something. Who the fuck gets scurvy today?
Scurvy?
Fucking rookie does.
Apparently the rookie.
Well,
He left me a voicemail. Hold on.
You know
He
what
was
his diet
saying.
consists of? Tang and potato chips. That's why you get scurvy.
Oh, my
What's
God.
he on? Fucking, is he on a fucking, what is that, a rocket ship?
Yeah.
Space?
That's it. He's an astronaut. We did our Star Wars special tonight, and he punked out on us.
Oh, no.
We were just talking about Star Wars with Joey Mandel, Joey Two Scoops.
Yeah, he's a big fan. Are you?
Let me tell you something. This Star Wars was as disappointing.
Oh.
Was as disappointing. Here it goes.
Oh, my goodness.
Kirk Cousins tonight against the Packers.
What were you disappointed with? Are we giving spoilers out here?
Nope, no spoilers whatsoever. It's just
Yes,
come on.
please don't, because I want to see it.
You got to map this shit out. That's the problem. Right? You know, I mean, look at the Avengers. They had a plan. Star Wars, no way. You give it to JJ, then you give it to Ryan Johnson, then you give it to JJ. You got an ego battle going on. It's like Pace and fucking Nagy. Come on. Let's clean this shit up.
I like this. I like this.
Start talking let's talk about STDs or something. Last time you guys were on, we had the best drop ever.
What's going on? Okay, let me tell you something.
Thanks for asking. All things considered, I couldn't be better, I must say.
I'm sorry. That was the rookie. He left me a voicemail.
Oh, that sounds pretty good.
I've all liked them.
So here's the thing: we did our episode tonight. We're a little bit. We've had a couple of drinks. We've been drinking Star Wars drinks tonight.
Nice. Oh yeah, colorful drinks.
We've been drinking the Dagobah Slug Slinger.
Yeah, say that 3 times fast.
Yeah, exactly. And so,
we can't.
What do you have any questions for us? I mean, what the fuck is going on? Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, what the I would never drink anything called Slug Slinger, I'm pretty sure.
Well, you're missing out, whoever you are.
The smartest man in the bar room.
You don't know who that is?
Yeah, I get it. But no, it's on. It's on tonight.
Hey, I want to tell people that the last episode of Blitz Bears was an absolute spectacular show. Maybe it was because Stats Guy was on by himself. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but he went through his 12 rants of football, and he had a great rant for Chicago Bears fans. I got a clip here that I want to share with people.
Tonight on Blitzed, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, except Stats Guy and his 12 rants of Christmas. From whether the Patriots really are cheaters to Eli Manning being a Hall of Famer, every NFL topic you've ever wished for will be ranted about tonight. So pour yourself a rum and eggnog and hang on to your Yuletide butts, people. It's time to get blitzed.
That is, of course, the opening tease of the show, and then his very first rant was about the Chicago Bears. Stats Guy, can you kind of give us the Cliff Notes version of what you ranted about Matt Nagy?
Okay, well, you gotta give me this. We're a week removed from my rant, so I don't believe in anything I ranted about a week ago.
I hear you.
Okay, here's the thing.
You sound like Aldo for a second.
Everybody that was all over Nagy last year, a 12-4 genius, come on, the boom, all that bullshit, who's all over him now that doesn't think he can coach, that thinks he's in a rut, go fuck yourself. The guy knows what he's doing. The only problem that he has right now is that he is overtaxed as a head coach, okay? He's got to part with his ego. He's got to give Helfrich his offensive play sheet, let him call some plays, and just get down to the game of being the administrator, okay? Be the leader of that organization and start to delegate. Every new head coach goes through this. And so if he can make that change, that's perfect. When it comes to Trubisky, the problem that we have nowadays is that everyone is comparing him to Mahomes. Because, of course, we could have had him. Of course, we could have had Deshaun Watson. Of course, we could have done that. Well, you know what? If we could see into the future, everyone would have picked Mahomes. Everyone would have picked Lamar Jackson. Give me a break. This is who you got. He's your highest rated quarterback of all time. Yep. Get off his fucking back, man. Give him an offensive line. Give him a running game, for Christ's sake. The reason why Nagy's calling gadget plays is because you fucking average 1.5 yards per carry. God, you got Tariq Cohen. He weighs $105. Jesus.
I haven't figured out what's going on yet.
Unreal. Anyway, so my point is, relax, okay? If you want to find somebody in the draft, go find somebody in the draft. But you don't need a high pick to find a high-quality quarterback. Clearly, because the great quarterbacks are all going in the second round and the third round of the draft. Just be smart about your scouting. If you want to pin your hopes to Trubisky going forward, go for it. But get the fuck off Nagy's back. You want John Fox back? Huh? You forget about that guy?
Have the ball at the 4-yard line, and you've got an opportunity there to punch that fucking ball in, and yet the play calling is abysmal.
All right.
Who was that? Who the hell was that? Fucking drunk idiot.
I gotta apologize. We've been drinking a little bit.
Yeah, probably completely fucking stone-faced drunk. The way you're talking about Matt Nagy, but
Well, dude,
I
it's
hear
Monday.
you. I hear you.
Yeah, exactly. All right, what else you got for us?
Does the coach feel the same way you do?
No, hell no.
Coach just
no, I in a rare moment of unity here, we're pretty damn close.
What?
We're pretty damn close. I know it's weird. I've been ranting about the Bears not having a run game all year. And with a quarterback that you don't want to rely on throwing it 30, 40 times a game, you've got to run the rock. You've got to have some road graders on that interior of the line. You've got to punch that ball forward as much as possible. Then use the play action. Give that QB a little bit more break to have the DBs or to have the linebackers coming in. Like, you've got to give them some help, and that comes from a run game, and it comes from a powerful running back, and they just don't have it. Like, I mean, the Bears should be a bruising team that just pushes the ball straight forward north-south, and they don't have that, and they've got to build up that mentality in those players to do that. So I'm mostly with
Mitch.
It's not all on Mitch, exactly. Not all on him.
So are you guys prepared to extend Trubisky?
Well, thank God it's not our decision.
Well, I know, but I'm asking you.
We're giving you the GM.
That's a tough call. That's a really tough call. What you do. I mean, I would say
don't criticize the guy making the call.
Deal. What's that?
Don't criticize the guy having to make the call. Would you extend this guy?
I think he needs some competition. So I think I'd put him on a prove it deal. I don't think you need to worry about this guy becoming a free agent. He feels like his value is going to go the way of Mike Glennon. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. I think there's some value to be had there, but I'd bring in some competition. Chase Daniel's not going to push this guy. You got to bring somebody else in that's going to be an athlete that's going to make some plays, and hopefully then you'll see some improvement there. And if not, then great. It's not going to cost you a whole lot going forward.
Well, Stats Guy has a point there in that it's not like, if you don't pick up the 5th-year option that you have to be worried that the Colts are going to want to sign Mitch Trubisky or any other NFL team. You could probably get him for $1.25.
Chicago Bears luck, though. You know what's going to happen. You don't pick up the 5th-year option. Mitch goes out and throws 45 touchdowns and 11 interceptions next year. You win the Super Bowl.
That's a true fan.
Yeah, that's Chicago Bears. That's Chicago. That has Bears written all over it.
Yeah.
I love it. You know what you guys should take? Go get Taysom Hill, for fuck's sake.
Right?
That guy's a demon. I love that guy. Unreal. That guy's a baller.
Shane loves that guy too.
Taysom Hill?
He doesn't do anything bad.
Well, as a quarterback, yeah, he looked good twice a game. Sure. Not as a fucking starting quarterback.
Fun fact. Hey, every episode, we do a segment called Record Breaker. We'll bring you a record that nobody's talking about in the NFL. This week, it happened to be Michael Thomas, of course, breaking Marvin Harrison's record for receptions in a season. But what nobody's going to talk about is on the record time catch, Taysom Hill was the quarterback that threw him the ball.
Boom.
Yeah.
Look at you,
I did not
stats
know
guy.
that. That is pretty
Stats
awesome.
guy, right?
guy.
Fucking stats guy.
You've been stats.
That's right. Yeah.
This offensive line can block a lick.
I gotta use stats guy. He's got a unique voice, Aldo.
Yes.
While I'm
I'd
listening
also
to
want
him.
take this time to wish everybody a happy holiday.
There you go.
Merry Christmas.
there you
Let's
go.
do that.
Can we do Merry Christmas? Is that not PC enough?
No, let's do that now.
Oh, fuck you. Merry Christmas.
There's nothing PC about
There's
100
no
proof.
PC on 100 proof.
Yeah, this
exactly.
Christmas episode.
No, we wanted to take this time because we're going to take some time off over Christmas. You're not going to hear from Blitz
You didn't
Bears
hear
for a
Aldo's
little bit.
rendition of fuck, 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 fuck.
See? Wow. Is that on the Cody Parkey album? What is that?
Oh.
There was a double doink last night. I thought you were going to bring that stat up.
Nah.
There was
I wouldn't do
another
that.
double doink at Soldier.
Nah, too fresh.
Low
Too fresh.
hanging fruit.
fresh?
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah.
Come on. We're going for the
Yeah,
obscure
oh my God. The media was jerking each other off trying to get to their fucking tweeters to fucking tweet that out last night.
Another double doink!
God. Jesus
What is
Christ.
going on in the world? There's another double doink!
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. No, we don't fall for that shit.
Yeah,
How are you lovely people spending the holidays? What's going on?
Al Michaels almost had a damn aneurysm at one point. He was
He
so
shouted
excited
out
to
his
start
boy.
talking about it.
Shouting out. My colleague called this one last year. He dubbed it the double doink.
Hey, I got something for you guys to listen to.
Fucking how, what a crock of shit. We all work for Santa Claus, we're bad enough we quit. Cause we do all the fucking work while he stars in the show. Stick your Christmas up your ass, ho, fucking ho. Stick your Christmas up your ass, ho, fucking ho. Stick your Christmas up your ass, ho, fucking ho.
You guys inspired that stats guy, rookie, coach.
That's Russell Crowe pre-Gladiator.
Yes.
Yeah. No, he had a hell of a voice, man. It's a shame he went into acting.
It really is.
Yeah. What an entertainer. What a baller that guy is.
Love it.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, so what do you guys got planned for 2020 with your Blitz franchise?
That's a good question.
Do we have plans at all? Do we ever plan?
It's always week to week here, Al. Although
we don't want to know every week. We don't want to know every week.
That's just it. We got no fucking clue. What are you talking about? We got our Clippy, our producer. He barely shows up. His record's worse than the fucking Falcons.
Oh, God.
The rookie got a new job, and we think he's flirting with the London franchise
We don't even
now,
know what
which is
country he's
terrible. You know, only the coach shows up, and he's the least valuable on the team.
100%. Wait, what?
What? Are you just finding out?
What the fuck?
Anyway, so we think we'll probably start exploring more into the wild world of video. We're hoping at some point that we're going to grace the bar room with our own video Blitz Bears show.
We're all trying to get there, bro.
That could be exciting.
We're all trying
Now,
to
I gotta warn you, fellas. I'm looking at you on video here, and hair and makeup's gonna have a fucking field day with you guys.
That's right.
Professionals will roll. This is what we do.
Oh, we are 5 for 5 for hats.
I think Stats Guy is an expert on hair and makeup. My guess.
You know what the best part is? When you have no hair, you become a bit of an expert.
Right.
I honestly pictured you with hair.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
I actually see you
where
as
was
the
the
kid
hair?
in Stranger Things.
Yeah, but where was the hair?
Where was the hair? Which
It
kid?
was on your
which
head.
Kid, which
Oh,
kid in
no,
Stranger
you're way
Things?
It's on the
No,
ears.
you're way off.
Just ear hair combed over.
Extra
Come over in
growing
the ear. Yeah.
Well, and guys, a lot of our barflies may not know that you guys already do a show on video. Tell people where they can find it.
Oh, well, come visit us at blitzfootball.com, or we stream through. Someday, the Bar Room is going to have its own video network, but right now we're on the Big Play Sports Network, so come find us on YouTube. Of course, you can find us on Twitter. We're at 5 o'clock Pacific time, 7 o'clock Central, every Monday night. Come see the lunacy.
Oh, God.
We drink, we talk about football sometimes, but, you know.
Mostly coherent.
Yeah, well, I
Mostly.
mean, that's early in the show. But
Yeah.
anyways, that's the show. I mean, we look at, did you ever go into a bar and you see 3 fucking idiots talking about football? They don't really know what they're talking about.
Is that you guys?
That's the show. That's the show.
I know a guy that's out of work. Perfect for you guys.
That's kind of what we do. Don't come to us.
So, guys,
Nobody visits us to learn. Everybody shows up to
ridicule.
Yeah, pretty much. Ridicule. So come on, Bob.
Here we are.
Come on,
Here we are.
It's really low.
Yeah.
Well, hey, guys, thank you for all of your hard work this season. Our first year together in partnership. Really enjoy the work that you guys put out. Keep on doing that, and then we're going to collaborate on some of the video things that you guys are doing in 2020. We'll talk more about that later. And again, highly appreciate everything you do. A Merry Christmas from all of us at Bears Barroom to you guys, and we'll talk to you soon. Okay.
Hey, Merry Christmas to you guys. It's been a thrill this year, and to brighter things in 2020, guys.
There you
Love
go.
being part of this, guys. Merry Christmas.
Fuck Matt Nagy, and have yourself a merry little Christmas.
Take care, guys.
Later.
Those guys are really effing talented at what they do. And
Do they sound? He sounds like he is a ventriloquist. I know Greg gets crazy about that, but it does sound like he has this dummy that laughs at his jokes so quick, right?
That is true. That's part of their charm is their timing.
They interact so well together. We didn't get to talk, but I'd like for them to like intro a song because I know
they're responsible.
people.
Their original showing was one of the hardest times I've ever laughed on this show.
Yeah.
That was the
this
Dan
I got
Aguirre
you.
drop.
Yeah.
Hold on.
But
I would be willing to suck Aaron Rodgers' dick if.
A classic moment in barroom history.
Let's keep it on the up and up. I did not play that, Dan. I mean, I know you're not listening. That was Phil.
Hey, our next guest was the only guest who took it upon himself to produce his own opening introduction. Take a listen.
Let's have some bourbon, 2 fingers. Bourbon. I love the efficiency of bourbon. I might have to drop some bourbon in that, though.
There are so many streaming TV series.
So many channels.
I have a stream.
All the barflies are tuned in to the holiday show. They're texting in the chat room, but there's one thing that I know. I'm sure that you'll salute me with a fart drop from 2 scoops. So I guess I'll buy some Christmas booze. It's whiskey for the barkeep, scotch and soda for Joe. For the smartest man in draft dog, it's D. Serono. But you know the way I'm feeling when the tooch is on the loose. I'm heading out to buy Christmas booze.
You know what I do? I pretend I'm schizophrenic.
He looked like he was shot out of a cannon. I might have to drop some bourbon in that, though. Let's have some bourbon, 2 fingers, 2
Bourbon.
rocks. I love the efficiency of bourbon. I'm doing good. I'm happy. I'm going gay, Joe. I might have to drop some bourbon in that, though. I love the efficiency of bourbon.
Merry Christmas, barflies.
He is now hailing from the great state of Iowa.
I'm doing good. I'm happy.
I was just about to say that.
Is that Christmas lights behind you, Tooch? Or I feel like if you open your blinds, I'm going to see like a live nudes neon sign blinking outside.
Oh, my wife is into the Christmas deck. So.
No, Tooch lives behind a Kenny Rogers road.
Throw me off.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
The light keeps going on. Oven, chicken's on.
It's true. It looks like he's at a fucking no-tell motel. Pretty soon
to build the apartments in Iowa.
No vacancy splashing.
Pretty soon some really fat whore is going to be knocking on his door. Did you order?
Good.
Just my gay neighbor. There's no sultry neighbor here, although.
We're going to miss her.
2 guys, 1 mic.
It's great to be here with you guys on this Christmas Eve.
That's right.
Yes.
That is exactly what
Christmas
it is.
Edition of 100.
Very efficient use of words there, Tooch.
That's how they teach you in Iowa, Shane. We only have 4 letters in our states. Well,
Iowa.
It was about a year ago or so that Aldo decided to take a chance on me and my son, 2 Scoops. And give us 14 shows on the network.
Yeah, really.
Is Tooch reading from notes right now?
Oh, how dare you?
You are, right?
How dare you?
Footnotes. Look at him.
I'm always writing something, Aldo.
Pause there. Your note. Pause your note. How come these other fucks didn't come on camera, Aldo? Like Mando hid behind the screen. The fucking Blitz.
Joe travel for...
There's only one Tooch, Phil.
I'll tell you why. Joe's a newlywed. He was completely naked. That's why. So I am glad he has the cameras off.
That's why he was voted as most likely to be Chewbacca in the Star Wars festival.
He is a hairy bitch, isn't he?
Oh, shit. I heard he shaves at the barber shop. He takes off his shirt. They shave his back down.
It just threw up in my mouth.
You too.
In your bourbon?
I do. I love bourbon, as you know. I've been drinking whiskey since I was 3 years old, and I can tell you that there are no serious side effects. I'm perfectly normal.
Wow. He read that. He read that. Exactly.
He's got it on his phone.
He read that, and I almost thought it was an improvised thought.
Although, you know, I'm always writing something. Hopefully you stop regretting the decision to let Joe and I on the network. But,
what else you got in that script?
Though I wasn't allowed on last year's holiday show, I'm thankful for being on this one.
Oh,
Did we have one last year?
I've got a list of things I'm thankful for.
Okay, go ahead.
Number one.
My beautiful wife and my 13 kids.
Mike North 12 things he's thankful for.
Aldo, I'm thankful for Aldo and the Bears Barroom and the Barroom community and all the barflies.
That's nice.
I'm thankful for the tape never lies.
Oh, nice.
I'm thankful for the texts I get from Phil and Shane during Bears games that make me laugh and cry. I'm thankful for the times that Aldo returns a text or call within 48 hours.
He's thankful for Notepad on the iPhone.
He's got his notes.
I'm thankful that I raised a great son like 2 Scoops. And I'm very thankful for bourbon that I needed to get through this Bears season.
Very nice.
After this season debacle, the Tooch budget, the bourbon budget, witnessed a significant uptick in bourbon spending and consumption, Aldo.
What was the name of the bottle of bourbon that you sent me, or they got me?
That was Rieger's.
Oh man,
got two. Look at
City whiskey, which I am having tonight.
Yeah, I polished that thing off in a couple hours. That was awesome.
This is my third one recently.
Yeah, good, excellent choice.
With every loss.
How long does it take you to go through one bottle of it?
I don't know, maybe a week or two.
Welcome, Fantasy Island.
Depends if the Bears win or lose.
Yeah, it depends on if the Bears win or lose, Shane.
Why bourbon? Why bourbon?
You know, it's very efficient.
It's the fourth time you said that.
You sound like Matt Nagy. Obsession. Efficient.
No, obsessed. Obsessed. It drives me crazy.
How about be obsessed with the blocking scheme? You fuck.
My notes isn't as long as Matt Nagy's play sheet, though. Shane.
It's like he took it from IHOP and just, yes, I'm going to borrow this and put my playbook together. Okay.
Man, I know Phil and I have been having some conversations, offline about this Bears season and, its head coach and the offensive line and how not many quarterbacks would survive behind this offensive line. I mean, every quarterback misses throws, but you look at Mitch has made some pretty damn good throws. I don't know if anybody saw during last night's game, the graphic, both Mahomes and Mitch making some beautiful throws. They played them side by side, and Mitch has won 19 games as a Bear, so you can win with the kid. To me, it's all coaching, like Phil says. It starts at the top. It's a reflection of the head coach, a team. And there's too many guys jogging around out there, chicken fighting, hand fighting. There's not a lot of passion right now. The tackling is terrible. That's just, that's coaching. It's just...
Shane just texted me. He's like, tell Tooch to stick to his notes.
well, let me ask you guys a question. Are you? I'm not as enthused about seeing another Matt Nagy season like this next year. It'll be.
Isolate on.
I may drink myself to death, Shane.
Can you isolate on enthused? He like totally carried that, and I'm not as enthused. Like a Baptist minister with that one.
It'll be painful if it's another year like this, and we get the I formation, one play, empty set, next play, direct snap to Cordero Patterson on the goal line. Direct snap to Tariq Cohen. I don't need any of that stuff. Line up and play football.
I think it just comes down to, like you said, it's the trickle down. You see, there's inconsistency everywhere. Yeah. I mean, you can bring pace into it.
Yeah.
You obviously can bring in everybody above pace because they've been inconsistent for decades.
Yeah, well, Phil, do you remember when, before Ringy Ding, I left you a voicemail? It was played on the air. It said, Pace's draft picks starting to unravel. Man, it's so apparent. Pace needs to stop looking for Division IV guys, Phil.
Yeah.
His first-round picks have been mostly misses. His second-round picks, Eddie Goldman has been pretty good. After a few years, I'm wondering if we can trust Ryan Pace anymore.
I think
there's an issue. There's an issue here. People, you were excited coming into the season, so you can't.
Oh yeah.
You can't double standard it. You have to look at it for what it is, but the performance then dictates the reality. Leonard Floyd. Let's just be honest. He's a fucking magician. He just disappears. He's nothing. You don't carry that kind of dead weight on your roster. Adam Shaheen. These politics mixed into football to cover your ass is not the championship way. I will fucking praise a fucking GM that owns his fucking shit. Own your shit. Yep. Get rid of the dead weight. I fucking missed here. It's understandable. Maybe not to the fucking calculator Kents of the world. But in football, we're gonna miss. As a GM, it happens everywhere. There's misses in New England. they're still fucking winning. There's misses in Kansas City. They're still fucking winning. They find guys. You find a guy with a troubled past.
Look, they made a great
give him a second
signing
chance.
in free agency. The Honey Badger. That guy took away half the Bears playbook last night.
Yeah,
I don't know if you guys are watching that guy. He was fucking everywhere.
Yes, he knows. He's scouting their
Well,
offense.
had him alongside of Eddie Jackson. How hard would that be, right? Could have had him.
Just play Eddie Jackson at free safety and let him do what he's doing. It's
right.
It just baffles the mind, from Clinton Dix to, like I said, Shaheen, Floyd. There's others in there.
I understand there's
Bobby Massey.
There's injuries on this defense, but I don't get last night 3rd and 18, and I'm sitting and I had zero confidence that they were going to stop it, and then they give up 20. 3rd and 14, they give up 16. 3rd and 12, they give up 13. 3rd and 8, and they hold them, and then
3rd and 18 and the 3rd. What was the other one? The 3rd and 14.
Yeah.
Both were on Clinton Dix. Both of them.
But
then this cover over the top safety, and he's standing there. But
there was a lot of business decisions made last night.
Yes, there really was. This guy's going into free. Fuck that guy. This is the past 2 weeks he's played horrific. I know a lot of people were blaming Buster Screen, but that's 2-man coverage. He's playing the underneath like he's supposed to. The safety's got to be there, knowing that that's your number 2 coming through the seam.
I don't know if you guys mentioned it earlier, but one of the most egregious mistakes I saw all last night.
We mentioned nothing about football earlier, so you're fine.
How the fuck are you in the second to last game of the season and you're trotting Ted fucking Larson?
Oh my God. We talked about that last night.
I mean,
why?
Jesus Christ.
That was in my
Where was
rant.
Riley Ridley?
Why is Alex, why is Barrs not in the game?
You see.
Where's Riley Ridley after a fucking Wims drop and a fumble by Miller? Why aren't you sending that kind of message? And they don't do it. And that's a part of coaching, too, that PFF, Cars, and other aren't going to give you these coaching decisions where you're building and helping young players develop. There's no development here.
Aldo, as a head coach, if you were the head coach and Patterson goes to the locker room to get checked out, how are you putting Anthony Miller back on kick returns?
Because you're so fucking desperate to save your job, you put Miller in there because he got the most reps at Bourbonnais, as opposed to trying.
But I mean, even with his shoulder issues and dinged it last week, it's so short-sighted. I said to Phil as soon as it happened, I'm like, this kid played in the sling all last year. He dinged his shoulder again last week. Oh, all right, get out there. Go take some kickoff returns.
Turn a kick.
Why
not put Tariq Cohen back
Cohen in there, exactly.
It's his fucking job.
Yep.
Do your job.
Do your job. Fucking play.
Prize, motherfucker.
Hey, Tooch, I want to thank you for everything that you do for the Barroom. I want to thank you for being my good friend. I want to thank you for telling me all of these stories about Shane Marsaw and Phil Atoshin behind their backs and what devilish.
Oh, you're the one.
Never.
You're the gossiper. I told you to keep it between us.
I want to again thank you, and I want to wish your entire family, a very Merry Christmas. I love you, brother, and I can't
Same
wait
here. I love you guys too. You guys are like brothers. All those like the big brother I never had. Phil and Shane are like 2 knucklehead brothers I have, I think, but I love you guys too. Hopefully I have a stream coming back soon. It's hard to do IHAS during the football season, but I would, we'll try and get it going again. And
he's got his closing arguments.
No. I had a big move to Iowa around the time the Bears were pretending to play their last preseason game, but a lot of things happened.
Dude, I want to come on. The
whole idea was Phil's idea. It wouldn't be I have a stream without Phil.
I want to come on. I have a stream with you.
Yeah. I'm hoping you can, as long as many times as possible, as often as you want, Phil.
You have Gandia on I Have a Dream when he doesn't?
Although it was on recapping Game of Thrones.
We have him recap What About Bob or Step Brothers?
Yeah, Barfly Rewind.
Yes. Aldo has to be on that.
The
show.
problem-
Christmas Vacation with Greggy Sunshine.
The problem with Phil.
Gotta be on.
The problem with Phil being on.
I know I haven't gotten it up yet.
That's the problem.
Oh, all right. Well, say hi to Greggy Sunshine for me. I love you guys. Have a happy New Year, too. And Merry Christmas to you and your families. And Merry Christmas to all the barflies.
Take care, brother.
Thanks, Tooch.
Thank you.
How come Aldo got a fucking bottle of bourbon and I didn't?
Because I went to the wedding and you didn't.
Oh, he didn't mail it.
Is Braggs frozen for everybody
He is
else?
frozen.
Braggs' video picture is frozen. I'm hoping his audio is not. Greg Braggs, are you there?
He's got the worst internet connection I've ever seen.
He lives in fucking Indiana.
Look at, you notice the box
Looks
behind
like
him?
he's Joe's DJ at the
That's
wedding.
that's the box. That's the box his fucking clock.
He hasn't
See him
opened the
showing
box.
off.
Oh, is that what it is? Or is it the DVD?
He bounced.
He always bounces.
There he is. He's back.
Oh, Greg, what's in that box behind you?
Yeah, what is
What's in that box behind you,
None of
player?
your business.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, look, he finally got a clock. I've had mine up for a month.
Oh, I ain't mad at for a month.
Greggy Sunshine. You
Merry
didn't produce your own
Christmas.
song? Your intro song?
What?
You didn't produce your own intro song? Aldo sent a message to everybody.
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Just wait. All right. There you go.
That's what you would come into, like if you were in a boxing match or a wrestling.
Yeah.
That would be your song.
Yeah.
All right.
Did you ever do any wrestling in high school, Greg?
No.
You look at the type of guy that could kick somebody's ass on a wrestling mat.
I was a little guy in high school.
Really?
Until I was skinny. And
Really?
I used to be able to run like the wind.
What sports?
Your mom said you had a great attendance record in school.
Where she came up with that? My mom. I guess she's forgetting things
His
in her
mom said he was a great athlete.
later years in life. But yeah, I also am wearing, I don't know if you notice here, Shane, I don't know if you can read that.
I can see it. White
This is
Claws.
I got another Christmas gift along with the box behind me, behind door number 2, but behind door number 1 was Chris Sandlin and his lovely wife. They sent me a nice card and sent me this shirt that says "Ain't no laws while drinking claws," which is of course another lie that Shane created on this network. That
We have pictures.
Well, no shit, Sherlock.
I like to drink White Claws, apparently, and everyone that ever has met
Mango.
me
Mango White Claw.
Jack in my hand, but apparently I'm a White Claw guy, and so Shane. So Sandlin was nice enough to give me a nice White Claw shirt, so I had a nice laugh at that. So getting all these barroom presents today, but yeah, the box behind me is the infamous clock from Zachary Sullivan. So I'm
Did you
excited.
ever open it?
No, I was waiting. I thought maybe I'd open it on
Do it
air.
on the air?
Yeah,
No, that's
open
what I
that
thought.
fucker.
I
Look
don't
at
know.
you. You're like
We
one of
get a
those.
drum roll?
You-
Drum roll?
Sure.
No, I shouldn't be trusted with scissors while I'm on the air.
You have the party where your parents made you open your gifts in front of the guests?
Hell yeah.
You did? Aldo? Oh, man, fuck. Aldo didn't have a fucking party.
This is the quietest Braggs has ever been with a tool in his hand.
Well, yeah, you gotta be
This guy.
So, last
there it is.
night was disappointing.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Look
Look at this guy. He's got strong hands.
He does.
The Blitz guys would be impressed.
Holy
Look at that.
shit.
Whoa!
Oh, that
Greggy's
is
sunshine.
beautiful. Greggy.
Look at the extra.
Model and Sylvie. Look at this. Chai fans. Good.
That is very nice.
Shitter was full.
That is very nice.
Oh, he did. The shitter was full.
Yes.
Yeah.
I said definitely.
Is Zach Sullivan, man. Shout out to you, dude. You continue to amaze here on the bar room. You keep doing these random acts of kindness, and
oh my
honestly, you're a great dude. We need to add you into this network as someone that we do giveaways for fans and stuff, because man, you just do amazing work, and I'm very humbled. Merry Christmas. This is a great gift, especially after last night's pathetic effort from our guys. But to have this means a lot. I really
appreciate it. Could have been bigger.
Merry Christmas, man. Yeah, I know. Where's the part where it goes around?
It's in the
Shane?
box. It's in the box.
Get over here and put it together, smart guy.
It's on the back side. Turn it around. Wait, there's other surprises. Look.
Where's the part that goes around?
Oh, dang. See, I was one off from 007.
Oh.
I got that one.
They showed that preview for the new Bond.
See, Zach even gives us fucking batteries. See that?
Yeah, pretty
Look
fucking
at that
awesome.
battery
He
stuff.
is such a thoughtful person.
He really is.
Guy's the best. He texted me. He's like, I'm sorry, guys. I can't come on tonight. I have a family dinner for the holidays before they leave. So I was disappointed because I really wanted to shout him out. I know Greg stepped away, so I will say this now. that draft Dr. Phil one, I looked at Shane's and I looked at Aldo's, and I'm like, I didn't get a special one. And inside my heart, I'm a selfish fuck for saying that.
Yes, you are.
Because all of a sudden...
Breaking news, Aldo. Breaking news.
Another
round, and Greg interrupts because he stepped away, came back without headphones on, Aldo.
Why do you gotta give that away?
Shit going on.
There's a lot of that shit going around.
Yeah, there's a lot of that shit going on.
Exactly.
Supposed to slow it down.
So I just want to say this, and then Greg, come back. I was covering for you because we don't like dead air. And Shane,
like coming in like a crazy ass, like Farley.
Yes, you are like Farley and Madden. Just like
they throw a little bit of Seth Rogen in there too. I think no.
His voice is so neat.
I had somebody tell me my laugh sounds like Jonah Hill.
Maybe. Superbad is a classic.
Did you know that was you, Greg, when I tweeted that last night? And
I didn't get a chance to listen to it when you tweeted it, but I assumed it was just because I was there when they were doing.
I couldn't hear it. I really couldn't.
What you're hearing, Shane, is me. It is definitely me.
He's confirmed, ladies and gentlemen. But last but not least, I want to say this quick: the clocks, the gifts, the thoughtfulness.
Oh man, yeah.
Zach Sullivan is like the Zach Miller of tight ends for the bar room. Just a class act, a teammate, and a guy that considers it like an honor to be a barfly and to be a part of the Bears bar room. And those kind of people that's why this network is so special. And these gentlemen, to be a part of this team, I'm talking about Greg, Aldo, and Shane right now, and all of the guests that we had, to have fans like this do something that nice around the holidays too. Zach's got family and stuff. It's just overwhelmingly, I'm so humbled by it. It's just amazing. So I got to do something special for Zach.
It's coming back his way for sure. That's a for sure. If there's ever a for sure tonight, it's that one. So another gift.
Greg's gonna send him his clock back. Tell him to make it bigger. That's not what we're talking about, Greg.
Why is there no neon on this?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A little neon, a little. The next clock. Hey,
lover of Hester should have been carved.
Christmas every year. Got
it's
birthdays
ridiculous.
Yeah, got all sorts of things we can celebrate. So another gift that Zach Sullivan sent me was Christmas Vacation about a week ago, and then I started ghosting him. I bragsing him as it were, and trying to avoid watching this because I don't like watching old movies. But so finally today I sat down because I told everybody I made a promise the other day that I would watch this movie, and I did my homework and I watched it. So I don't know, would you guys like to hear my bullet points or what would you like to hear here?
Go ahead.
Please give us your movie review.
And you and Tooch with these bullet points.
I'm gonna ring it off real quick here. The opening song was too long. No wonder Phil likes it. I love the Bears hat. How did they get the Christmas tree out of the ground? That's a plot hole. 5 minutes in, I hadn't laughed. Stupid. Like how he drew up a pool for his yard. I actually did that once, and I put it on Facebook way back in the day, like 8-10 years ago. I was dating Jenny, or I think we had just moved. Yeah, I was dating Jenny, and I made this pool design, and everyone was loving it on Facebook, and her dad thought I was being serious, and he was like getting mad because he was like, "You guys aren't building a pool. You don't have time for pools." And she was like, "Dad, he was joking. This is his dream pool." So I like seeing the pool. Then the girl in red at the mall, very hot. That was a great scene. And when they put the lights up, when he put the lights up, Griswold, I miss people doing that. Christmas season. It used to. I don't know if this is just because I'm getting older, but nobody does it anymore. I felt like back in the day, everybody used to do that. How do you feel, Aldo?
I don't give a fuck.
You don't give a fuck. Yeah, so
happy as a clam.
Aldo paid
all the Bears stuff
Puerto
was
Rican
really
to put his
cool.
Christmas lights up.
Damn right.
As soon as Randy Quaid came into the story, it started becoming very funny. That's when I started laughing. So then by the end of the movie, I started to feel it. But at the beginning, it was slow. At the end, and then of course when he was like dreaming about the girl, then that was like 2 thumbs up scene. It was a good movie. I tried my best to enjoy it, and not be biased because it's an older movie. But it's no Home Alone, and it's no Batman Returns. I laughed harder in Batman Returns.
Batman Returns?
Batman Returns.
Yeah,
that's not a
there's
comedy.
A funny scene. What? There's a funny scene in Batman Returns when the Penguin is standing there trying to get elected, and this guy's making fun of him about being too small, and he's like laughing with him, and he's like, "Could be worse. My nose could be gushing with blood." And the guy's like, "Your nose could be gushing with blood." And as soon as he says it, the Penguin turns to him and bites his nose off. It was the funniest fucking scene you'll ever see. And Christopher Walken's like, "Let's make a mayor." It's a great scene, and it's a Christmas movie. Made me laugh harder than any part in Christmas Vacation, unfortunately.
Movie reviewing is not for you.
I guess so.
You guys asked me to do it?
That scene. There's the Penguin.
Yeah, Double A's coming on tonight.
Shane! Say your song.
I'm not.
No, be nice.
Be nice.
Be nice. This is the Greggy Sunshine segment. Of
I'm
course.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Greg. I'm sorry to you, Greg.
See?
Not to the Penguin.
Yeah, get the clock. Got the nice shirt and letter from the Sandlands, and then of course Christmas Vacation. So I'm in the Christmas spirit here at the bar room, and I'm sweating bullets because I'm in a fantasy championship, and I'm up by 1 point right now. I'm currently up by just the smallest of margins, and I have 2 guys going in a game currently playing. So
Who do
I'd
you
be
got?
lying if I what's that?
Who do you have?
Well, I have the Vikings kicker, and then Mike Boone, the 3rd string running back that got in to start tonight. And I just took a very slim lead at halftime, but Mike Boone isn't doing anything, so they ended up started giving Amir Abdullah carries, but I still have the Vikings kicker, and I still have a lead, but it's only a slim lead. So
who does he have playing?
He has no one playing anymore. So I've had
what are you
people
worried
sending
about?
me Well, Phil, this is the fucking shit you got to watch out for. I'm not
If he
celebrating
misses a
here.
kick, you get a minus point.
Mike Boone fumbles a ball or a
Exactly.
missed kick, then you get negative points. This shit's not over. And winner gets $800. So I'd be lying if I didn't say I'm a little stressed out right now. But you know what?
Well, you don't have to buy a clock.
Yeah, exactly. I got the clock.
You got the DVD, Blu-ray, whatever.
Well, and the guy that I was going up against had Mitch Trubisky. So last night was like one of the more interesting experiences I've ever had being at a Bears game. Because, again, just like this game, I'd be lying if I wasn't thinking about the fantasy championship. I mean, the Bears season is over. I want Mitch to play well, so if he had, so be it. But when he started struggling and it was affecting my fantasy matchup, I'm sitting there like, keep it up, buddy. You've been my friend for a long time here. Like we're team Greg Mitch here. I didn't tell him anything about this beforehand, so I don't want anything that he was in on it with me. But I'd be lying if I just said I didn't appreciate it. And then at the end, when he was like going for a touchdown, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, am I supposed to root for an interception here? Like, it's for the betterment of our home. We could get a nice little chunk of change here. I mean, $800 ain't nothing to shake your finger at, but it is what it is. This is what fantasy football does to you. It intertwines into your soul and rips your heart out at times.
Man.
And I'm right at I've never won a fantasy championship, so I'm right on the precipice, but it's not in the bag yet, so I refuse.
You're losing the playoffs in the fucking chat room with your movie reviews. That's for sure.
You know what?
You're getting
How
fucking.
about
ether.
Die Hard being a Christmas movie, Phil? You got sent something over the week, didn't you?
Exactly.
You think it's a Christmas movie?
Die Hard is a Christmas movie, yes. 1,000%.
Oh my God.
No fucking way. All right, let me ask our new guest, Ryan Badgley. He is
Another guest,
co-host of the Barfly Tailgate Show. He's also the co-host of Draft on Tap. And he does so many other things for the Barroom, but none more important than his badge of honor, where he gives out a attribution, or not attribution. That's not the best word. He gives out he gives out kudos to Bears players and other members of the community who are doing great job for those in need. Badge, welcome to the holiday show. How are you, brother?
Oh, man, I apologize for my voice. I'm doing well. My daughter had a game tonight. It got a little wild and raucous. I almost had to whoop some ass.
What happened?
Just some crazy lady. We went 5 sets, and we're celebrating as parents, and this lady starts flipping us off, and I looked at her. I go, "Oh, you're real classy." And next thing, she throws the double bird back at us. And I said, "Oh boy!" I go, "I can see the people here a little on the scumbag side, huh?" And next thing you know, she's trying to show us her ass and everything else, and
shining moons.
My wife was nervous. She could tell that my adrenaline started rushing. She's like, she goes, "You were turning red. Your nostrils were flaring." So I was waiting. We had to walk by him to get out. And apparently, as we walked by, she flipped us off and said, "Bye, Felicia."
It was almost non-human.
Yeah. So it was an interesting night, but we came away with the dub. That's unfortunately, our Bears couldn't do the same last night. But
shit.
Hey, it's high girls varsity
We're trying to move
volleyball.
up in that second round draft pick so we can get all the latest for Draft on Tap.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Because going into the game last night, we were picking 49th and 50th.
Yeah.
I don't know how it affected us. Yeah.
Well, I think we got to be with the loss. It's got to be moving us up something.
Our beans don't fry in the kitchen.
On a grill.
I got to tell you, I'm excited to be on with you guys, especially my man Greggy Sunshine. I don't get to chat it up with Greggy all that much because
Greggy.
I'm a texter and he doesn't like to text.
I don't play that. No,
I know.
You gotta
I'm just gonna have to start calling you like I did on your birthday.
You got to call, and it's got to be on a conference call with Phil, and then we got to listen to him.
Yeah, he dumped us both today.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Nice.
Mason.
I'm
like,
Mason needed
what?
my help, and then we started doing something, and then I forgot. That was the honest truth.
You're talking to Greg, and he's texting.
Does anybody still have this?
Look at that. He's got the
You guys see
Barroom
this?
Christmas
I
CD.
do. I think I got it here on my desk, actually.
Yeah.
That thing is
That's the original right there.
the OG.
Absolutely.
Well, don't play
Let
it.
me look for mine.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought he was shining a moon for a second, like the lady at the game.
Oh, I found mine in the garbage can. Hey, I gotta see if I can get Gaines on the line too, and really make this a fucking party.
You guys notice Badge's game here? He's got an open spot on his wall back here. You know he wants a full clock too.
Looking for a clock.
Dude, I totally do. I talked with Zach about it a little while back, but I don't know. Look at this, Greggy Sunshine. I like it.
Oh,
That is fucking awesome.
That's pretty sweet, man.
I love the font on that.
Yeah,
that he does.
When
That's
Phil
smartest man
gives you,
font.
when Phil
Yeah.
gives you a nickname, it doesn't just stick. It freaking ingrains
does.
into your.
So
it doesn't
good at
move.
that.
Yeah, no, it's you do. You have a good knack for that, and I can appreciate that. That's kind of how I am around the region.
The region.
But you're worldwide. You're
For
worldwide, Dr.
Worldwide.
You need to start adding that into your songs, dude.
Although my favorite part of last night's show was when you didn't say anything about Phil's rant. And then Phil was like, "Oh, okay, just don't say anything about my rant." And you're like, "Oh, man, Phil needs all sorts." I was at work today, and you were like, "I'm listening to my earphones." And you're like, "Oh, Phil needs so much love." I was like, "Yes, he does." I yelled that out loud. Everybody's like, "What?"
We all need love, Greg.
Who doesn't love and respect Phil and Aldo on a personal and also on a professional level? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I could think of a few hundred people.
That could go so many ways, but I know the way he's talking about this.
I don't want to take shots. I don't want to upset Greg, but
They both lived in a sort of fantasy world of this relationship, and it
you
was
guys know that Tooch came on?
a relationship in text.
I know that's the badge way.
Tooch came on with notes and bullet points on a notepad on his
I
iPhone.
heard that. I was listening on the way
Sit
home.
there and
I
look
heard
at the camera, and then he'd look down and read the next one. Then he'd look back up, then he'd read the next one.
When you're on a podcast and they're reading.
So, Badge, what do you have on your notes?
Those were my Christmas vacation notes. I'm gonna send them to Sullivan.
You did
I'm gonna mail 'em.
You did announce the notes, so I like that.
Yeah, I had too many. So I just.
But see, Greg, now you have to rewatch it and watch what you missed the first time.
Guys weren't.
Because like when they're in the Walmart buying the dog food and the light bulbs and stuff, you get to see Randy Quaid grab his dick and shift it to the other side of his pants.
Well, that was the funny part at the end was when the cops came into the house and she's holding his dick.
Yeah.
Then he's like, "Did you just see that?" And he had to, rewind
Wait,
it.
she had never seen it either?
No. Yeah, she had seen it. She had seen
okay.
it.
I was
She's
gonna say.
never
She's
focused
normal.
on
She's
his
normal.
cock before, so that tells you everything about Greg.
Correct. I should have thought about that. Man, get your eyes on the road.
Jeez, that's woman speak for Greg. Start pulling yours out and get to work. I'm just a kid.
Don't you remember those sweet Chicago Bears script hats though back in the day?
Oh, so dope.
Yeah, that was the cool
You're the
part. Was seeing all the
smartest man.
different Chicago.
You go on
memorabilia.
if you go on New Era or whatever like that, they call those the Griswold hats.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Someone's gonna be sending.
I have a snapback of it, but I don't have the new one.
Yeah.
I got one from a couple years ago.
Greg's hat looks a couple years old too.
Oh. Where's your
his-
Dodgers championship hat, Shane?
What do you want to add them up and hit? Are we talking? If we're going to talk history, do you want to add them up or?
Ancient history. Ancient history.
Same. Hey, we put the Cubs out of the playoffs.
A few times. I always enjoy the rivalry of the Cubs and Dodgers, but this is a football
pick up our third baseman from Chicago, and then we'll.
Oh, you do that, I'll cry. But this is a football Christmas. When you start talking about baseball, Phil gets really.
Yeah, I just get so quiet.
But he wears his.
I was just gonna say the same thing.
Hat like Pedro Strop. He wears it exactly like Pedro Strop, a reliever for the Cubs.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to put my hat that way.
He cocks it and then locks it.
I cock it and lock it out. But you want to know the true story behind why?
Yes, I want to hear it.
Okay, so
what time is it?
He's always running into people's waist when he's walking.
That was it. How'd you know? No, as a performer, I noticed because I broke my nose 6 times in my life. No, 5 times. I'm sorry. And they wanted to break it again to put it in place. Set it. I'm like, no fucking way. I'm not doing that because I'll end up breaking it again and paying money to get it fixed. So when I started looking in the mirror when I'm wearing a hat, because I always like curve my bill of the hat, I saw my nose is so crooked. So I started turning my hat, cocking it, and it made the nose look.
Need a new mirror, bro.
Yeah. Sorry. Hey, that's the true.
I never noticed your nose is kind of fucked up.
Yeah, it curves at the top.
Yeah.
Were any of those broken noses? Were any of those broken noses from a fist fight, or were they all football related?
One was from the best.
It's called that one bruise is called the ex-wife. Probably not that far off. That's why he left it far.
Not that far off. Almost.
Taka Woods, y'all.
I said I am not gay.
Sounded like him, right?
I said I am not gay.
Who's that? That you, Phil?
And thank you, Phil, for taking Cars to task. Because when he comes on my show, Shy Fans in the Stands, he always bullies me into his bullcrap nerd narrative.
Cars?
And
Bullying you?
Yeah. It was nice to have Phil attack him like a rabid dog. It was.
I was so busy today. Phil's like, you gotta fucking listen before you come on tonight, and I didn't. I had no time today, and Phil's like, did you talk to Cars? And I said, I do have a text from him this morning. This is, I don't know, it was like 10 o'clock or whatever when I was talking to Phil. And I said, I do have a text from Cars. Let me look. And all it said was, well, that was fun.
I thought it was great.
Let me tell you something, motherfucker.
I thought it was great.
Oh, it was great. It was great radio. Yeah. It was great radio. You could tell Phil was all charged up, ready for Cars' keys.
Yeah. The motherfucker doesn't need keys. He doesn't need to use his hands on the wheel.
Yeah. Tesla.
We have another guest on the line right now. I'm going to turn it over to Badge to do the introduction because he works with him alongside the Barfly Tailgate show. So take it away, Badge.
Yeah, it's my guy, man. Ryan Kirkland Billings. Welcome to the Christmas special, brother.
I thought it was Nikki.
No, but it ain't no Nikki over here, bro. What's going on? Y'all got a lot of shit going on, man. What's up?
What's going on, man?
How are you?
I'm doing great. Just watched Trubisky throw an interception on Madden, bro. Don't know how I feel right now.
Well, on that note,
yeah. Merry Christmas.
You asshole, goddamn! You was playing good until I got on the phone with y'all.
It's Greggy Sunshine's fault.
But man, Greg, I need some of your positivity.
Yeah, we're gonna have to feed off each other this offseason because it's gonna be the dark days this time around. Coming into next year, but. All I can say to fans is, as much as it seemed like a certainty that the Bears were going to be a good team coming into 2019, if you fall into the trap of feeling like there's no hope, going into 2020. You're falling into the same trap you did for 2019.
Right.
This is what football is. Every year, 5 new teams make the playoffs since 1991 or whatever. Every year, a worse team goes to first. This is just what football is. It's a game of inches. One of my favorite quotes is by Herm Edwards. The difference between a 6-win team and a 10-win team is about 5 plays. And the Bears, you can play that game. You can play that game with every team, no matter what their win count is. So, they're going to be a 7 or an 8-win team this year. But, I saw somebody on Twitter that's a friend of the Barroom, Chris Armstrong. She had some good words at one point. She said, if everyone had just played to their average this year, I agreed with it. So I just want to shout her out because she said, if everyone had just played to their average this year, they would have had wins. But they instead, are going to fall short of that because, a lot of guys fell short of what they're expected to do, not supersede what they can do. So, I do think that next year these guys can play a higher level of football and, eke out a few more wins to get to 10 wins. That's how you get to the
greatest thing about
playoffs.
sports is you play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game.
Tell him, Herm.
You don't play to just play it. That's the great thing about sports. You play to win. And I don't care if you don't have any wins. You go play to win. When you start telling me it doesn't matter, then retire. Get out. Because it matters.
Herm Edwards.
A great coach, sometimes people laughed at him when he was in New York, but
I love
he's a great coach and his philosophies are good. He's doing well at Arizona State right now, right?
Yeah, turned him around, man.
Yeah.
Turning it around.
And he's a perfect type of college coach, with that kind of the way he, just inspires players and stuff. So get rid of Mitch, get rid of Nagy, get rid of all these guys.
Hey, every great comeback starts from a dark place.
Yeah. You got, if it happens, but I think one thing a lot of Bears fans are coming to the conclusion of, or even if they're frustrated by it, is Mitch, Nagy, and Pace are all tied together, and they need to just go through this one more year. It doesn't make sense to pluck one of them. Another thing I heard today on, I believe it was ESPN 1000, but somebody said, when they picked Mitch, when they knew they were going to pick a quarterback, at 3 or 2, that year, they knew John Fox wasn't going to be the coach after the next year. They should have just fired him then and said, okay, new coach, who do you want to be your quarterback? And maybe we're in a different place than we are right now.
Barroom said that 4 years ago. Thank you for
Called
catching up today on the Dungeon.
Welcome aboard.
He wasn't there then, I think.
Thanks, Greg.
Can you put in the fucking SpongeBob thing 4 years later?
One eternity later.
Head coach and quarterback all be tied together and let them either go down with the ship or redeem themselves next year. And if all falters, like everyone is guaranteeing at this point in a lot of areas, then so be it. Go get Trevor Lawrence in another year, and Badgley will tell you how we do it.
That Ryan Pace's first year. We said that. He should have fucking come in. Jay Cutler shouldn't have been here.
Yeah.
That entire first year, you should have fucking started fresh. But the Bears aren't forward thinkers when it comes to that
Ernie
stuff.
or Corsi calling shots. I talked about this last night, jackass. I started calling. I go, hey, Jackie. He's like, who fucks Jackie? I go, that's cute for jackass. Because I talked about this last night on my show. That's where you heard it. I'm like, you fired the fucking me.
Oh, you didn't say that then, no?
No.
You were all over Cutler's ass.
No. Last night, when he fired Fox, I'm talking about. You're talking what you talked about, cleaning house.
It was Dickerson that said
I'm
it this
talking
morning.
about last night on Last Call. Do you have the audio? I talked about what I talked about then. You fire the head coach. Okay, he kept Cutler, but you knew what Greg is saying, which JD heard me say, and Barroom years later, 3 years later, Greg found out. But I said it last night, Shane, because you didn't fucking listen. So
that's right.
Fire
All that shit going on.
knowing that you're going to take a quarterback. You're keeping secrets from Fox. You didn't want to tell the fucking head coach. Remember all that bullshit?
Get him the fuck out of town.
Glazer involved. Remember, Aldo?
Get him the fuck out of town.
Get him out of town.
Get him the fuck out of town.
Got Fox out. That was the time to bring in the new head coach with the quarterback.
Get him the fuck out of
town. The new head coach might have said, you know what? Clear as day, Mike Glennon sucks a big, giant, fat, fucking, what is it? Giraffe cock.
Get him the fuck out of town.
And you're playing Mitch then with the head coach and the quarterback going hand in hand. But
Get him the fuck
Ernie
out of town.
Accorsi, the McCaskies settle for guys, that are portray the smartest, and they don't go after football guys. And I said that, and Shane said it today. I don't know. Maybe the only thing might be getting a football guy to hire the GM and go down the line like that.
Well, yeah, if you get to the point where you're going to fucking blow it all up, which they're not, to me, they're not at that point. I do agree with Greg there. But the next step, if you do get to that point, is you got to, George McCaskey's got to go out and hire a fucking football guy that's not going to be the GM, but he's going to be the overseer of all football operations. That's the only way. But I just have no confidence. Aldo, you've lived through this. Where is your confidence level in the Bears ever launching Phillips from having a prominent role?
There is so much allegiance there to him because the wins aren't there, but the money is. The money's coming in. So the entire McCaskey-Hallis family, they're very, very pleased with the checks that they're getting. So they're not going to rock the boat.
Isn't it the NFL, Aldo, is the fucking money anyway now? At this point, you got your stadium.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, that was his thing that they were selling that he did?
Right.
But they have... fucking TV deals are coming in. All this stuff, Disney Plus, Amazon, they're all going to be fighting over the next contract.
Mm-hmm.
DirecTV's probably going to lose it. All the drama
away
going
from
there.
DirecTV.
Oh my God, I'm done with
NFL
DirecTV.
could control its own shit.
Absolutely.
They
have
should.
Their own. Imagine just you pay for a fucking season pass of your team.
Exactly. Well, they do that in the NBA. You can pay on a per game basis.
Yeah.
Like I'm a Chicago Bulls fan. I can go on NBA League Pass and I can order just the fucking Bulls games.
Exactly.
Which is
that's what I want.
Awesome. Where you can order the whole fucking thing. Yeah.
Why the fuck would you want to do that?
I got to go back to something Phil just said because Phil, I don't know if you heard Barfly Tailgate, but I literally quoted you word for word in regards to having a maniacal head coach in this organization. We were talking about Nagy and the kick-catch interference, and while he was on the field, he was in the officials' faces, yelling, and then in the press conference, he didn't want to talk about it. I want the guy that's not afraid to get the fine and say something about the officials. That's the type of guy I want here.
Well, even today, he was tiptoeing because he didn't want to upset the quarterback. He's like, I'm not saying that's just the quarterback.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying it's everybody.
Yeah.
And I heard that, and I'm like, fuck this.
I shut it off. I couldn't listen to it anymore. I couldn't listen to him anymore.
That's why I don't think anybody's got a real read. And they try to dig those little quotes up. Mitch has definitely, if you want to break down his words, taking some shots across the bow, but does he really understand what he's saying? Everyone says that, sometimes he just, shoots off these, cliches. So, and then Nagy, he protects them, So I don't think that they are as separate as some might suggest.
Can we get an update on the Madden game from KB? He's still there? There he is.
Yes, Mitch definitely threw another interception, you assholes. But we're currently tied 21-21 with the fucking Raiders, so let that shit fucking suck in. Jesus.
Hey,
what's up, motherfuckers?
Oh shit, there it is. It's motherfucking ain't seen this bitch.
Aaron Current has joined us, and he has sent me a message warning us that he is extremely fucking drunk right now.
He fucking looks it.
You drinking bourbon? Kentucky bourbon?
No, I'm on that vodka Monster tonight. That's what I'm fucking with.
Goddamn. Nice.
That's that
My
white
man AC
place.
fucking something tonight.
What are you at a Christmas party or something?
Yeah, we got a friends miss out here, so I'm trying to hop on real quick.
Nice.
Merry Christmas to you, Aaron. You know, I always see, I always keep up with you and your family and what you're doing on social media. And you live like a real healthy lifestyle, man. You're always doing what you love, and I appreciate that about you. I always have.
Hell yeah, Greg Bragg's been my eyes and ears at fucking Bears camp for years.
All day long, buddy. All day long. Even before man, way back before anybody was watching my stuff.
Way back.
On the private, you had to really find me the deep cuts. Those were the deep cuts back when we were filming Martellus fighting Kyle Fuller.
Hell yeah, way back like a Maybach. Ain't that what they say?
Yes, sir.
Look at that shirt that Aaron is wearing. Isn't that a beautiful thing? It's the Bears Barroom Radio Network.
Look at that.
And check out what I'm holding in my hands. It's a Bears Barroom hat that I promised him 3 months ago, and it's still
on its
I
way.
ain't trying to put you on blast or nothing.
I mean, everybody getting hats and shit with mine. Motherfuckers getting clocks and shit later. Trying to get the t-shirt.
You haven't hit Flavor Flav level yet.
Yeah. Oh, that's what you gotta hit. They never gonna happen.
Oh, look at Bragg.
You gotta get that Mike Perez chain there, Bragg.
Yeah.
Definitely don't wear that shit.
Oh, man.
What jacket does he have on now, Shane?
What's that?
What jacket is he wearing now?
Oh, what are the 7 and 8 jacket? Oh,
thank you.
We're gonna get 8 and 8. We're gonna get 8.
You going 8 and 8, Greg?
Oh, you know it.
The Vikings aren't gonna be playing for anything, so they're gonna rest all their guys, and the Bears are gonna get a chance to finish on a good note. And I love it, baby. We're back. Bears are back.
Bears are back.
Yeah. Until they want to fuck us over like we did to them last year.
There you go.
We get railroaded.
Not a losing season. That's all I know.
Well, what if they lose, Greg?
Then it's a losing season. 7 and 9 by definition.
I'm not.
It's 8 and 8. It's the
Fuck
definition.
Minnesota. I've never been scared of that team ever.
We already beat their ass.
That's right.
That'd be interesting.
Hey, Aaron, is that tobacco you're smoking, or is that the ganj?
I got random drug tests. I can't smoke the gun.
Okay, so it is ganj.
Don't tell my boss.
All right, guys, I got to drop, man. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I love all you boys.
Christmas to you.
Merry
Thanks,
Christmas to you.
Enjoy,
What did
fellas.
they call him? What was that guy?
Oh,
The character.
yeah.
What's his name? Yukon Cornelius.
Yukon Cornelius.
Oh yeah.
That's the one nickname that fucking didn't hit down the middle, Greg.
Yeah.
No, it didn't carry. I got to work on his nickname, the badge.
Badge. Hey, Badge
Merry
and I are
Christmas
going
to
to
you.
room together down in Mobile, Alabama, and so I just want to say
Going down to Mobile.
I hope that you got some really nice pink panties.
Oh, always. I don't leave home without them.
I don't know where this is going.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Take
Happy
care, brother.
New Year. Well,
Later, Badge.
Love you, man.
Later. Love you, boys.
Badge.
All right, babe.
All right.
That is not very nice.
Come on, Shane.
Hey, RK, I want to hear your thoughts on the Chicago Bears and the disappointment that they have brought to your home in 2019.
Man, fuck this team, man. Man, fuck this team, dog. Man, I don't know, man. It's like you said, man. When I'm out in public, I just tell people I'm a Bears fan. And I love subjecting myself to torture. So, I mean, you get one good team every blue moon, and I think the blue moons happen. So we're gonna have another 5 years of shit. So I don't know, man. Just speaking honestly, how I really feel, the team. It was a bunch of mistakes made this year. I think it's clear. Everybody's seen it. We got hit with the injury bug. I mean, it's not really an excuse you want to go off of, but the defense was kind of ravaged by it. So, I mean, man, it's just, to me, it's just a year of missed opportunities, man. That's all it comes down to. It's just a bunch of it's a shit ton of missed opportunities. You should have beat the Raiders. You should have beat the Chargers. I mean, that's two dubs right there.
Should have beat the Packers week 1.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
zero thought of running the football. You understand me?
Fucking zero. You know, you get the running back you trade up for and you barely use them for shit. You know, you would expect a great coach to scheme around what his team is good at. But hey, man, you know what I'm saying? We just speaking to the choir, man. I don't know, man. I'm at a loss for words.
I was telling my boy at the bar earlier, I said, man, I ain't got shit in my wardrobe I can wear. The Bears are losing. The Kentucky Wildcats are losing to Evansville. I ain't got shit to fucking wear.
So he pulled out the barroom hoodie.
I pulled out the barroom, bro.
There you go. Win or lose, you can wear that.
At least, right? We ain't losing here, at least, man. You know what I'm saying? But
there you go.
Like I said, man, I'm just at a loss for words, bro. I feel like how I felt today. I had a kid get picked up and slammed by a girl at a wrestling tournament today, and he got pinned immediately after it. And I sat there with the oh shit face for a good 3 minutes.
Oh no!
He came to the side. Yeah, he came to the side. He looked at me. I looked at him, and I just said, "Man, you just get your shit together and come talk to me when you do it." Lost words, man.
Face. Look at this. Yeah. Somebody come here and look at this.
I promise you. If somebody took a picture of me today, that I had the Kevin Hart face legit.
Oh man.
Hey, dude, we had to walk past the girl, and I just looked at her. This shit was textbook. Just keep walking.
It's not all on Mitch.
Hey, that deep ball was all on Mitch, though.
You watch your tongue over there. I said nice things about you. That's my baby boy.
Hey, I got a Mitch jersey. I got my son a Mitch jersey. So it's not like I ain't pulling for him.
Yeah.
It was like I said, though. Like I said, I'm in the midst of a fantasy battle, and when he overthrew that, I was just kind of like, how am I supposed to feel about this right now? He certainly was helping me out on that toss, but got to hit it. You know, it's frustrating. They couldn't. They had limited opportunities, so it's like, oh, okay, it's one shot, he misses, but you still got to hit it. And you start getting into the excuse train when you say things like that. But it's just so frustrating how they could never open it up. And, you know, to me, if you really want to break it down why that happened, is because they have no run game. You know, I know Montgomery had a couple nice runs, but for the most part, he hits a brick wall every time they give him the ball.
It all starts up front.
They don't go to him.
So how the hell is play action? How's the play action?
Yeah.
Roll out, any of that. RPO, how's any of that supposed to work without the real true threat of a run game? I mean, the offensive line has to be priority number one. I know everyone's fired up about the quarterback, but the offensive line, first and foremost, has to be priority number one. Not just a retool, an overhaul, in my opinion. And I know Dr. Phil is step for step with me in that.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah, I loved that last night. Swanky.
I told him
And then Phil doesn't correct him the whole time. He just keeps taking
Did you hear me talk to Aldo at the end?
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
In the morning.
I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. Not Aldo. Swanky.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? Please, throw a draft.
It's draft.
I'm not an actual doctor, okay?
Not an actual doctor.
But I stayed at a Holiday Inn last.
People are confused. Is it Oprah's guy? Is it Aldo's guy?
Don't say Aldo's about to be as big as Oprah soon, ain't he?
No.
Yeah.
No.
Why? Aldo got off his diet?
Oh no, that's horrible.
Hey fellas, I'm
Wait.
behind schedule here, so I'm going to move on. I want to thank Aaron and RK for popping on. The job that you guys did all season long on the Barfly Tailgate Show is extraordinary. I know you got a couple more shows left, and so I can't wait to listen to hear you guys bitch and moan about the fucking season. And Bobby
I
Bombs
don't know what the fuck we're going to talk about.
Right, hey,
talk about your wardrobe.
We're going to take the Bears around the shed like old Yeller, bro.
Bam!
Hey, you know we got them shotguns down here in Kentucky, bro. I got you.
Hey,
drops from this guy.
If the Trubisky Trubisky thing doesn't happen for us, I'd like you to get that Trubisky jersey that you gave you gave it your son or somebody, and just put some shotgun holes in that on video for us, okay?
There you go.
That would be awesome.
Hey, you got to put it on a teddy bear and put a sticker on it that says hopes and lies.
Oh boy.
Bragg's over there about to cry. I'm sorry, bro.
I know.
Deserves the blame.
Bragg's looks so
the pinnacle
angry.
moment of
All
my
right,
fantasy championship right now.
All
Thank
right,
you
guys.
very much.
All right,
so I am
Gary.
sweating bullets.
Merry Christmas to you all.
Later, fellas.
While Greg tries to get $800 richer.
Oh man,
You guys are great. Keep up the good work. We appreciate you guys on the original
Barfly Tailgate
Barfly.
Show.
There you go.
All right, guys, I am going to play a segment that was produced by our Buffone 55 co-hosts, John Buffone and Alyssa Barberi. It is 15 minutes long. That way it'll give Shane an opportunity to shoot himself up with some drugs, and Phil
Thinking about it.
Phil to go get his wife ready, because I think Steph is going to join us for a segment right afterwards. So
I think she is. She might have went to bed.
Well, if
she's out, she's out.
If she's in bed, you got 15 minutes to go to work, brother. Here it goes. I will be back in 15 minutes. This is John Buffone and Alyssa Barbieri.
Hey everybody, John Buffone and Alyssa Barbieri here of Buffone 55, wishing everybody at the Barroom a happy holiday season. Alyssa, how are you doing? I'm going to guess that your holiday season's going to go a little better than the Bears season, huh?
I'm just thankful that this game was after the holiday, or before the holidays actually, so, it's, we can put it behind us at least for a week.
You know what? It's good to have the holidays as a distraction in times like this, because we need the distractions. The season's almost over. Mercifully, I cannot wait for the season to be over just so we can kind of turn the page on this and look forward. But that was an absolute debacle at home against the Chiefs. Just an all-around better team beat the Bears, and every actual facet of the game, the Chiefs were better. So that was an absolute shellacking.
It absolutely was, and it was a gut check. This is what we've been seeing all season, and they started their home finale the same way they started it. They couldn't score a touchdown, 3 points. It was just embarrassing all around, like many Bears players said.
That's right. Well, we're here for the holiday special, so in our fashion, it's only right that we do some 555s. I understand you have some questions for me. Let's kind of just jump right into that.
Absolutely. Okay, here we go. So as always, usually when we start and end our show with 5 questions that John has 55 seconds to respond to, and that's John's way of dedicating Buffone 55 to Doug Buffone, his uncle, who played 15 seasons for the Chicago Bears and wore number 55. So John, you ready to get into it?
Let's do it.
So from a football perspective, not as a fan, can you evaluate this loss against the Chiefs? Based on your football acumen, what happened on Sunday night? You've got 55 seconds.
Listen, you don't need to be a professor of the game with your chalkboard and Xing and Oing stuff out to see what happened here. This was a royal ass-kicking. It's the same things that have gone wrong all year, except they were playing a really good team. You can get away with some of that stuff with Detroit or the Giants or the Cowboys, but when you play a team that is a legit Super Bowl contender with the kind of weapons the Chiefs have, you can't get away with not being able to block anyone. You aren't going to get away with missing easy throws or not converting on 3rd and short. You can't get away with blowing a 3rd and 18 on defense or committing a stupid running into the punter penalty or not being able to get into a legal formation before the end of the half to set up a Hail Mary attempt. This team has serious problems with execution and discipline as of recently. So when you're barely staying in games as it is, you can't afford to make stupid mistakes. And when it comes down to brass tacks, the way the Bears won their games this year was never going to work against the Kansas City Chiefs.
And the fact that they did that on a national stage against the quarterback that they could have had, they must have, obviously, they discussed that throughout the entire night, and Bears fans got to see that up close. But on the national stage against Mahomes, Nagy facing Andy Reid, and they just crapped the bed. The Chiefs, like you said, were simply the better football team. No matter how much of a sell Ryan Pace tries to make the Matt Nagy edition, like Andy Reid's offense 2.0, the Bears just don't have it. They don't have the quarterback, they don't have the offensive weapons, and they don't have the offensive line, and they don't have the play caller that can get it done. Andy Reid was scheming guys wide open for the Chiefs all night, and the one overthrow Mitch Trubisky had to Allen Robinson, that was the one guy that Matt Nagy schemed open. This game was a harsh reality check the Bears needed. They're nowhere near they were, and it's going to be difficult to get there.
I hope this lackluster season forces the NFL, when the schedule making starts, to keep them off prime time. I'm tired of this. I can't take the national ridicule when the Bears are in prime time anymore. Just keep them at, I guess, noon Central Time, 1 o'clock on the East Coast. Keep them on that in that early game. I'll be fine with that.
I'll take that because it also temper expectations there a bit, so they won't have a big head there heading into next year. Okay, so now I'm going to ask the same question, but now this time as a fan. So someone who, when falling off of trees while hunting, bleeds navy blue and burnt orange. Can you evaluate this loss to the Chiefs as a fan? You've got 55 seconds.
Kind of like what we talked about before, I'm just over the Twitter crowd weighing in on Bears games, as if the Bears fans and media haven't been watching this team all year. It's embarrassing, and the NFL just kind of led the lamb to the slaughter on this one. It was the final nail in the coffin of a terrible season. It doesn't matter if they win or lose to Minnesota. The verdict is out on the Bears, and it basically got read on national television. It was driven home last night that the Bears aren't even close to being a top-tier team. I'm sure most of us already knew that, but this was a harsh reminder. It's nauseating to watch. How can a team change so much in a matter of a year? Physically, they can't execute. Mentally, they're not all there. I tweeted after the game that I don't think I've ever wanted a season to end as much as I do in 2019. Now, listen, there have been some putrid Bears teams in the past few years, but at least we knew what we were getting. We knew they were going to be bad. The decline in expectations for this team from September to December have been absolutely gut-wrenching. This has been the pickle on the poop sandwich that was the 2019 Chicago Bears.
Just when you thought like the Packers game last week, you thought that was as low as it was going to get. Last night's game, it just made me absolutely sick. I was watching with my dad, and we talked about just how the joy was gone when watching this team this year. Obviously a big part of that, like you mentioned, were the high expectations that were set forth heading into the season. But, it wasn't too much to hope for a repeat playoff appearance. Maybe not, exactly a 12-4 record, what they were able to do last year. But considering that the talent that returned, you expected it. The defense did enough, but obviously it was the offense that ultimately damned this team from the start. Watching and listening to everyone just praise Patrick Mahomes, not going to lie, it hurts. But I'm done pining over him, and I'm trying to hope for the best of Trubisky moving forward. But it was really hard last night to do that. This was the game that Bears fans wanted to win, right? Right up with that Packers game last week. This was Trubisky's chance, for one night at least, to quiet the critics, with those comparisons with Mahomes. Obviously he wasn't the only issue, but he was a big problem last night. The entire offense is broken, and there needs to be a lot of self-reflection this offseason if this team wants to compete for the playoffs next season.
Yeah, and I think Bears fans were looking for anything to regain that hope they had in September, whenever they thought that this team had a great chance of winning the division. The Packers had a first-year head coach, so we're not sure what we're going to get out of the Vikings. The Bears were primed to, repeat as division champs. So everything that the Bears did right, whether it was beating the Lions or, that first win against the Vikings, everyone was clinging to that look. They finally turned it around. That moment never actually happened. It never actually clicked for the Chicago Bears, especially on the offensive side of the ball, whenever you have an offensive-minded coach that can only squeeze 3 points out of the roster. So it had been a season of just waiting and waiting and waiting for the switch, and it never, ever happened.
And it's hard to believe that this was the same team that we watched last night lose in embarrassing fashion to the Chiefs, was a team that before that opening game against Green Bay were legit Super Bowl contenders, or so we thought. It's just, it's a hard pill to swallow.
Things change very quickly in the NFL.
Absolutely. So, we talked about it a little bit, but the comparisons between Mitchell Trubisky and Patrick Mahomes seemed like a constant on NBC's telecast. You want to extend that comparison tonight, or do you prefer to comment on Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth commentary on both quarterbacks? You've got 55 seconds.
Look, there's certainly a television aspect to this. The Trubisky-Mahomes thing was essentially the only interesting aspect of this game from a national viewpoint. It wasn't a division game. The Chiefs have very little mobility in the playoff race. The Bears are out of it. The flex options were most likely bad because I don't know if they were allowed to poach the 425 Cowboys-Eagles game. So you have to keep going back to the well. Graphics showing the two quarterback stats, the video comparisons, Chris Collinsworth smugly describing one of Mahomes' throws as a could-have-been Mahomes throw, which made me sick. I could sit here and just scream into the wind about this, but I'm not going to do that. Would I rather have Mahomes right now? Yeah. Did anyone think Mahomes was going to be the second overall pick in the draft? Not that I can remember. I'm tired of talking about it. Trubisky could have 5 Pro Bowls, numerous 4,000-yard seasons. In the court of public opinion, they're still going to make memes. They're going to make jokes. They're going to call him Trubisky and mock the Bears. Listen, the Browns could have had Carson Wentz. Every team could have had Lamar Jackson. Every team could have had Tom Brady. I'm all for criticizing picks, but this coulda, shoulda, woulda, and I can't believe you passed on this guy. I don't buy it because in the moment, no one has a clue how anyone's going to turn out. If we did, every number 1 overall pick would be a Hall of Famer.
I mean, listen, there's no one that's going to say that the Bears made the right decision to draft Trubisky over Mahomes or even Deshaun Watson. And I'm not making excuses for Trubisky because he's been a big part of the problem this year, but you have to look at the situations that they've landed in. Obviously Mahomes got to sit for a season behind a seasoned veteran like Alex Smith, and he got to learn Andy Reid's offense. Trubisky was sitting behind Mike Glennon for 4 games, and he had to deal with John Fox and Dowell Loggins. Oh my goodness. He was a goner from the beginning, it seemed like. But Matt Nagy was supposed to be the quarterback whisperer, but while he comes from the Andy Reid coaching tree, Andy Reid, he is not. Nagy has been arguably one of the biggest problems this season with the offense. But when discussing Mahomes versus Trubisky, you have to look at the situations they're in. Last night, it was a cold, hard reality check. Mahomes has an offensive line that can protect him. He has Travis Kelce, he has Tyreek Hill, he has McCole Hardman, Sammy Watkins, he has a running game, and he has Andy Reid calling plays back there. Trubisky has Allen Robinson, a suspect offensive line, no run game, no tight ends. Obviously Mahomes is the better talent here, but no doubt Trubisky hasn't been helped by Nagy or the rest of the offense. Putting a different quarterback in that offense right now is not going to be a magic cure-all like some Bears fans think.
Yeah, and I get there's a big difference in weapons when you look at Kansas City and you look at Chicago. And I think that, Nagy has been kind of a problem because I saw a good comparison on Twitter today about how Andy Reid has, taught his players the skills they need for the system. Meanwhile, Nagy just has his system and expects his players to run it and just teach the plays kind of thing. So I think that, Nagy brought a system over, and we've talked about this over and over again this year. Nagy has a system, and sometimes he doesn't have the personnel for it, and he doesn't really care. So this is the system, make it work. And obviously, that hasn't worked out. It hasn't worked out for his quarterback. It hasn't worked out for the run game, the offensive line, the tight ends, obviously. Anybody. It hasn't worked out for anybody. Now, this isn't all on Nagy. The players haven't been, carrying their weight either. But it has just been a cornucopia of nonsense the entire year that has resulted in a sub-average football team.
And we only have 1 game left of this mediocre and just disappointing season. So with that, we have 1 division game left at Minnesota. Is there anything you hope to see or learn in week 17? You got 55 seconds.
What's left to learn? I think we've seen and learned everything we need in 2019. What I'm looking forward to is December 30th. That's when this sham of a season's officially over and some real questions can start to be asked and eventually answered. Does beating the Vikings make anyone feel better about this season? Do you feel worse about the season if they lose to the Vikings? Of course, I want them to win, but it's not going to change my view on the season. I said last week that 8-8 looks better than 7-9, and sure, on the surface, it does. But Can anyone honestly say they're going to feel substantially better heading into the offseason if they manage to beat the Vikings in Week 17? As far as the game goes, I guess we get one more look at Trubisky, and the coaching staff and the front office gets one more look to see what they want their approach to be in the offseason. Same for the linebackers, Pierre Lewis and Kwiatkowski. Pierre Lewis had 12 tackles against the Chiefs. Kwiatkowski had 11. They're auditioning for a potential starting role with the Bears next year, or potentially starting roles with other teams because both are free agents. Maybe they get some more looks at the wide receiver. Wims had some bad drops against the Chiefs, so maybe he gets another chance at it. Maybe Riley Ridley gets in there. These are small things, but holistically, this isn't going to move the needle for me.
Yeah, obviously, like you said, nothing that they do next week is going to change the mind or the perception of what this season has been. But, I'd like to see them go out there and just kind of play with nothing to lose, which is exactly what didn't happen on Sunday night. This is the last game of a pretty rough season. Try to end it on a positive note. Trubisky isn't going to change the mind of his critics, with a single performance. And he'll definitely be one of the big questions heading into next year. But it would be nice to see if the offense can find something or just anything to build on for 2020. But it would be nice, to see some of the young guys get going. Like you were mentioning, I'd like to see more of Kevin Pierre-Louis, and Nick Kwiatkowski, who are looking to get extended next year. Riley Ridley, Javon Wims, even though he did have some of those horrid drops. Kevin Tolliver, Fighting for that battle over Prince Mukamara. Alex Barrs on the offensive line, where he's someone that the Bears paid money to stay on the practice squad. He turned down going to the Patriots because they wanted to keep him here. So in this final game, let's go up there. Let's shut the Vikings down. Let's prevent them from winning the division if that's what they have. If they're able to do that, if they beat the Packers tonight, let's go at the positive note. Let's sweep the Vikings.
Yeah, I would love that, and like I said, this isn't going to change my viewpoint a whole lot. But I wanted them to play with that reckless abandon, like what they have nothing to lose kind of attitude for the last month, and we haven't really seen that too much. So we'll see if that changes in the last game of the season.
And so the final question, John, I want to do something totally different. So let's you and I jointly share our Christmas good wishes to the Barroom's listeners. So if you don't mind, I will go first.
Go ahead.
Okay, so listen, Barflies, I know it's been a difficult season, one that we'd like to forget, along with most of this decade. The failures this season have stung worse because of those high expectations that this team failed to live up to. But if there's one thing that the Bears have brought us, it's a semblance of family. Through the highs and the lows, we still have this wonderful thing that we call our Bears family. So as we approach the holidays, I'd like to take this time to wish every one of you a happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, whatever it is that you celebrate. So thank you for welcoming me into the Barroom family this year, and I'm looking forward to a happy new year where hopefully the Bears can rewrite this narrative in the next decade.
Well said, Alyssa. We are very happy to have you here, and I appreciate all the work you've put in on this show throughout the season. I want to wish all the Barflies a wonderful holiday season. Whether this is your first time listening or you've been on this ride with us for the past 3 years, I appreciate each and every one of you. I know the dynamic of this show is that we put on a program for you to enjoy. However, I've always seen this as you providing me an outlet to talk about my favorite thing, the Chicago Bears. We may disagree sometimes, but in the end, we're all on the same team. So thank you so much. And as poorly as this Bears season has gone, that's how good I hope your holiday season goes. In the end, we are talking about a football game, a game we are passionate about, but there are always more important things in life. So I hope you're able to enjoy your family, your friends, have some good times. Look, football season only lasts 17 weeks per year, so remember to cherish those things that you have all year round. So, happy holidays, Merry Christmas, bear down, everybody.
That is John Buffone and Alyssa Barbieri, the co-hosts of Buffone 55. They have one more show left this season before they go on hiatus. I think they're going to do their final show of the season, a wrap-up show. They're going to have a number of guests on to talk about the Bears season the week of January 13th. John actually got a new job. He works for the federal government now, and I've warned them against whistleblowing because, you can really get in trouble doing that stuff. But he's going to concentrate on getting acclimated with the new job, and then he'll be back with us for a season-ending episode. And then after that, we'll have new episodes around free agency and draft time. Buffone 55. Draft Dr. Phil, is your wife coming on?
I went up there. She's honestly knee deep in rapping.
Oh, I know that feeling.
She has laryngitis.
Oh no!
So I don't want the YouTube trolls, annoying voice comment to come through. And she wanted me to pass on though.
Mm-hmm.
And she's fired up because she hasn't heard enough Draft Dr. Phil songs tonight.
Oh, I know. We're behind on those songs.
She's also fired up.
Perfect segue for me to bow out.
She also thinks Greg is very nice and he's doing a wonderful job. His movie takes sucks.
Mike North is drunk or something.
I think all the wives of the barroom should do a show one day, Aldo, just maybe a one special or something where everybody comes on. I think that'd be awesome.
I like that idea.
That's happening.
You're in charge.
But we're also doing I Am in Charge.
Then it's fucked.
We're going to do that segment I talked about, how like Greg and Shane or you and Shane could ask Steph questions of how well she knows me.
Right.
And then if she gets it right, we really are a power couple.
Barb, how well we know each other.
Yes. That's
not well at all, Shane.
This guy.
But she wanted me to wish you her best and wish everybody in the bar room a Merry Christmas from Mrs. O.
I love it, and tell her that we love her and that we appreciate all of the time that she sacrifices by letting you do your thing for Tape Never Lies and Bears 100 Proof. I know that she listens to the show, so I will tell her.
She's listening now.
Okay.
You could speak to her. Go ahead.
Steph, I love you. Thank you very much. I'm so upset that the Christmas present I sent hasn't arrived yet. I hope that when you get it, blah, 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 blah. And
got mine last. Although.
And again, I appreciate everything that you allow Phil to do, and I love you, and I can't wait for you guys to come to Chicago and spend some time over here. Shane, I know you are dead tired and probably need to get some rest, so you want to say a couple of final words before we let you go?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, please.
Absolutely.
Stop Greg from talking.
Got another one more early morning coming up, and then I get a little respite here, which is I'm looking forward.
Is this dead air, Jer?
Yeah, dude, I'm on borrowed time right now, man. Give me a break.
Jesus Christ!
I've been going since 3 a.m. and it's 20 to 12 right now. But no, it's just another. Hey, the season didn't end the way that we wanted. It's not quite over yet, but. No matter what, it's been a blast with all you guys, Aldo, Phil, Braggs. I mean, just everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody that's got a
clock.
Yep. I'll even shout out Dan Aguirre and include him in this. As surprised as he may be to hear that, he was part of the crew here for a while with us, and just I don't. So much goes in, behind the scenes, just. Getting everything going, and can't do this without any of the barflies and the people in the chat room, and we appreciate all their support. And now we got the 87 Facebook groups and YouTube people coming in, and it's barroom is going places, and I can't think of a better crew to work with than you guys right here. And like Joe said, big things in 2020 coming, and I think we're a big part of that.
I love Shane. I've ever told Shane's like a son to me.
Oh, we haven't got any cookies from BB though, Dad.
I know, no Christmas cookies. He doesn't fucking come on the show. He's got these recorded messages I have an issue with. I'll just keep it 100 on 100 proof. Just come on the show and talk. Shout out to the Blitz guys, Joe Mandel, the original Barfly Tailgate Show. Sorry, I'm taking over your segment. I'll shut up now.
No, Shane, Merry Christmas to you and your family, for real, man. You do a lot of hard work here. I know we always spend all our time complimenting Phil's hard work here, but Shane is
That's
the one.
Dr. Phil to you.
Shane does a lot of work behind the scenes and puts a lot of his heart and soul into this, and most days, just like Phil, he's working while he's doing it. So hats off to you, Shane. Your passion is undenied, and you got a big heart as well. So I'd love to meet you one day, shake your hand, of course, and your family, of course. But Merry Christmas to you guys. I hope you guys have a good holiday.
Absolutely, you too, man. It's that's what we are here. It's a complete brotherhood, and everybody that is a part of this, I feel the same way. And one more thing before I go, I just want to give one more shout out to Ryan Cox.
Yep.
I knew it, you bastard.
And his family. I talked to him a little bit today. Had a little setback, but things are looking up again. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to be home for Christmas. But, in the grand scheme of things, when I was talking to him, it's a small price to pay for the health of your child. And, they obviously completely understand that, and just what a strong family that is to be able to deal with what they're dealing with. And, I know every one of us here at the Barroom would do anything that we can do to help out. And, you talk about the Christmas spirit and just spirit in general. And that's what it's all about. You can be pissed off at the Bears, and none of that shit matters when, real life's got a way of hitting you real hard, real fast. And you look at what they're going through, and we're pissed because the Bears look like shit against the Kansas City Chiefs. And, real life is what matters. And that's what Ryan and his wife are dealing with now. So they're in our thoughts and prayers more than anything. So, a huge shout out to the Cox family. And, as I said to you guys here, I can't think of a better group to be working with, and love all you guys, and Merry Christmas, and let's kick some ass in 2020.
Okay, brother. You take care. We love you, and make sure you have a great holiday, and I hope that Riley, you spoil the hell out of Riley, because Christmas is for kids, and your words are taken with a lot of love and compassion, brother.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Okay. I don't care what anyone says about you, Shane. You are a scholar. You are a federal employee.
Is that what they call me?
You are a friend to the end. And the hate is unreal. The tape never lies. Shane Marsaw, you are the epitome of everything we got here. And doubling down on Greg, who tried to show me up tonight.
Yeah, I'm learning from you guys. I made a compliment, but intertwined it with a shot.
Yeah,
exactly. That's exactly. You are like a young Jedi.
Good young deer.
Learning from Aldo Yoda. But Shane, Merry Christmas to you. Obviously, you will talk before. Yeah, horny he is. Well, he's smart. He is.
All right, I'm about ready to bring Danny Shimon in, but first I want to do this.
Here's another song you've been trying to forget.
Just be brutally clear. Zero thought of throwing the football. Zero thought of running the football. You understand me? That's exactly what it was. So it's as simple as that.
Could you explain again why not running the ball? What was...
Did I just say that?
Yeah. I just...
What did I say?
Reasons.
What was it? Fumble.
Oh, he calls a play that's dumber than dumb. Third down and 1 to go. He passes, not runs. He's got a giant play sheet. He's dumber than dumb. Jet sweep reverse from the 3 is dumber than dumb. Does is done. None of this is done.
you. No, I understand it. Did you happen to watch a Colts game yesterday? Go back and check it out. A little different. It's really the same, but different. They're 10 yards further.
Another Draft Dr. Phil classic, and with that, I want to bring in our man from Draft on Tap, the guy who more than anybody knows who the Bears have to acquire in this upcoming draft in order to turn things around. Danny Shimon, how are you, brother?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing? Merry Christmas, everybody out there.
Yeah. Guys, never come on video. He's never done it. He just
The fact that these seem like predictable run plays.
Not even on Draft on Tap is he on video. He is always in disguise. Yes.
He is.
I have a face for podcast, brother.
There you go. I have to agree with that.
Oh my God, I totally missed that joke because I thought he said I had a Facebook podcast. Did you think that, Greg?
No.
No? Oh, you have a face for podcast.
That's right.
Sorry, Danny. That was a good
How you guys been?
I think
How you
you're
guys doing?
underrating yourself.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Take as a compliment.
It is. I don't think you're an ugly dude.
Well, we'll find out soon.
Guy's been at the gym working out. He's fucking ripped.
Back on the scene.
Aldo, I heard you talking to Ryan earlier about sharing a room in Mobile. You know, I'm getting you first though.
That's right. I am getting you first. That's right. I might be really tired by the time Ryan gets there. Yeah, that's right. For those of you who don't know, Danny Shimon, the lead scout of the Barroom and host of Draft on Tap, and Ryan Badgley and I are going to be down in Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl. We're going to be bringing you live shows, updates, interviews with players and scouts, and it's going to be a great way for us to get acclimated with the upcoming draft and to see who is out there for the Chicago Bears that could potentially help this team immediately in 2020. And Danny, that's the first question I had for you is you've been scouting these guys. You've got top 10 lists of tight ends.
The chimes are back.
There you go.
Early draft season.
Exactly. Can't wait. You've got top 10 lists of the tight ends, the offensive linemen, the quarterbacks, and so forth. So I'm going to put you on the clock. The chimes are going to run. You got 2 second-round draft picks. Who do you think might be there for the Bears? And who would you like to see, Ryan Pace or Danny Shimon, the GM or head draft guy for the Bears? Who would you like to pick?
Well, picking who was going to be there available at those 2 second-round picks would be a little bit tough at this point right now. But in terms of position groups I'd like to see them hit on would be obviously the offensive line. I think we all agree that that's an area that they need to bring in a starter, whether it's a free agency or with the draft. But tight end, this is an offense that's really that's kickstarted by that tight end position, and they need a weapon at that position. And unfortunately, with the Shaheen pick not going well. Trey Burns' injury history in this past season, that really was a position that they're lacking in. So I think tight end, offensive line, and for me, quarterback. Although that I wasn't a big fan of the Trubisky pick when it was made, and I think I don't know if they're going to move on from Trubisky, but I think get a young guy in here and have him sit there even if it's a third guy on the bench and just learn the system and groom him and get him ready to eventually take over if Trubisky doesn't, turn his season around or turn his career around next year. So this is a deep quarterback class for me. You can get guys in the late second day, even early third day that can come in. You might not start day one, but these are guys you can probably develop, and they have traits, they have characteristics that you like, that I like, I should say, and that you can develop, and then eventually, hopefully, one day turn into starters for you. So those are the 3 position groups I'm looking at. And then if you go defensively, what happens to middle linebacker? Does Trevathan come back? Is Kwiatkowski resigned? Do you need another young guy there? Safety, Clint Dix, we're all expecting to leave via free agency. I think Deion Bush's contract is up as well. We need safety there. Cornerback, I fully expect Prince Mukamura to be a cap casualty. You're going to bring in another, corner there. Do you have faith in Michael Joseph and Kevin Tolliver? So there's a lot of question marks and pass rusher. How long are we going to wait for Leonard Floyd to develop? It's another question you have to ask yourself. So you went into this season with a lot of expectations, and unfortunately some of those were not met, or actually a lot of them were not met. So now you go into a lot of more question marks. So, but to me, my top two position of need is offensive line and tight end.
Merry Christmas, motherfucker!
Yeah, I could see a nice, Bryson Hopkins, my top tight end from Purdue, is if he's out there that second round, that's a kid, that's a guy who's a playmaker, pretty much a bulked up receiver, if you will, a guy who can stretch his seam, a guy who can threaten the flats, a guy who can, make linebackers, press linebackers, stress them in terms of one-on-one coverage. So a guy who can make plays downfield for you. So that's a kid that right now is top of my board. So if you're talking about a tight end
Definitely
position there.
stressing the offensive line. Totally agree with you. Tight end and pass rusher are right there. I really like what I saw in Kevin Tolliver. You were on the show that day. We were all excited about getting that player in there. And every time he's been on the field, he's shown me or flashed in coverage and being in the right spot, being physical. There was only one play against the Packers where he's just waiting on a tackle. You hate to see that he gets run over. But other than that, you got to love that kid and the potential. I loved Michael Joseph. So to see him being brought up, hopefully they play these guys. This is where helping the draft process and preparing for the future, the Bears have always just never thought outside the box. Like, what do you have in Alex Bars? What do you have in Michael Joseph? Get these guys on the field in situations where you can properly assess them on a, full speed rep where you're developing but also showcasing. Some players practice like shit, get in the game, and they're like a fucking maniac. What do you have there? Get those answers instead of, going through the motions like you did the other night. But
right, as soon as you're eliminated from the playoffs, you should beat the young guys in the lineup. You should put Alex Bars in there. You should start Kelvin Tolliver.
Exactly.
Any young guy you have question marks about, or you want to see play, you should play him. Heck, I was even up for putting in Tyler Bray. He can't be any worse. Let's see what we got there. Do we got a guy who could potential backup next year for us? So stuff like that. I like to see, like, if you tell me tomorrow Tyler Bray starting against Minnesota, I'm all for it. Something I'm going to sit there and watch, because instead of watching the whole Trubisky show all over again, let's see what Tyler Bray can do. He might not do anything at all, but at least we'll see him in live action going up against a team, the Vikings, who are probably going to be, playing for something, hopefully.
Well, that ought to piss off Draft Dr. Phil. Tyler Bray.
I'm not saying Tyler Bray's the answer. I'm just saying let's see what he got. He can't be any worse.
I don't agree with that, but I understand your philosophy there. But I just think this kid needs the competitive reps. And I don't think he is as big a problem as he's being made out to be. I think.
Talking about Trubisky?
Correct. I don't think he's the giant issue and everything. This offensive line issue is overwhelmingly chaotic each and every week.
To me also, I think an issue as well is schematic.
Yeah. We don't know if they're teaching.
How are you blocking this run game? How are you teaching this run game? Harry Heastan was heralded for being one of the better offensive linemen coming in, bringing him back from Notre Dame, his second stint with the Bears. What has he done so far? Has he done anything to impress you in terms of developing, younger, offensive linemen? It's only his second season, but, let's see him, take an offensive lineman and create and make a cohesive unit here, So, schematically, there's questions there. Coaching, there's questions there. There's questions at quarterback for me personally. Trubisky just doesn't process quick enough yet. Will it ever get there? Possibly. But right now he can't process quick enough. And I think that's what Nagy's frustrated, because I think Nagy is being hamstrung by a quarterback that can't process his offense quick enough. Now some might say then alter your offense to the quarterback, alter your offense to him. And I think you've seen him do that later on this season with the more run plays and all that stuff. But it's just, I think Nagy's being hamstrung by a quarterback that can't process quick enough for him.
I think there's a lot of truth to what Danny is saying there. I think, basically you got a coach who is stubborn and doesn't know what he's got in terms of talent and has been slow to to change stuff, and you got a quarterback who is just so fucking inconsistent. One week he shows a little bit of promise, and then the next week he shows like he's a fucking total dud. And this draft, in my opinion, you got 2 second-round draft picks. You got to invest in a developmental quarterback. We have seen, one of the things that we've seen this year is mid-round quarterbacks coming in and playing well for an injured quarterback or for a benched starter. The NFL, or I should say, the collegiate game is changing where they are spitting out quarterbacks who are more ready for NFL action than ever before in the history of the game. Why is that? It's because NFL offenses are adapting the college game schematics to their pro game. They know that they have to do that because if not, it's going to take them 3-5 years to develop a quarterback. And head coaches don't have the luxury of that time to develop quarterbacks because everyone is expected to win now. So you can find a second-round quarterback, or you can find a Gardner Minshew. You can find these guys in mid-rounds that will help you win immediately or will give you at least, some insurance policy if your high-round draft pick or your big free agent acquisition at the quarterback position doesn't work out. And the Bears have to do that this season. And it's a shame that they have to, because it basically is saying that Mitch Trubisky was not a wasted draft pick, but potentially a wasted draft pick. But that's what you got to do. You got to correct that mistake. And that was, frankly, it was a mistake. You were better off with Deshaun Watson. You were better off with Patrick Mahomes. And you could even fucking make the argument that Mitchell Trubisky is no better than Deshaun Kaiser. He's just gotten the opportunities. Who knows if Deshaun Kaiser was the starting quarterback somewhere, if he would be putting up similar numbers to Mitchell Trubisky. So it's a fucked up situation, but that's where we're at. We've got to find a solution for the quarterback at the quarterback position, and I'm not at all convinced that because of the problems we've had at the offensive line, because of the schematic problems that Matt Nagy himself has created, because of the lack of a tight end, I'm not at all convinced that even if those problems were solved, that Mitch Trubisky would be the number one quarterback, because as Danny says, he just fucking has a hard time processing. Hey, there was a fucking play on tape from a week ago where Javon Wims is wide open in the end zone. Trubisky's rolling right, and he throws it to the corner of the end zone to a guarded player while Wims is wide open in the back of the end zone. We can't fucking say that schematics, offensive line, the lack of a tight end. That's a fucking quarterback who can't get the fucking job done. And it pisses me off that that we're even debating this, that this guy needs some serious competition in training camp. And when Mike North says, bench him for a half, bench him for a half. You know why? Because even though he needs the reps, he also needs some fucking tough love. And part of the development process mistakes by Matt Nagy is that he's fucking bubble wrapped this guy from the beginning with too much love and so forth. There should have been more of a Ditka type of approach to coaching this guy than the fucking panties approach to quarterback coaching that Matt Nagy has employed. That's my
The reason for that is because Trubisky, he's a sensitive kid. He's a kid that doesn't like, he can't take criticism. He doesn't like, he wants to win. He tries hard. He puts in the work. He puts in effort. You see his teammates love him because they see him work hard. They see him try to improve. However, he made that, that tongue-in-cheek joke about turning off all the TVs at Hallis Hall. Now, I know he was just joking about that, but there is some truth to that. He doesn't like criticism. He takes it to heart. And it slows down, his mental processing, and then he gets all nervous and he kind of stiffens up on game day. So this is a kid that needs to be coddled through, the whole game and coddled through the whole process. That's why, at one point I think it was week 3, week 4, where you saw Nagy go to the whole Sean McVay thing, where he's talking to Trubisky right up until that microphone's cut off in his helmet. So he's trying to help him get through seeing some of the defensive mismatches, seeing some of the coverages and all that stuff up until 15 seconds on that play clock. So this is a kid that needs that tender love and care and all that stuff. He can't take criticism, and unfortunately that you're a quarterback for the Chicago Bears, you're going to be criticized. So can he ever get over that? Who knows? But physically we know he's got the tool set. I mean, he's athletic. He's
not going to be criticized. You're going to be crucified. So you two have done a great job of it tonight, and Merry Christmas and fuck you too.
But he's got to have. If you're going to be the quarterback of the Chicago Bears, you got
process and all this other shit. There's an offensive line and a coaching issue.
There's receivers always open. You watch the tape. There's receivers always open.
Clearly, I watched the tape.
And you see receivers wide open.
See all receivers wide open. I don't.
What? I see them all the time. I see them every week. Every week there's receivers wide open in the slot. He takes sacks when he doesn't have to take a sack. Throw the damn ball away. Why can't he process that? Just throw the damn ball away. Wait for the next play.
I agree with that. He should have. But again, you had a team that quit last night, and your recency bias is from last night's game where
this is in my case from the whole season. You can talk to Aldo if you don't believe me, but this is a kid that doesn't process quick enough.
I break down every tape. Apparently, you don't watch the tape, nevertheless, like the 40,000 other people.
I'm telling you, I put him on. I put him on every week, and I see receivers wide open when he's taking sacks.
Wide open.
Aldo just gave us
you could take a sack because you got no pass protection. You could take
just gave us a case in point where Javon Williams is wide open and the other side of the field. He doesn't see it.
1 point. There's also 50 other points that have
his receivers are getting frustrated, guys. His receivers are starting to talk up now. They're getting frustrated. Allen Robinson was pissed off last night because that was a touchdown he missed. Okay, his receivers. Anthony Miller's always been pissed off the whole year. These guys are getting upset now.
If I may jump in, as the Mitch Trubisky ball washer of the network here, the one thing I will disagree with, to an extent with Danny and Aldo here is, when you guys say that he can't take criticism, he has to be handled with kid gloves. As someone that has been very close to this guy, up close at camp and everywhere else, places have been interviewed. Games, I see him coming through the tunnel when the fans are yelling at him. I do not agree where you say he can't handle criticism. He's one of the few guys, to me, that takes accountability on this team. I do think when you talk about the mental midget part of what he is, he gets in what my opinion of it is that he gets himself too hyped up. He thinks about things too much. It's not that he can't handle criticism. And when it comes to Nagy taking kid gloves with him, that's how Nagy handles everybody on this team.
Exactly.
He's not a tough coach. He shows it at times. Like they tried to trump it up earlier this year when he got tough with Mitch in that one moment on the Monday night game. But for the most part, Nagy just wants to believe in guys. Look at the Cody Parkey situation last year when he hit the goalpost 4 times in one game against Detroit. And his message after the game was, we're going to back this guy up. That's what he wants to do. He wants to believe in guys. He's going to believe in Charles Leno. He's going to believe in Mitch Trubisky. He's going to believe that they're going to fix it. That's how he is. And when it comes to Mitch, as far as taking criticism, I think he takes it in stride. I mean, when the guy was drafted, everyone freaked out. He was booed at the Bulls game. He shows up to camp as a third string behind trash Mike Glennon and Mark Sanchez. He took it in stride. He never breaks what he's trying to do. And I see what he's trying to do. He's trying to build himself up into a franchise player. And he has high expectations for himself. So when you see like that despondent look on his face, it's because he's pissed off because he's failing. When he looks, sad in the post-game pressers, it's because he's pissed off because this isn't going the way he wanted it to go in this year. I mean, never mind the fact that it's probably costing him a lot of money too, all this failure. So, I as someone that is up close to him, I do not agree that he can't handle criticism. He can. I think he wants to be coached up in that way. And they probably do behind the scenes. I think that might be played up a little bit. I think I was touching that on a little earlier about I don't know if we truly know the full scope of Nagy and Trubisky's relationship. And I think people are trying to draw that up now that we're trying to get to a point to figure out if
and as a scout, Danny, or should know that everything starts up front. If you can't run the ball, pass protection breakdowns, and this is happening not once, this is happening every fucking play. I've never seen anything as piss poor, schematically, fundamentally. This isn't made up. So I'll challenge.
You're right. It starts up front. You're 100% correct.
Cut the tape and show me the missing receivers and then show me the protection that went along with that. Because some things conceptually in his 7-step game to get these deep balls that your line can't do. So it doesn't match what it is you're trying to do with what it is you're protecting, with the receivers that are running inappropriate routes, that have had to be benched, that have dropped the most passes in the NFL. All those narratives don't match what they're trying to do. And you can't go from Packer week where he threw 2 interceptions, right, for the stat scouts. But if you look, the interceptions, one was a Hail Mary at the end of the half. The other one was a tipped ball, lucky, great play by their.
I'm not even talking about interceptions. I'm not talking about interceptions.
In that game, though, there's big boy throws throughout the whole fucking game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. He's like I said, he's got the talent.
This guy,
he's got the talent.
But you can't keep going back and forth.
Physically, he's got the talent.
This team quit against Kansas City. They did.
That's fine. I'm not even talking about Kansas. I'm talking about the whole season.
I know.
Yeah, but Phil, let me.
There was a corner blitz last night. He didn't read it. He didn't read the corner blitz, and then he just took the sack. When a blitz comes, you throw it into the blitz. He just doesn't. He didn't read it.
Phil, let me ask you this: do you think that perhaps the reason the team quit is because of Trubisky? Because
because they lost to Green Bay.
No, but
Trubisky lose the game to Green Bay?
Well, he didn't win it.
Did he lose it?
Did he win it? I mean, quarterbacks win games, you know? And
I saw players lose that game. I saw a coach lose that game. I saw officials affect the game for the Darlings. I saw those things. You telling me that punt, by Cordarrelle Patterson knocking the ball loose, the Bears get the turnover, score, the whole...
Yeah, but there's plays prior to that. That opening drive by the Chicago Bears, Mitch Trubisky didn't do anything special. And you fast forward.
You were chanting on him afterwards.
Yeah, but still, I was. In terms of bringing him back next season to compete for a job. It's not like I anointed him
with you.
It's not like
with you.
I'm not anointing him as somebody that we can trust with the job. So I just feel like, hey,
over the offensive line shit. You just can't. It's that bad.
I'm not.
You can't run the ball, Aldo. You're in last place in rushing and offense and point score. This isn't all the quarterback. I'm sorry.
I agree with you, but I think that you still strip away those things, and we see, and Danny and I agree on this. We see a quarterback who we just can't have much confidence in, some confidence that perhaps he can change and develop, but not a hell of a lot, man. I'm the general manager of this team. I got to bring in some high level competition for this kid. And the only way that I'm assigning him to a longer term contract is if this guy gives me a fucking bargain basement deal, because I'm not going to invest big bucks on Mitchell Trubisky as a quarterback. There's no fucking way. Ain't gonna happen.
I'm with you 100%.
That's okay as a business, decision maker to think in that way. But as a fan, there's nothing wrong with believing that just because he has regressed this year and the whole offense in general has regressed, but Mitch in particular has regressed and he looked bad last night. There's no getting around that. But there's no reason to think that it's not an indictment to say that if the offensive line gets right and they get a running game and they get a tight end, that Mitch is going to all of a sudden be a much better quarterback. Like, people are like, oh, well, he's got to do that stuff in spite. Well, maybe. I'm not saying he shouldn't have. They could have won a few of these games with a little better quarterback play this year. They could have done a lot of things better this year in little facets of the game to win a couple of these games, but they didn't. And that's what happens in losing seasons. But to think that he, in particular, Mitch Trubisky, can't come back and turn the corner next year. I mean, it's your choice as a fan to not believe it or not get your hopes up on it, because we this year was talk about getting your hopes up. It was one of the biggest letdowns in Bears history. So, I don't blame you for not wanting to get your hopes up, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. You get this guy a little more time to throw, then he can process a little more, and get him a tight end. Maybe he can throw one downfield on a mismatch to a linebacker. He likes to take advantage of those kind of mismatches. And all of a sudden, maybe they might figure out a run game in year 3 of the Matt Nagy offense. And if they don't, guess what? Pace, Nagy, Mitch, bye-bye in a year.
Right.
But, we do have one more year to see this, if this is going to happen. Now, you want to bring in competition? Fine. I think that's a more convoluted conversation because, is it going to be from the draft room or is it going to be, a veteran? Shane wants both. I think that'll be really interesting dynamic going into camp because, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. If you have 3 quarterbacks, it's a circus at Bourbonnais officially.
I agree.
So,
you've got to make a commitment to either a free agent veteran or a developmental player. And you can do 3, but when you're talking a developmental player, you're talking a 7th round draft pick or an undrafted free agent. You cannot invest a 2nd round pick, maintain Trubisky, and then bring in a guy like Dalton. Because you just can't. You can't do it from an economic standpoint, and you can't do it because your roster, you don't want your fucking roster to have 3 quarterbacks active every week.
You only have 5 picks right now.
We're going to find out what Pace thinks about this quarterback. That's what we're going to find out.
He's going to be back. He's not going anywhere. Trubisky's going to be back next year.
I'm not saying that. Based on the strategic attack of that position this offseason, what Aldo just went through, if they pick a 2nd round quarterback, guess what they're saying? So that's what I'm talking. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying.
Physically, he can do the job. It's just, mentally, can he start processing quicker? Now, you give him a better offensive line, like Greg was talking about, give him some more time back there, blah, blah, maybe simplify the offense for him, run game. Sure, he could be an adequate quarterback. But, Phil, do you actually think this guy can win games for you, though?
Yes. I really do. I really know. I'm 100% sure.
You're 100% sure of what?
That he asked if this quarterback could win games for you. And he's already done so. He's already done it. So I don't have any concerns
even in this putrid year.
Yes,
look at the Denver game.
Look at the Detroit game.
San Diego game.
Look at the San Diego.
No, I don't mean but bring him back like a last play. I'm talking about like he'll be the reason why you're winning games. That's what I'm talking about.
Not like why you win it at the end, but why you blow them out to begin with.
Well, I see what you're honestly, I'm telling you, and I've said it 100 times. I'll say it again. I do the tape work. I can go toe-to-toe with anybody. I believe it's a huge coach who's learning to be a head coach, still trying to be a decent offensive coordinator. We're talking about the worst offensive philosophies I've ever fought. Nothing makes sense. So to then assess a quarterback in somebody creating, just picking random shit on Madden mode, whatever the fuck someone wrote me today, it was the perfect example. Nothing correlates with what you do. You have no identity. And the offensive line is the reason why you can't do it. And I'm sorry, I've uncovered all this shit for years. I've been right. And now I refuse to address and attach this fucking shit to this young kid. It's just not fair because it's not true.
I don't disagree with you on the fact that Matt Nagy is still learning how to call plays. I don't disagree with you that the offensive line has been below average. I don't disagree with you on all those points. What I disagree with you on is your high assessment of Mitch Trubisky. There is very little reason to have that level of confidence that you have in him. I just don't see it.
I gave you the reasons why
I know you did.
He's not been successful. You skipped out. You said he's a good offensive coordinator. I want you to show me where.
I know.
You're driving
you
the
misunderstood
football.
me. You misunderstood me. I said that I agree with
Right.
you that he's not a good offensive coordinator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then we're separate. I apologize.
No, it's all
I
right.
misheard you. The reality of that, if you suck, say you suck at something, but you're the head coach as well, and you're not doing good here,
I'm with
he
you.
fire himself? You know what I'm saying? He can't even give it up. He's got too much pride.
Right.
And to your point, Danny, the schemes don't fit. Maybe Harry Houston's philosophies with this trap stuff, he wants to run more zone or outside zone.
Yep.
We don't even see solid blocking. The two plays we saw solid blocked were the fucking big run by Montgomery and the big run by fucking Cordarrelle Patterson.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not dumbing it down. It's asking your offensive line to be men and do their job. Trap has not been successful.
I'm not putting it all on Trubisky by all means. I'm just saying, like, my top two positional needs were offensive line and tight end, right? But the run game is an issue. That's a huge issue. If you don't have a run game, I'm sorry. As a quarterback, you're going to be back there, dropping back, 45, 50 times. You're asking for trouble. So you got to establish the run, and that's something that I agree with you guys. Nagy needs to get fixed, whether it's a schematic thing, whether it's coaching or what his philosophy, whatnot. That's got to be fixed. You invested a third-round pick. You traded up to get David Montgomery, who I think is a pretty damn good back. Right. I just don't think he's been given an opportunity, a fair shot to make plays this year. And he gets the ball and there's a guy right there in his face. So
let me ask you this, Danny, philosophically, real quick. Guy carried a fucking fullback on the roster all last year. Carried this guy Mike Burton. Then they don't have a fullback this year. Then he's talking down like it's some slap in the face. Aldo always has the great term for it. Like it's beneath him to run I formation when clearly it works for you. So now is it like pride versus let's be win, baby, win, get in there and do it.
Right. And then that's the thing on Nagy on as well. 3rd and 1, he gets too cute. Like, dude, line up I formation. You got J.P. Holtz, who's actually a damn good lead blocker. It's the first time I've seen a lead blocker on the Bears in the last couple of years that's doing a great job. And just line I formation, 3rd and short, give it, or even quarterback sneak it. Just stop getting cute with the short down distances and all those plays. So yeah, I agree with that. But I think it's a combination of all those things. Once you get all that done. The one thing the Bears have to do this year is go into the offseason and they got to fix his offense. They have to fix it. The offensive line, tight end, coaching, schematic, everything's got to be fixed. So, they broke down the kicking competition last year. This year they got to break down the offensive thing. They got to just tear it down and just build it back up from scratch, in my opinion.
Danny,
now I'm gonna send you a gift for Christmas. I wasn't before, but Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, guys.
Hey, Danny, before you go, tell me one or two players' names that you are looking forward to seeing down at the Senior Bowl.
Oh man, I'm gonna be talking about tight ends right now. So like the kid, my top tight end right now is Bryson Hopkins from Purdue. He's gonna be down there at the Senior Bowl. This kid Adam Trautman from Dayton. We had Jim Nagy from the head of the Senior Bowl on our show, Draft on Tap, and he told us about this kid Adam Trautman. And I took a look at him. Division II kid from Dayton, big size guy can go up and pluck the ball out of the air over defensive backs' heads. He's a little underdeveloped, but he's a guy that I'm looking to see how he competes against competition that's going to be higher than what he's seen.
No underdeveloped guys, please.
Harrison Bryant. All right, Harrison Bryant, the kid from Florida Atlantic. These are guys are just athletic, move tight ends, guys who can make plays in space. Guys like that are going to be looking at. Obviously, we've talked about offensive line, and then to Phil's point, pass rusher. We got to find a pass rusher, whether it's in that mid to late rounds or whatnot. We got to get a kid here that will help Khalil Mack, on the opposite side there, because I think it's time's up on Leonard Floyd. Like, he does some plays, athletically he shows off, and you see some of the, especially his run defense, but pass rush wise, he had 2 sacks opening night, and I think he's had 2 or since then. So you have a kid like Mack opposite of you, and then when Hicks was healthy, Hicks inside, you can't just have 3 or 4 sacks. You got to have 8 to 10 easily. So
one of the bigger stories of this season that nobody really talks about is that, Danny.
The Leonard Floyd?
Yes. And Aldo was going to say something, but I wanted to give you credit for that.
All I want to say is that the debate that we just had regarding Trubisky is one that we are going to continue to have over the next several months. And I would love to set up a special with you, Danny, and you, Phil, and maybe a couple of other people, just a roundtable type of discussion, and that's the only subject, and that you guys who study the tape just do a deep dive into stuff for the football fans, the thousands of barflies who really love that in-depth football talk. You guys talk about it. Maybe we attach it with some video and stuff. It will be fascinating stuff. Danny, I love you very much. I appreciate everything you do for the Barroom. I'll be talking to you soon. And I want to let Rel, Lady Bear, Miguel, John, and Alex know that we're going to be calling you up very soon. But first, we have got this for you. Oops.
Oh, yeah. It's Christmas time in the Barroom. I know Shane's ready. I know Aldo's ready. Bear's girl better be ready. I'll tell you right now. Let's go, barflies. There's Barroom, watch out. The barflies will cry. Black Monday has come. Hey, says Fox is the guy. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. Oh, yeah. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. Yeah. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. There's Barroom, watch out. Will cry. Black Monday has come. Hey, says Fox is the guy. Hell, this hole is gonna burn down. Oh yeah. Hell, this hole is gonna burn down. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. And a little soft pace when he's sleeping. Shane will keep Guinea up and awake. Phil will take button down. You better Firefox for goodness sake. Oh, you better Firefox for goodness sake. Oh, you better watch out. The barflies will cry. Black Monday has come. Texas Fox is the guy. Yeah, yeah. Hell, it's all that's gonna fall down. Oh, yeah. Hell, it's all that's gonna fall down. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. Fall down. Oh yeah, hell is always gonna fall down. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. Aldo's off pace when he's sleeping. Shane will keep Ginny up and awake. Phil will take that Phil up and button down. And you better Firefox for goodness sake. Oh, you better Firefox for goodness sake. There's Barroom, watch out. The barflies will cry. Black Monday has come. Texas Fox is the guy. Hell is all that's gonna fall down. Oh yeah. Hell is all that's gonna fall down. Big Barroom is going down. It's Christmas time, y'all, and you know the barflies gotta unite. There's Barroom, watch out. The barflies will cry. Black Monday has come. Texas Fox is the guy. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. Oh yeah. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. Oh yeah. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. Oh yeah. Hell, this hole is gonna fall down. There's Barroom, we'll tear that fucker down. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Merry Christmas from the boys at the Barroom Radio Network.
I am announced it last week that is my favorite Draft Dr. Phil song, the energy and the attitude. And the fact that we're going to burn Alice Hall down is just perfect. Hey, I think we have on the phone with us Lady Bear. Lady Bear, are you there?
I'm here.
I love hearing that sexy voice. How are you?
Bear.
What's up, guys?
You tell me.
How are you?
Oh, I'm good. Just when I drove up, I was telling Aldo I drove up home to Chicago yesterday. 12-hour drive. I'm
God.
here with my grandmother, helping her get the house together.
Did you go to the game?
Christmas. No, I didn't. I went to a tailgate, but then I just went to my friend's house and watched it.
Oh, well, you will probably saved yourself a lot of money and aggravation by not going to the game. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Say hi to Draft Dr. Phil and Greg Braggs. They have been dying to talk to you.
Greg, hi, Phil.
How are you,
I
Lady
actually met Phil at the Mott's Barbecue last year.
Oh my God, Lady Bear.
I'm Cherie, the one that y'all kept
I
calling
remember you. Don't give your full government now, please.
No, I'm not gonna put all that out.
Yeah, I remember. We had actually. She's been on the air, Aldo, because
she has. That's right.
She came on throwing down some knowledge on the Bears
I
from
remember
the Mott's picnic.
that interview that you did with her. Yeah, absolutely, I remember that.
She was the one with the big personality.
Damn. That's not all that she had that was nice and big.
Oh, okay, Aldo.
For those of you listening at home, Aldo was
The horniest man in the barroom.
Yeah, his new clock is going to say that.
The horniest man in the bar. I like that. Lady Bear, tell me your feelings about these 2019 Chicago Bears and how have you dealt with the disappointment that they've given you?
A lot of drinking.
Right
I'm
up
drinking
Aldo's
wine
line.
right now. It has been so disappointing. I was at the 100th celebration. I was hyped. I've been I was getting so mad at people at the beginning of the season when they were predicting, oh, the Bears are going to suck this year. And I'm like, where are y'all, how do you figure that when there's, we kept the same team, there's been nothing to change for y'all to think that we'll regress, but here we are at the end of 2019, about to sit at a 8-8, 7-9 season out of the playoffs. So it's been real heartbreaking, and I've had to eat a lot of crow at work.
Oh my gosh! So you've been bragging about the Bears, and now you got to face the music, huh?
Oh my God! I still wear all my Bears stuff, and guys like, they're out of the playoffs. This was 2 weeks ago. They're out of the playoffs. I'm like, we still have a chance. I was still holding on to hope.
Never give up.
No, never ever give up.
Yes.
We're gonna have a Lady Bear show on the network. Are you ready to have your own show, Lady Bear?
I don't know. I'm gonna need some backup on that. I'm gonna need y'all to help me and guide me on that. This is my first time doing it live. Phil interviewed us. I was drinking in and just talking off the cup.
Yeah, that's what we do. Welcome to the show. No script.
Santucci's the only one that shows up with the script.
Greg had notes, to be fair.
That's right. Greg had notes.
Y'all leave Greggy Sunshine alone. Y'all always looking out for the fans.
Yeah,
you can tell that I'm not a good note taker because the writing looks like a fourth grader wrote it.
Yeah, hold that up closer to the camera there, so I want to see that. Oh my God, look at that! That is beautiful fourth grade printing. Really nice.
Barb really worked hard with you on your handwriting.
So, Lady Bear, I know you're.
Again, Shane gone dead, huh? He can't talk about Barb.
No. Oh my gosh, help me out with that. It's insane. Shane is just ridiculous.
Shane has a crush.
He does.
I don't blame him. Shane in check, Greg.
Yeah, Greg. Look at her giving you pointers on how to be a man.
Lady Bear, we only have Draft Dr. Phil for another 10 minutes. So before we let him go. Yeah, so before we let him go, I'd love for you to have a conversation with him, ask him whatever question you want, or or give him some advice. As a lifelong Bears suffering fan, go ahead, the two of you chat.
Okay, so Phil, how are you going to get through this off season after everything that's happened?
Listen, when this stuff comes, it just gives me a creative spirit. They're giving me material every day.
That's true.
Every presser, all the moves. I've been down this road. Remind you, Lady Bear, we've had Mark Trestman, we've had John Fox. So the material just, and I said that to my buddy at work, who's a big barroom fanatic, Skinny Czar, Chris Jackal. He loves the shows and everything. And I said, listen, I don't know, like Greg with his fantasy football shit. I don't know if I want all the material, but it certainly helps to be able to know this game, most importantly, this beautiful game of football. I mean, I love it. So I'm going to be breaking it down. I'm going to go back into the tape Never Lies and focus in on some players already on the roster to defend or show where we need to draft real needs, and also get you ready for the draft and free agency. And obviously we'll be doing Bears 100 Proof, the best podcast on the
y'all gotta
planet.
keep that going.
You're a big
and I do
fan,
want to
right?
tell you, Phil, yes. So Beefcake, Mookie, however you want to refer to him, he put me on to the Tape Never Lies, and I gotta say, like, I'm with Greg in the sense that I watch football just as a fan. I don't know the fundamentals. Of course, I've never played the game. I don't know the fundamentals. So I have learned so much watching the Tape Never Lies.
Maybe
just
we should send it. Should we send it to Danny Shimon? I wish Aldo would watch it, so he would be educated a little bit better.
I do watch it. I get pissed off.
I know. Call him out, girl. Call him out.
What was that? What was that?
She called you out.
She said you were a flip flopper.
And you know what? You know what, Lady Bear? It is true. 1 week I love Mitch Trubisky, and the next week I fucking hate his guts. It is true. I do admit that I am a flip flopper, a vacillator, whatever the fucking synonym is for love you 1 week and hate you the next. That is me, and I fully admit that. Fully admit it.
Well, I guess Bears will do that to you. I give you that, Aldo. The Bears will do it to you because I'm on that emotional roller coaster too.
That's football does that. Football does that to you. It's a week to week feeling, year to year. It changes every. What goes up must come down. It's a law of averages in football. So yeah, there's no question that next year could be just as much as everyone expected this year to be great and it fell on its face. Next year could be great. When everyone's expecting it to be nothing. You have no idea, and we certainly wear it on our sleeves. And I think it's just about what kind of fan are you? Are you the cynical type that's not going to be fooled again and wants to keep your optimism, reined in because you don't want to be let down? Or are you going to have hope and optimism because you're a hopeless romantic and you'll always believe that one day they're going to get it done like my Cubs? So, it's kind of
well, Greg, I'm a White Sox fan now.
Well, and I'm sure you got some hopes and dreams now for your own team here on the South Side coming up,
But I'm the fan that every year, at the beginning of the season, every year we go into the Super Bowl until we're not.
Especially in football, you have a chance. Other sports, it's not like that. In football, anybody can win it every year.
That is true.
That's why it's the greatest game in the world. There's only 16 of them, and Bears fans forget that misery, that long off-season wait till Greg pulls out his phone at summer camp and gets back to doing what the fuck he does best.
That's right.
Say, fuck them, Greg. Fuck the Braggs rule. You're going to film it until they throw you out. And then I want Lady Bear there filming your ass getting dragged out. So he did it for the bar room.
That's
did it for
right.
the
We have to put that out there.
Exactly.
We need Phil at training camp next year, so he can talk to Nagy.
Yes.
It has to happen. I'm
Let's
telling you.
do
I
it.
think you guys would. You talk about you're always wanting that moment of connection. I'm telling you, if you and Matt Nagy ever met in an intimate moment, if I could
me on the spot.
he would feel your energy. And he would just be like, "Come with me," and then we'd never see you again. It would be.
We will see him on the sideline.
No, they'd have him battered down at Hallis Hall in some kind of room, and they'd bring players into this room, and Phil would just motivate the fuck out of them, and he'd come out of this room like this just new man, this super person, So that's that. I'm telling you, Phil needs to go to camp next year and light a fire.
Well, I'm just saying, Phil, once that happens, I just want to hook up on tickets.
I will hook you up with a ticket once I get the Bears coaching job. For the record, here on Bears 100 Proof, I've made that.
We got
promise.
it live.
You got it live. Greg could pull that audio, or Joe Mandel, whoever he's ordering around at the time. He'll do it. And I will make sure it happens, because
be ordering you around,
in
Phil.
all truth, no matter what I do, I will never, ever forget the people that help you along the way. And I will never forget interviewing you and the energy that you came across with. I remember my wife turning to me, "I like her." I go, "I know." I go,
My God, I love Steph. She's so nice.
Oh, she liked you too, because you knew the game, and even if you love the game, so as a fan, it came across as so authentic, and just like now, I'm on here. I honestly have only slept 4 hours. I'm exhausted, and Steph's like, "I don't want you sick for Christmas and the boy," and then I got to get up at 5 in the morning. That's why usually I'm in it to win it the whole night. Everybody knows that. So it kills me inside to not be on the Christmas episode enough. But I really appreciate
you got to go take care of family first. We
Family
love you, but
first.
your family first.
I really appreciate that. And I really appreciate you, seriously, as a fan and as a true ambassador of the bar room. Aldo could speak on it as well, sharing and loving what it is that we do in our unique and oftentimes, what would we say, immature-ish way.
Immature-ish, nice. New word.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Just
It's
made it up.
authentic, though. It's y'all just being real, so I appreciate it. I love listening. I love interacting with everybody in the chat room. I just figured out how to listen live and get in the chat room. So
I like
I'm
that.
new to that, but I've been listening for a while.
I do have to admit that I'm a little bit jealous that you love Draft Dr. Phil more than you love me.
Oh no, Aldo! I love all of y'all the same. All of y'all are my boys. My
I want to be
I don't have a
loved.
favorite.
I want to be loved more than Shane and Phil. It's very important to me.
That's not how that works. You guys have equal love.
Rejected again. Phil, get out of here, man. Go take care of your honey.
Good night, Phil. Tell Steph Merry Christmas. You guys enjoy your holiday.
I want to say one thing before I go.
Absolutely.
Okay. The team is a reflection of its head coach. And after I say that, in all seriousness, Merry Christmas to all of you in the bar room. Everyone that's come on the show. I even see my boy there, my brother, over in fucking, where is he? Nova Scotia?
No, we
Japan?
can't. It's
One of
top
those
secret.
fucking-
We cannot reveal what part of the country
reveal.
he is defending
Oh, okay.
our democracy for. We cannot reveal that.
Okay, I will not reveal. I'm glad I said two different countries. Confused Tooch and Danny Shimon. But Bobby, I hope I'm not ruining. I'm ruining. But Lady Bear, Greg, Aldo, I said it last night. I'll say it again. You're the head coach in this. We're a reflection of that. I love what we're doing in the bar room. I love you fans. I love reading and interacting with you on YouTube, for our shows and all our shows, and the tape never lies. I promise I'll get that out at the end of the week because it's not going to happen with Christmas. I'm just all about these two beautiful boys and my two teenage fucking daughters driving me up a fucking wall.
They're two beautiful daughters, and thank you for driving them up the wall.
Yeah, exactly. If the Bears don't do it, they do it. So
There you
that's
go.
the saint for having to deal with me. And I really appreciate you all. Merry Christmas to you all. I promise that'll happen. Aldo, Greg, I'm sure I'll talk to you tomorrow. Lady Bear. Seriously, I think Aldo's onto something. I think we have to see you somehow a part of this because your personality. I'll say this, and Shane talked about Ryan Cox. I talked about him last night, his family. Barroom is a family. I met these Mott's guys, and they've become brothers, a part of you, and it's really important. And I send my prayers and positivity to Cox and his family, and to Spencer Strong. I've been hashtagging that up. Please do it. I'll be thinking about all of you over the holidays. God bless you, and good night, Greg.
Love you, Phil. Take care, bro.
Merry Christmas.
Bye, Phil. Good night. Merry Christmas.
Die Hard is not a Christmas.
I love you. Yeah, yes, it is.
No, it's
not. And, I give you a hard time, but, I love you. And you do, I always bust your ass about the music and everything else. But you do a great job, man. You put your heart and soul out to this network. So.
I love you. Thank you for saying that.
Well, you're always
Now,
saying
listen.
I don't say it on the air. So I just said it on the air so everybody can hear. Phil does an amazing job. He's holding a gun to my head if I don't say this.
I deserve it because I do fib a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. Even earlier with your bullshit to Joe about, he beat you in fantasy. He thinks he's a fantasy god. I never said any of that. You lie once again.
Oh, my gosh.
You and Shane are
Lady Bear
connected.
was listening.
Everything you and Shane do are connected. You're responsible for each other.
That's like Nagy, and you're blaming Pace and Nagy. Aldo, one favor. You have to play my new song. I'm going to leave.
Which one
but
is it?
Greg, the Silent Max song, and then Greg, you don't have to play it now.
Okay.
Actually, you could, because I know Lady Bear and Bobby will give an honest fucking answer to how. Anyway,
Bobby Bombs is on deck. He and Lady Bear are going to remain with us along with Greg Braggs, and then I'm going to get Rel on the phone next. We've got more Barflies who are coming up next. Draft Dr. Phil has just dropped out. I love you, Draft Dr. Phil. We'll be talking very soon. Let's listen to Draft Dr. Phil's new song, and let's talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Silent mag, they're holding back. Nothing is called as nerds. Get those nerds! Nerds! Round the edgy
I don't care what any nerd says, the guy's getting triple.
Holy blocking scheme, sometimes it's that simple.
Offensive coordinators are scheming against the dudes. The guy takes it on and he plays all out all the time, Aldo. I don't care what anybody tries to say.
Silent man, they're holding back. No flags are thrown, but
refs aren't calling it. They don't care, and it's a shame.
Maximum effort, splitting doubles versus the run. Bitch ass nerds on Monday asking
At
what
Barroom,
he's done.
we We don't read stats. We go by the tape.
Because the tape never lies.
I do this every week. The guy is a filthy animal. I don't know what the ref is looking at.
Nothing's called as nerds check stats.
That might be cool on a PFF grade, but not on the tape never lies.
When he's not triple. Holy blocking scheme, sometimes it's that simple. 50 deuces a beast.
How many times do I gotta say it, Shane? The guy's a beast. Everybody knows it. Everybody.
Max motor don't cease. Bears 100.
All right, we have 3 judges with us. They are going to comment on
that. Is my rant.
It is. Whenever there's a Draft Dr. Phil song, I have to wait to the very, very end because he likes to add in that extra little bit of sound, and it's like the song isn't over yet. Okay. Nevertheless, I want to hear from our 3 judges. I want to begin first with Bobby Bombs, who is joining us now from some part of the world. He is fighting for our democracy. Bobby, welcome to the show. What did you think of this new Draft Dr. Phil song?
What's up, guys? Lady Bear, how are you?
Bobby.
I think it's like everything, Phil does better tape than he does melodies, and he's really good at the tape. Either way, man, it's the thing for Mac this year. It's the thing for Mac this year. Of course, offensive coordinators plan for Mac. Well, no shit, he's a beast. If they didn't plan for Mac, they shouldn't have a job anymore. He had a down year this year, but the whole team had a down year. The team had a down year. There's not a single person on the team besides maybe Orav who you can say didn't have a down year or didn't. Maybe it was us. Didn't meet the expectations that was set in front of him. And I get what people saying. He's not doing what he needs to do. He's really got the same amount of tackles that he had last year. He's 3 sacks short right now of where he was last year in sacks. So I don't know if like a down year is the best word to say, but just a game-changing year and coming out and forcing those interceptions and we lived off of the defense last year. And this year when we tried to rely on the offense, it didn't pan out. So when people aren't living off the defense anymore, they're blaming Mac for it. I get it. But yeah, like you can't expect the dude to beat triple teams, double teams all the time. But when you hit him with triple or double and triple for the first 2-3 quarters, he's gonna tire out a little bit. And then every now and then he'll get beat up by a one-on-one thing. Let's not act like it didn't happen. The guy's not always got fucking 5 people blocking him. But either way, he's still a beast. It's not like you get rid of him or you don't want him on this team.
That's for
and
sure.
then, Phil, of course, your song, great. It's in Heidi's top 10. Fuck, congratulations.
We know that.
No, but it's a great song. Phil always...
Heidi has 100 songs in her top 10 Draft Dr. Phil songs.
I like his originals. I don't know. I love Draft Dr. Phil. Some of them parodies. I don't know. I prefer his originals.
Oh, okay. I love that honesty. You prefer the original songs over the parody songs. So this one was not one of your favorites, right, Lady Bear?
No, but I did like this because I like the way he overlaid the drop with the song. I do like this one. So I give him a thumbs up for this one.
All right. I appreciate the honest assessment from both of you. Now, I think this might be the tiebreaker here. It comes down to Greg Bragg's. Should this song live on in the repertoire of Draft Dr. Phil songs here at Bears Barroom, or should I just erase the whole fucking thing?
Deleted. It's another freaking snooze fest. What are you? Surprise, surprise. Phil's always doing these long, drawn out love. La, 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 la. He expects Greg, the ADD kid, to stay awake over here. I'm like, if I would start chasing, the squirrel running around in the yard outside my window, it's like, holy crap. No, but what I really am thinking about, like Lady Bear was saying, was when he does the drops, and all I can imagine is Phil recording these drops in his car, and he's yelling. He's like, because I don't think those were pulled from a show to pull back the curtain. It sounds like they were done, on his own, and so I just imagine him in his car screaming all these different sayings, and someone like walking by the car and seeing him do this. I kind of get a little pleasure out of that. And they say I should have like a doll with a pull cord. I think we need a Draft Dr. Phil doll with all these little sayings he has.
I love that idea.
All these nerds.
A real tiny doll.
Yeah,
I like that. Lady Bear, I don't want you to leave yet because I'm calling Rel right now, and he had a question in the chat room. He wanted to know if you were from the south side of Chicago. Rel, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I am. What's going on, Barroom? What's going on, Aldo?
Listen to those pipes, man. I wish I had a voice like yours, man. I would pay.
Look, he's already saying he is not the black Dan. Y'all need to quit calling him that.
Oh, I never did. Did I? Yeah, you don't want to be the black Dan. You just want to be. Man. You want to be Rel. Rel, man. Thanks for being on the show, and thanks for your work.
Oh yeah.
Thanks for your work with Draft Dr. Phil and updating the Last Call song. And I got a feeling that you could be asked by Draft Dr. Phil to do a lot more voice work, but. Hey, you had a question of Lady Bear on the chat room. Why don't you go ahead and ask her?
No, I was just asking her where was she from, because I was from the South Side, and I've been up in Green Bay for about 15 years or so. And I hate being up here. But what part of what part of the suburbs were you from?
I am not from the suburbs. I am from the city.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I grew up. Yeah, no. I grew up right off of 93rd and Jeffrey over in that area. So that's why I said right outside the Wild Honey.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, I grew up in the Inglewood area.
Yeah,
so I'm a South Sider.
I mean, we all South Side.
That's
right. I love my Bears, man.
Inglewood that often.
The whole world is South Side.
Rough around it.
The whole world is South Side right now. Hey, when you say South Side, is that by where Dr. Johnny Coleman had her church?
I'm not sure where that is.
Okay.
Where is it?
Yeah.
Where's her church?
Man, I want to say it was like 95th Street and something. I'm forgetting where it was.
Yeah, that's South Side.
Okay.
Yeah, that's definitely South Side, though.
Yeah. But anyway, I'm so glad that you're here, Rel, and I got to ask you. I got to ask you the same question I've been asking everybody else. How are you dealing with this very disappointing Chicago Bears season?
Oh, man. I don't even know where to start. Last year, it was so fun, man, just watching that team.
Yeah.
Even though the offense wasn't very good, that team was so fun to watch, even early on, man, because the Green Bay game kind of set a tone for the rest of the season. And then coming into this year, I thought we would see the same, but I just didn't see the same fire because out of the gate, when I did my rinky-ding-ding with Dr. Phil, the first one I did, I was like, this team just looks so entitled from the jump. Like, a lot of them, they didn't practice hard. It didn't seem like they had the fire to take it. They were gifted. Oh, you guys are going to be Super Bowl contenders and all of this. I just didn't see it once they actually got on the field. It was all on paper, but I just didn't see it when they got on the field, and it showed all the way throughout the season. team just played so soft to me, man, all through the whole season. And
Yeah,
it was
really.
disappointing to see.
Yeah, we thought the same thing, man. And I don't know if it was Bears 100 that kind of, blew them up a little bit, or had them like, with a little chip on their shoulder, or maybe it was how they played last year. But I think one thing that was really missing in the preseason that kind of left them struggling. Well, maybe not struggling, but didn't really hold the measuring stick, was those joint practices. We didn't do it. You don't get those hookups or those he's my boy play. I didn't want to run through him or anything like that. I wasn't trying to hurt this guy or that. I know they're never trying to hurt each other, but there's a different sort of, fierce that comes when you're going against somebody that's not on your team. And we didn't get that this year, man. And I think that would have been a good measuring stick for this team going into week 1, knowing exactly where they're at and, where they're lacking.
I agree, brother. Didn't we play Denver last year in the joint practices? Wasn't that Denver?
Yeah.
And then we played Denver in the preseason?
Right.
Yep. And I think the year prior was New England.
Correct.
Yep. And this year they had the opportunity to play Indianapolis for joint practices because week 3 of the preseason, that's who they played, were the Colts.
Right.
And they had a perfect opportunity. They wouldn't have had to fly anywhere. Could have taken a bus over there and had it. They
were
missed that opportunity.
offense, right?
Yeah, they definitely took this preseason way lighter than they did in Nagy's first year. There's no question about it. They dialed it back even further than they did in the first year. And as I said before, not only did they dial it back, but nobody was really fighting for any jobs at camp besides the kicker. And, that's not, for a young team, that's, it seemed nice at the time because you're like, okay, everybody's in their positions and we're ready to go. But, if you're getting comfortable, someone's going to pass you up. And I think that they found an element of that this year. They can't be comfortable. They got to always
But they had a position switch. They switched the guard and the center. So why wouldn't you let them get acclimated at the position during preseason where you can actually see where you can improve, or if there's anything wrong, you can actually fix it.
Yep.
But
and when we were at camp, Aldo and I can speak on it, the offensive line was getting blown up every play, and it was mostly Khalil Mack that would stand out every game or every day at practice, and you were just like, oh, well, that's because Khalil's a freak. And so you kind of wrote it off in that way, but yeah, they should have saw that as a red flag right there, that there was literally series of practices in camp that they couldn't get anything done with the first-string offense because they literally couldn't block them up. So, there was warning signs, and, I think we all just kind of looked past them because how are you going to be negative coming off a year like they did last year? Forget, Bears 100 was fun, but even beyond all that, it just felt right. This team felt right. This coach felt right. Everything felt good. Until all of a sudden it doesn't. And that's the reality of the NFL. And I think, for most Bears fans, this shouldn't be a surprise. This has been going on for 30 years here. So, but I think some that might have hopped on here last year when the club dubbing started up, I think might have gotten taken by surprise here a little bit. It hurts in the moment. One of the most disappointing seasons ever, right up there with, the year after the Super Bowl 2007 or, a few other years I'm sure some other guy can, bring up. But, that's how it goes in the NFL.
Yeah, but, and at camp, it's like a double-edged sword, right? We're all sitting there and we're like, oh, that was ugly. But did you see that defense? Like, oh, yeah. And then, we're a little happy. If we were going up against somebody else and they were just beating us down like that, man, I think it would have – maybe, I don't know, maybe not, right? It's all wishful thinking at this point, but it could have changed Nagy up a little bit and had him, discarding plays or changing up schemes or maybe putting a foot in Harry's ass because the line isn't doing this or that. And, you see positions of failure and you see things that are bad at that point that need to be fixed.
Hey, I want to welcome Miguel from New Jersey.
Jose? Hello?
No, not that one. This is Miguel from New Jersey. How are you, brother?
What's going on? How are you? Hey, what's up, everybody in the bar room? How's everything going?
That's the right. That's the right bar room. Bears bar room. What's going on, brother?
Hey, listen, man. I kind of agree with you on the Leno stuff, that you try to compare him to Tunsil and these numbers from PFF. But you don't see Tunsil getting hit by knocked out by a safety, and at least you see effort by these other tackles. I just don't see the effort, you know? And then for him to turn around and laugh at somebody, when they're joking on him like he doesn't give a fuck about football, and he got paid, I don't know, man. You need a little bit more effort out there. You're getting paid, you know?
I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you on that point. The effort, especially against Kansas City, man, that was definitely lacking. Lady Bear, you're still with us, right?
No, we lost her. She said she got disconnected.
Maybe that's because I can only accept so many lines. So I apologize, Lady Bear, if I accidentally let go of you. Rel, what do you think about the effort of this Bears team?
I thought it was good early on, but I think this last game, when they knew that they didn't have anything to play for, it was lackluster.
Yeah, that was embarrassing this Sunday. The defense was hot
they played a
shit
team that was
this weekend,
more superior, and they just basically bowed down.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
with
And
that.
they bowed down to a team that they had every reason to be fired up to play. If you like everything that you want to go, if you want to say
Exactly, Mahomes.
Nagy against
Andy Reid.
Trubisky. Yeah, like they had every reason to come out and just for each other play this game, and they fucking decided not to. And I think
I really thought Mitch
character.
without, I thought Mitch was going to come out and play, being the fact that everybody talks about not drafting Mahomes. I thought, he would play hard, but it was just, I don't know, man. He missed a lot of throws too, man. I tend to agree that it's not his fault, it's more the coaching, but I got to agree with Aldo. Some of those throws on Sunday was bad, especially that pass to Robinson deep. He's wide open there. That's a touchdown. And then the fade route. I mean, the corner, you got to throw it to the pylon. So, yeah, he missed a lot of throws, and just a disappointing season, man. I really thought we were going to, go to the Super Bowl and be a contender, Very sad.
I think the main reason
on inconsistency, man. Like everything about this whole season was inconsistent, from the coach to the offensive line.
Yes, and then it's like every time they're going up the field, they got a rhythm going. They got a rhythm going, and then he does a damn reverse, and they fumble. It's like he just finds a way to fuck up a drive. And,
it was a fitting
man,
way for the year to end. Yeah, it was a fitting way to end at Soldier Field this year. There's no doubt, because you got an element of almost every problem they had. I was surprised when Eddie Pinheiro made the kick that he made, because I thought that would have been the only thing missing, was a missed field goal to kind of show every little microcosm of what this season has been.
Greg,
I mean,
why
yes,
wouldn't
sir.
you take the points the first time?
Exactly. Yes, that could have been 3 points early in the game. I didn't understand that either, and we were close. That was about a 40-yard field goal, probably.
You know you're not going to get the ball back.
Right.
I think you were just last night looking at a team that was demoralized. They had a lot of expectations coming into the year, and I'm not saying they let go of the rope coming right out the gate. I just think when Mahomes drove down the field in the fashion that he did on the first drive, converting a couple 3rd and longs that were just back-breaking throws and incredible throws at that, and then he gets the touchdown. I think at that point, all of a sudden, and Kansas City's playing for something. They're trying to clinch a first-round bye.
They've been looking like that a lot, though. This team has been looking unready to play. I think you brought that up in one of the shows.
Yes,
they just have not been ready. And I think next year you got to play the starters every game in the preseason. This team needs reps, especially this quarterback and whoever they bring in, because I believe they need to bring in a veteran and draft somebody. I'm with everybody that thinks that. The Bears should have been drafting somebody every year. I've been saying this for years. But they never want to take. I look around the league and I see these backups that look. I'll be like, wow, that could be a great backup for us. Why are we not getting these guys? Why do we have Tyler Bray? What's the third stringer?
Tyler Bray, yeah.
Tyler Bray.
Yeah, look, nobody knows him. Tyler Bray. Why do we have him? We need to find some guys like the guy that the Jags got, Minshew. What is he, a 6th-round pick? Why can't we find something like that? I've been saying this all my life. It's
all politics.
Yeah, but I've been a Bear fan for 30 years, and it's always been the same problem. The quarterback, the coach, the GM. This is bigger than that. This is damn owners. They don't know nothing about football. They need to hire, people that know about football. Sell the damn team, for real.
Yep, it definitely takes ownership, but also it takes a little bit of luck too. Look at the Green Bay
Packers. But they hire people to hire other people that they don't get it right. So when are they going to get it right?
Right.
They hire Ernie Accorsi. He doesn't get it right. So what are you going to do? Turn around and hire somebody else? That's an insult on you that you got to hire people to hire a GM.
Yep.
This year, of course. Look at all these extra people we had in there to develop this team, and last year.
And what the hell is Helfrich on? What does Helfrich do? What the fuck is Helfrich getting paid for? And then you got the same quarterback coach you had since John Fox. Get rid of him already. He's not helping Trubisky with his mechanics. He should have been out the door with the rest of the John Fox crew. I don't get that either.
Come on, Miguel.
He's friends with Trubisky?
Miguel, you know why Helfrich is hired. He's a buddy. He's one of these white guys on the payroll.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. He ain't doing shit. I don't know, man. They need to fire this offensive line coach. This offensive line coach is supposed to
one of our
be
main
the best
issues.
offensive.
One of our main issues is Matt Nagy thinks that he's as good as Andy Reid, and he's not. That's one of our main issues. Matt Nagy thinks that he can run an offense like Andy Reid
before
can.
you even think about play calling. Learn how to manage the clock, manage the time.
We did hire him
how to run the offense.
Hey guys,
he doesn't know how to stop it.
Guys,
we did hire him after he blew a 20-point lead in the playoff game. That's in his DNA already. So, I think they hired him a little too quick. They didn't even go through the process. They just
that's for sure.
Got that interview with him, and they're like, "Oh, we got Nagy." I'm like, "What happened to the other guys?" So.
Hey, Rel and Miguel, I want to thank you guys for popping in for a few minutes and sharing your thoughts and your passion for the Chicago Bears. I'm going to try to get a couple more people in before we pull the plug. Thanks very much. I promise you we'll have you on again during the offseason because we got a lot more to talk about. All right, fellas?
Thank you so much. I love the show. Guys. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Keep doing what you guys are doing. You guys are the best.
Thank you, man.
Is Brad still there?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate your pride. You go to all these games and you're there no matter what's the score, if win or lose. I really appreciate that, and I want to get out to Chicago and one day see you out there and watch a game, Because I'm definitely going next year. So
anytime you come up, make sure you let me know, and I'll set you up on the whole tailgating thing. I'll even take you on the Braggs excursion, my man.
Nice.
Hey, we appreciate
a lot. I appreciate you.
Oh, no, I'm happy to do it. I always love meeting new people, and it's always fun meeting people that enjoy the work we put out there, and we appreciate the support from you guys and everybody else. So yeah, the kind words mean a lot, truly. So
thanks
a
lot,
Merry Christmas to you and Rel. Honestly, you guys are great. You bring
Merry Christmas to you, and thank you, Al, for having me.
And later on,
I
brother.
definitely appreciate all of you guys for having me on. It's an honor to be on with you all right now. I see where Bears Barroom is going right now. I've got on the train probably about 2.5 years ago, and it's been going ever since, man. Full steam ahead. And I just want to thank you all again for having me on. And hopefully next year we can have a better season, because this season was a little bit more disappointing than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the disappointment is going to last for a long time. I've been following the team, like I am proud to say, since the 60s, and this is one of those seasons that has hurt the most because of the promise this team made. They basically made a promise that this was going to be a winning year. They didn't say it in those words, but they said it with their play last year, with their attitude, with just assessing them as a Bears fan. I was just so convinced that they were going to make a deep run into the playoffs and maybe even get to Miami. But, man, that was far from the truth. Rel, I want to, again, express my appreciation for you being on. And Merry Christmas, and I hope you and your loved ones have a great holiday.
All right, Merry Christmas, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Merry Christmas,
Hear from you soon.
Take care. All right, I want to get John Sard. I believe that is how you pronounce his last name. I want to get him on the line here, and let me see if I can ring him up quickly. And
the Bears Barroom Rel and Miguel show coming at you. Those dudes are great.
And I want to get Lady Bear back on because I'm enamored by her, so I want to get her back on, and then the 4 or 5 of us can close the show. Let's see. Oh, and Alex Acevedo. I can't forget to call Alex. For some reason, I misplaced his name.
It's a party.
It's a party. John, are you with us?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
You tell me, brother.
What's up?
7 and 8, baby.
I'm just chilling at home. It's like 1:15 exactly a.m. over here on the East Coast.
East Coast.
Another East Coast, huh? Do you got a problem with the Midwest like Phil?
I'm a part of this. Here's the thing about it. The East Coast time zone goes so far in. I am Midwestern, but it's like I'm on the very, very far edge of the East Coast time zone.
Okay.
So what's on your mind, John, about the Chicago Bears team? I'm going to give you 60 seconds just to fucking rant and rave and tell us how you feel about the Bears team. And if you got a really good message, I'm going to package it up in a nice little bowl, and I'm going to send it to Hallis Hall so that Virginia McCaskey can hear it. The stage is yours.
Well, I think all the barflies that have been on the show so far, hit the nail right on the head. Everyone's disappointed. We had big hopes. I think the whole Bears 100 thing definitely had a part to do with it, because everyone got gassed up with it. I kind of wanted to go, but I ended up not going because tickets to that were kind of expensive. But I just hate to see the lack of effort coming from a guy that I'm only 20 years old. I'm only a couple years separated from my high school football days. And I took pride in the fact that I wasn't always the best, and I definitely wasn't the best on the offensive line. I played left tackle, but I always gave it my best. And I took pride in the fact that I was always there. I was always downfield trying to be there for my running back. I was putting in the effort. I was always proud to be the first one to help my running back off the ground.
Hello.
To pick him up.
Hey, Lady Bear, welcome back. John is with us, and he's sharing his thoughts about the Bears.
Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going, Lady Bear?
Good. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish your thoughts.
But I think the lack of effort it's the biggest one that doesn't sit well with me. I hate to see it. These guys are on the biggest stage. I see guys, C-17, not to call anyone out, trying to make these one-handed catches. What are you doing? Run through the ball. Are you sprinting? Are you sprinting the whole way? You call yourself an NFL player and you can't make that play?
come on. I'm kind of with Phil on that. You know, you need to go eat some bench if you aren't putting yourself on the line for this team, because this team needs you. And what are you doing? You're not putting in the effort for it. I mean, 72 is a big one for me. The amount of penalties he's got this year is definitely disappointing. I thought he was going to take the next step, him and Massey. I thought this whole offensive line was going to take, the next step. But we get this new guy in, and he just underwhelms. Honestly, I don't know if he has a future in Chicago. I don't know why guys like Alex Bars aren't on the line. Give these guys a chance. I guarantee you that he's gonna be better than Larson, injured Kyle Long, and Rayshard Coward. Even though Rayshard Coward is definitely the guy that's given the most effort on this line. It's just disappointing. It's going to be a long off season, and I think one of the worst things about it is here in this year, 2019, is the first time that every Chicago sports team has missed the postseason since 2004,
That's true.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't know if that means we got a team going to the championship the next year, because, the White Sox. I don't know if that means we got another team making it to the championship the year after that. The Bears making it to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
When I was 6 years old.
So law of averages, man. It's going to turn around, and I think your somberness is fitting, because it's tough right now for a Chicago sports fan, but what goes up must come down. I promise. I'll beat that drum all off season. I promise. It will turn around. It's just how it goes in sports. I've seen it a million times. Nothing should surprise anyone in sports, especially football.
Hey, John, you don't.
Yeah, it's definitely.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just gonna ask John. You don't have any weapons in the home, do you?
Well,
because it sounds like you might do something terrible.
No, I'm not doing nothing terrible.
All right.
It's just 2 in the morning where he's at right now.
Okay. All right. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
I'm only 20 years old. I can't legally buy a gun yet, at least from a gun store.
Okay, well, there's loopholes. You know that. Go ahead, Bobby. Go ahead, Bobby. You going to ask a question?
Oh, no, I was just going to say, yeah, it is the first time that they've all missed the playoffs, but this honestly might be the first time where every fan base of each Chicago team, well, maybe not the Bulls, but has more confidence than they've had in the past in those teams. Mm-hmm. White Sox fans are on a huge high right now, right? Cubs have been living their high for a while. Bears fans, we all just got kicked in the nuts this year, coming off that huge high, right? And it's like there was times before where you're like, yeah, well, I mean, I guess we can go to a game, but they're not doing shit this season. And everybody kind of knew it coming out of the gate. But it's I was telling one of my buddies the other day, like watching the Bears on the weekend is kind of like, and I'm not trying to be an asshole. I mean, I was that kid. Like that kid who waits for his dad to pick him up on the weekend because he's supposed to go see him, and then dad never shows up, and he just sit there all sad and shit. That's how every Bears game was.
That is so perfect.
You're like, yo, he's gonna show up. They're gonna show up. Here we go. Yeah, they're gonna be here. And then you got, Bob in the background, like, that asshole ain't coming. And you just sit there waiting, and then, they just don't show up, man.
So, John, where's your confidence level that this team under Ryan Pace? Because we know he ain't going nowhere. We know Matt Nagy ain't going nowhere. Where's your confidence level that they can bounce back in 2020 and get back to a level that we can, as fans, be proud of?
Well, I think contrary to the game against the Chiefs, I think benching Trubisky for that last drive definitely kind of lit a fire under there. I feel like this team got the full brunt of being a shitty Chicago team and the criticism that comes along with that. And I hope that they, grow a pair, do their jobs, don't get coddled through anything. No, nothing's guaranteed. They need to have that mentality that nothing's guaranteed. Mitch, nothing's guaranteed for him. He needs that competition. Everyone needs that competition. We need to bring some guys in here that are willing to do anything. I think Phil is definitely right. We need to extend guys like Pierre-Louis and Kwiatkowski, because these guys have stepped up and they've made the plays and they've been so tremendous on this defense that as of lately has been, kind of shell-shocked. I hope that they can just grow up, be a group of men, do their jobs, and get back to where they left off in 2018. Terrell was definitely right. Watching that team in 2018, I remember begging my dad every single week, let's go to Buffalo Wild Wings and watch the game. And I think we watched, probably 4 or 5 games together, and we had a lot of fun watching those games. I definitely remember watching that Tampa Bay game.
The 6 touchdown game?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. When they got that touchdown pass to Josh Bellamy, we lost it. Yeah. That was a fun day.
Yeah.
Just as comfortable as they've ever looked, and the tight end was the first touchdown of the game, streaming down the right sideline. Mitch hitting him for about 40 yards on a linebacker over his head for the touchdown. And they need to get back to that opening things up. But, they've got more than just, obviously Mitch elevating his game is key, but there's guys, around him. If they elevate their game, we could get back to moments like that when they're playing scrub teams like the Bucks. I know they showed a little bit of that against the Cowboys, but, then the key is to take that and beat some of the better teams in this league. And you hope in year 4 or for Mitch and year 3 for Matt Nagy that, the light comes on. It's all about momentum. The momentum they build starting next year at camp goes into the preseason, goes into their first win, and so on and so forth. And then you got to hope you get lucky with injuries and everything else. That's what the NFL is, I think probably from playing football in your high school days, sometimes, a guy does a team and guys got to be humbled a little bit to maybe overcome some, goals or adversity that they're going through. So, it doesn't always work, just getting all the, it's nice when somebody just walks in and wins them all right out the gate, but it doesn't normally work like that in sports. You got to climb the mountain, and that's what the Bears are at right now. They're climbing, and they got knocked down a little bit, but they're still a young team, have plenty of time to keep climbing up.
John,
that's exactly how it is, man. Let me tell you what about injuries. My senior year of football was our third game in. Probably the best player on our team tears his ACL. And I hate to see it. He was actually a good friend of mine. He's going to a college near me. But, that season didn't end up being good. And I think 3 games in, he was still our leading rusher for that season, which isn't good. But, injuries happen and guys got to step up. You can't second-guess yourself. We need guys that are here to play football, not mess around.
Hey, John, I was going to say that if you ever need cheering up, you need to call Greg Braggs. Exchange numbers with him because that guy is Mr. Positive. Swanky just wrote in the chat room, gosh, Greg, I wish I could talk to you, man, with your great insight and analysis. And what he means is that if you need a pick-me-up, it's Greg Braggs that's going to provide it because that guy is truly Gregory Sunshine. He's got a positive mental attitude on just about anything in life, and I love it. And I appreciate, John, you being on our show. Give people a final thought about what your thoughts are for 2020 or what you would like to see during the off season.
Well, I would like to see Pace be aggressive with the draft like he's always been. He's always been an aggressive guy, and he gets the kids that he wants. And hopefully the kids that he wants are the guys that this team needs. My faith in Pace, not really there, to be honest. Not a whole lot. Especially in the first round. if he can get one of these second-round picks to go, I mean, I guess it's okay. But, I'm not going to focus on all the negativity of this season. I definitely need you to text me Greg Bragg's number because I think I'll have a fun time talking with him. Because, really, I guess I kind of sound negative with all this that's going on this season, but a lot of that stuff, I'll forget it. What I remember are the good times,
No, it's warranted. This is, like Aldo said, one of the most disappointing years, even for someone as old as Aldo, going all the way back to the 60s. Back when the Bears and Packers played in the frozen tundra and disappointed a young Aldo Gandia who was shooting squirrels in the alley.
It was rats, not
Those
squirrels.
Sorry, rats.
You think where you think I grew up in the suburbs? I was rats, brother.
I got squirrels where I grew up.
That's the same shit, but they're nicer looking.
Yeah,
Hey, John, thanks a lot for being on. I'm going to move on and try to bring in Alex Acevedo, okay?
All right.
Merry Christmas, John.
Take care, John.
Merry Christmas, John.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. Shout out to the Bears Barroom Radio Network. You guys do an amazing job. Shout out to all the barflies coming in tonight that are still listening in the chat room. Shout out to the host, Aldo, Phil, Shane. These are the guys that make it happen. And I hope you guys have a great holiday season. I hope you guys get some good gifts. And one thing that I'm waiting on is my pair of flannel-lined moccasins. I can't wait for those. And a pair of new Carhartt boots.
I love this guy. Flannel moccasins.
Hell yeah.
Holy shit. Once you get those, hopefully you get them. Make sure you post a picture on Twitter or any social media. I got to take a look at those, okay?
Oh, hell yeah, man. They're L&L beans. Some high-quality stuff.
Damn!
Around the house every day. Right when I get home from work, I'm slipping into my moccasins. Keep my tootsies nice and warm.
Lady Bear, you approve?
I approve. Sounds like they're comfortable.
Yeah, really. All right, John, take care now, brother.
Hey, adios. Have a good night, everyone.
All right. I love this, man. This is awesome. We are going to try to get Mr. Alex Acevedo on the line, but before I do that, we got Lady Bear on the phone. She's a Chicago White Sox fan, and we got Greg Braggs, Chicago Cubs fan. I want to know from each of you, because the White Sox have made some huge, and Bobby, you're a White Sox fan too. White Sox have made some huge improvements in the offseason. I mean, just over the last week or so, they basically got a whole new pitching staff. I mean, this pitching staff now all of a sudden went from one of the worst in Major League Baseball to perhaps, top 10, top 15 at least. And so I want your opinion, Lady Bear. In that next Chi-Town, Crosstown series, is it going to be the White Sox beating the Cubs, or is it the Cubs going to beat the White Sox? What are your thoughts, Lady Bear?
The White Sox beating the brakes off the Cubs. I'm ready.
I love it.
You want to chime in on this too, Bobby? You think you guys
come on.
talk that
It's
tough
the
game
Crosstalk
before
Classic,
you guys haven't
baby.
even done nothing yet with all these young bucks you guys got brought up.
Says the man who finally got a World Series after how many
That's right.
years?
Thank God.
Yeah, and he hasn't taken the hat off yet.
He's wearing it right now.
Lady Bear, if you could see him, he's wearing his championship Cubs hat right now.
Oh my God! Let it move on. It's time to
No,
move on.
I wore it tonight because
We had
for
to
my
finally move on
fantasy.
for my 2005, 2006 World Series.
It was my good luck hat for my fantasy team.
Which, by the way, congratulations, Greg. You did end up winning your fantasy football championship, winning $800. So I can't wait to see you because you are mine, brother.
Drinks are on me in the bar.
Greg, did you tell those guys that you owe me $100 for setting your lineup every week, or no?
That's right. That's right. I needed all the help. It takes a village. Yeah, my first ever fantasy championship. I am excited about it. Not gonna lie, it was fun to watch that at the end. I actually needed the Packers of all people at the end to hold the Vikings down, to keep the field goal kicker off the field. so he didn't miss one, so I could just keep my lead. And yeah, I was thinking the Vikings and the Packers of all the teams I needed to do some things for me tonight to win one. But here we are. That's what happens when you ain't got your own team to worry about. You're stuck worrying about fantasy crap.
Yeah, I mean, then next week are we cheering for the Lions next week? Because if the Packers win, I think they have the first round bye, right? If they don't win, then they're
Packers are now fighting for home field throughout the playoffs. They have
that is amazing.
Next week, right?
Right. If the Niners beat,
But does that mean that the Bears have to lose to the Vikings for them to get it, or
No,
the
the Vikings are locked in at 6 no matter what.
Oh, okay.
Right. Yeah, if the Packers win and the Niners lose, the Packers are the 1 seed. So that's what the Packers are fighting for next week against the Lions. They should be able to pull that victory out. I'll tell you what, Zadarius Smith for the Packers
3.5 sacks tonight.
He was a man possessed in that second half. Pretty wild, their defense took on a whole transformation there. Hopefully Mike Pettin gets a head coaching job, so they got to reshuffle the deck there on defense.
I'm with you on that. And I'll tell you what's even more important next Sunday is the Oakland Raiders game. They need to lose because if they win, they got a chance to get into the playoffs, and that means that our being the Bears, second-round draft pick drops lower and lower and lower, and I'd love to see that, at least be at the 8-8 record mark, which is, I think, what their record will be if they lose. So we will see about that. I think we have Alex Acevedo on the line. Am I correct?
Aldo, the Godfather, I'm here.
Oh, listen to this guy. You Puerto Rican, right?
Yeah, I'm 50%. My father is. I haven't talked to my father in about 15 years, but yeah, I'm 50% Hispanic, 50%. My mom is Polish and Czechoslovakian, so little crazy mix there.
Well, yeah. So your father is the Puerto Rican, correct?
No, my father is Hispanic Mexican. He's from Mexico City.
Oh, okay, I get you. And I'm sorry that you haven't talked to him in a long time. I've had a similar situation too, but I know that you're here talking to us now about the Chicago Bears. I want your thoughts on this Chicago Bears team. Where's your hope level that they can bounce back and achieve at least a winning record next year and hopefully get into the playoffs?
Man, I was a little speechless this year coming into the season. After that Packers game, I had high hopes. I was fooled. I just feel like with the game they just had, with the game plan, it's just the culture, even watching it on TV, I could just feel it, that it wasn't there. It's just not there. I don't know what's going on with this team. The game plan going into this game, that first drive, that one drive in the third quarter when they were on the 5-yard line, and he threw the fourth. Sorry, I'm nervous. The fourth down goal, the fade they threw right before that. It was option to the short side. I mean, I don't know what to say with the game plan of what Matt Nagy has with Mitch Trubisky. I have no idea what to say. What is there to say? I was a disappointing season. Went to training camp this year. I'm from Bradley, went to Bradley Bourbonnais High School. This thing's been going on for 18 years. Just the hype of going to the camps all these years and, finally a winning season last year and then had high hopes into this season, and it's just, I don't know what to say now. It's just failed, and hopefully they can win this last game going to the off season, and hopefully Nagy can turn it around, because really I feel like he's going to fight for his job. I mean, if Ryan Pace sticks with Nagy this year, which is obviously going to happen, but he's going to fight for his job in the future, so from there, we'll see what happens.
Hey, Alex, would you prefer to see maybe the Bears do something drastic and maybe fire the head coach and bring in somebody like Chico Rivera?
I do like Chico because he's a Bear at heart. I feel like he would he would be the right fit. You know, I don't know. I mean, is he going to be available? That's another thing. You know, they're going to stick with Nagy at least another year. They're going to stick with him. I feel like Chico's going to get filled in with another team. I feel like he's a great head coach. He's old school, but still a player's head coach. You know, you could see the Panthers, they love the guy. You know, I thought they did him wrong. I think they should have waited to the end of the season. You know, but I see they're talking Mike McCarthy or whatever. They're talking to him, but that's neither here nor there. But, you know, I would like to see them going into this season and get some competition. I would like to see a veteran step in, give Mitch. I think Mitch plays better with more like a little fire under him.
Yes.
You know, I felt like that last year too. You know, I feel like he feeds off of that. I mean, everybody does. I mean, I do too. When someone doubts you,
right?
You know, you're gonna play up another level. You know, he's made clutch throws. That tight end position, Trey Burton not being there is huge for this offense. And I was a big, you know, supporter with putting Cordero Patterson at the tight end position.
Right.
He's a big guy. I mean, we've seen it a couple times there. He was blocking. You know, you can teach that guy how to block. He's an athlete.
Mm-hmm.
He can do anything.
Mm-hmm.
I would have liked to seen him put at that wide tight end position and, you know, open it up a little bit because, I mean, you see a lot of last year they ran a lot of I couldn't stand watching the curls, but, hey, got your first down. They kept the sticks moving. You know, Mitch running feeds off to everything. So, I mean, I could talk for hours about this team, but I don't want to keep you all night, but.
Well, I think you're offering some excellent analysis and you're expressing yourself regarding your feelings on where the team is and the disappointment of the team. I think you're expressing yourself in a really good fashion. I am with you about Cordero Patterson. The fact that this innovative football coach who loves to be the smartest man in the NFL, loves to try to become the smartest man in the NFL, did not utilize Cordero Patterson more in that tight end type position is ridiculous that he didn't take advantage of this guy's physical strengths. You're absolutely right. You know, for what is needed out of, I think it's the Y position or the U position. I don't know what they call it in a tight end. Yeah. He could have definitely done the blocking duties out of that. If Jesper Horsted is expected to do it, who was a wide receiver at Princeton last year, then Cordero Patterson, a guy that's been in the NFL for the last 6 years, could have definitely adapted to that position. He could have done it even at mid-season. We've seen other teams do it. I remember Ty Montgomery was a running back, he was drafted as a wide receiver for the Green Bay Packers, and in the middle of the season, without any training camp reps, he was put in at running back for the Packers. So this is something that could have happened with the Chicago Bears, particularly with the dire situation that the Bears were in. Trey Burton being injured, Adam Shaheen becoming a bust, a huge monumental bust, one of the biggest busts of Ryan Pace's, if not the biggest bust, of Ryan Pace's tenure with the Chicago Bears. This was just really bad thinking by Matt Nagy. He could have come up, because you're absolutely right. The tight end position is integral for this offense and could have helped Mitch Trubisky immensely. It's sad.
Yeah, you know, and you've seen that last year. How many times they run that option shovel? How great would have been to have Cordero Patterson as that option, as that shovel? You know, he's a threat. Yeah. Anytime he's on the field, he is a threat. You know, they think the ball's going to go. That's why they send him in motion, because, you know, to get that coverage to shift a little bit towards him. I just feel like he should have been put there as soon as Trey Burton was hurt. I felt like he should have been put there. The tight end position was too young. I mean, you got guys that are developing. You got to develop these guys, and that's all in time. I feel like Cordero Patterson could have been that guy. And for a head coach who's supposed to be so innovative with these offensive schemes, and it's just not there. I mean, look how many trick plays we ran last year. How many trick plays trick plays that work at the goal line. With a Tariq Cohen throwing a pass. You see Cordero Patterson throwing it to the stands. That guy's got an arm on him.
He does.
Why can't you run just a little? Why don't you just run a little? You see New England run trick plays. New England. That's the momentum of the game. I would have liked to see something. Cordero Patterson throw a bomb down the field. Get someone streak down there, run right underneath of it. Just to get something going with this Kansas City Chiefs game. You're facing your own coach who knows basically your whole playbook because you learned it from him. I would have liked to see more I formation, running the ball. We've seen this pistol formation. He just started. I think he just started running it last week or 2 weeks ago against Green Bay. It was like a new thing that he's starting to run. And he's trying to get more of Mitch running. I understand that, but you got to go back to what you're good at. It's okay to run a play more than one time, Matt Nagy.
I love it.
No, you hit the nail on the head with the option play. Like you were saying, that option play with the tight end shovel pass. They ran that play last year maybe 5 to 10 times. I don't think I've maybe seen it once this year. And that
Not
would
once.
be a perfect play for Cordero type because look at how he took that ball yesterday and rumbled like for 15 extra yards with a whole pile on top of them. And, look at Kansas City and the production they get from the tight end position. It's like 129 catches or something from that spot this year. What do the Bears have from the tight end spot? Like 6 catches. So come on. Yeah, it's a domino effect that's affecting other parts of the coverage and everything else that Phil will point out in the tape. But we all just know as fans watching that those kind of things is the only way to open all this up. Like you said, they got to shake up going into next year. I completely agree with you there.
Yeah, it was disappointing for the off. Oh, go ahead, Bob.
Well, CP's just a guy that we failed to use this year. We brought him in because of because he's a Swiss Army knife and the weaponry that he brings to the team and that he could play all the positions. We went, I want to say it's 6 games where we didn't utilize him at all. 0 receptions through 6 games, 0 targets. And then there was like 5 games where there was no rushing. So for half of the season, almost, right? A little less than half of the season, you have this weapon and we know all the other weapons that were not working, and we still failed to even try to use this guy. And it's just another hit on the, Nagy's got so many toys, he doesn't even know which one he wants to fucking play with, and I think that's one of the main reasons, and I know Phil said it earlier, and it was, said on Twitter and that, but it's one of the main reasons that this offense has no consistency or no plays that build off of each other, because he's too busy trying to get certain people involved more than he is trying to create a rhythm and move the ball.
And let me just interject quickly is part of the reason why some of these players like Cordero Patterson and some of the other players that have been underutilized, part of the reason that's happened is because the team has failed to move the sticks. So they've had fewer offensive snaps to play with and for Nagy to use that creativity. And so why has that happened? And in a lot of cases, it goes back to the offensive line breakdowns and Mitch Trubisky missing throws. If I'm going to blame somebody, it's because of that. Because some of that innovation stuff, like Alex has been saying, some of that stuff, it works when it works, right? And everybody last year it worked. Everybody was like super fucking happy.
Oh, it's easy to do. It's easy to do on 1st and 10. It's a fucking pain in the ass to make it work on 3rd and 32.
Well, and like you said, although it's opportunity, they've barely had any this year. They probably have the least amount of red zone appearances of any team in the NFL. And I guarantee, like on the goal line, you talk about not being able to run as many trick plays as they did last year. Most of those were on the goal line. How many times are we on the goal line? Mm-hmm. We're barely ever on the goal line. So they can't ever get into half of their playbook because they don't stay on the field. 10 games this year where they don't have a touchdown in the first half. They just don't have any opportunity. They got to build some momentum.
Yeah, that goal, that what? Go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Ace.
No, I just didn't like that. I mean, that drive on the goal line, on the 5-yard line, It tells you the whole season right there. He runs an option to the short side. I think it was a run. It was a run play that Cordero Patterson got down to the goal down there. I think it was a run play by Montgomery, and then it was the option play on third down. I just don't get why not just run a slant? You got A-Rob. Just run a slant. Throw it right there to him. I mean, I don't get it. I mean, obviously I'm not scheming against this team, but just go back to the basics, man. I just feel like he does too much sometimes. You know, old school Bears back in the day.
There you go.
How many times have we seen 5-yard slants, for God's sakes, with Rex Grossman? That's all we ever seen.
That's
It was
right.
a really good defense, you know. So
Well, and those teams ran the power with Thomas Jones into the end zone.
Right.
And that's
I miss
something
that. I do miss that.
That's something this team can't do. And so, I mean, a part of it is Mitch not being able to make some of the throws, for sure.
Right.
I'm not going to deny that, even though I love Mitchell like I love my own family. But the run game is also a big part of that. You know, obviously his decision-making on those RPOs is connected to the run game, but most of it, to me, is the running backs not getting it done as well when it pertains to the run game. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I'm a firm believer that Matt Nagy does not like to run the ball. He straight up says it. You know, I got to run the ball more.
Yep.
You know, his comments to the media about running the ball. You have to run the. And then Andy Reid struggled with that. There's a reason why Andy Reid's been only one Super Bowl. He's been successful, but you got to play time of possession. You got to play time of possession. You got to run the ball. You got to throw off a play action. I feel like, but you know.
Let me add that to that point, because I think it's an excellent point, is that we have seen, you know, that Matt Nagy, former quarterback, arena football. And what do you do in arena football? You throw the ball 60 times in that game. Right. And that's the mentality he has. And he has that Dan Marino. I remember Dan Marino talking about how much he hated handing the ball off. And he was given full autonomy when he was on the field to call audibles. And 95% of the time, when there was a running play called, he would change it to a pass play. Aaron Rodgers went through that same stage where he publicly said on national TV interviews, we don't need a running game, because he loves to throw the ball. All quarterbacks love to throw the ball. So now we've got a head coach who comes from that same mentality. He has no respect at all for what a running game can do for your football team, and also for what a running game can do for just the tradition of the Chicago Bears, which is important to kind of maintain that. Lady Bear, you ordering something? you want everything on that cheeseburger?
No. I'm sorry, I got you on Bluetooth. I'm helping my grandmother get the house together for Christmas, but I'm still here with you guys.
Tell her that we love her and ask her to come on. We want to talk to her.
Y'all want to talk to my grandmother?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Absolutely.
This is late night barroom. That's what we feed off of.
You say the Bears need to replace who?
They need to replace that quarterback.
Mitch. My grandmother.
Grandma, tell us why you think they need to replace the quarterback. Tell us why.
First of all, they keep paying these people no money, and they need to get somebody that's strong. Like, who was that one you told me about, Cherie? The black quarterback. Who was
Deshaun Watson?
Lamar Jackson.
Deshaun Watson, better quarterback. I've seen him play.
I love it.
So what do you think? Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
No,
Grandma, you're not
No,
right.
I was
Almost all of.
I was for Deshaun Watson. I was for Deshaun Watson. He was a winner. You know, he showed it in college.
That's right.
Grandma, what
are you cooking for Christmas, Grandma?
I'm throwing down.
I just finished my coconut cake. I'm making a pound cake. I'm doing a turkey and chitlins. I just did my greens today.
Oh my
doing
God.
my macaroni and cheese and sweet potato yams.
Oh
and
my
dressing.
God.
And dressing. The dressing is all ready.
What time can we come over?
Now she's making me hungry.
We're still on for 1 o'clock.
And I got rolls. If I had time, I would do the homemade rolls. But I got the smallest house, a 2-story house, and everybody's still in here. They'll sit on the steps and everywhere, just so they can eat.
Oh my gosh, I am so jealous.
No,
right
they're
now.
coming there because they love grandma, not just because they can eat.
That's right.
Eat is a secondary benefit. They're just coming because they want to spend time with grandma. That's it.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what Cherie does. She came all the way from Virginia, Fairfax, and my other grandson is coming. So I have my grandchildren been here to help me because I said I can't cook and clean at the same time. So she's helping me. I just love her so much. She's such a wonderful granddaughter. I do. I love her so much.
Wow.
But we are strictly Bears fans. We are pitiful. Cherie's more pitiful than me. She got gym shoes, t-shirts, scarves, blankets. She got everything. Took me 6 weeks to get those gym shoes for her.
Oh my gosh.
Last Christmas, she got me some custom-made bear shoes.
Are you upset that there's no snow for Christmas this year, Grandma?
Yeah, well, if I could invent it, I would. I got money.
You need to let. Some people want no part of snow, but I'll take it on December 25th, and then any other day, no snow. But I like it on Christmas.
That's how I feel, Greg.
Yes, I'm with you. 24th and 25th.
So y'all
2 days is good.
They most of them not in Chicago, but Aldo, Greg, and Donna say y'all coming for dinner.
Yes.
Cherie is taking macaroni and cheese back to Virginia. That's how serious my macaroni and cheese is.
Yeah, her macaroni and cheese is it's it.
She better make a stop at Arlington Heights on the way to Virginia.
I used to be a federal monitor, so I know how to get to Arlington Heights, like local office out there. I used to monitor that office.
Grandma, I want to
She
tell
might know you, Aldo.
What was that? What was that?
I said she might know you. She used to be a federal monitor, so she know your area.
Oh my goodness! Well,
Does she know how to get to Japan?
I've been as far as Canada.
All right. Well, I'm in Japan, Grandma.
Yeah, he's stationed in Japan. He's military.
Oh, he's military too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Guys, yeah.
Well, I had a son that was in the Air Force. I got a lot of family that was in the military. And Cherie,
awesome.
She been to Iraq twice, and she was 18 when she first had to hit the ground running. But she went back and finished college. She was determined because her mother had cancer, so she didn't want to. But she had a full ride, and she just went on to the military so she could get home easier.
But you got to be very proud of that.
Absolutely.
Thank you for your service, Cherie.
Thank you, Bobby.
She's a great kid. She really is. She's just a wonderful young lady.
She is, and she should know that I'm getting a divorce soon, so I'll be.
You can't have
wow.
You will be when she hears this. Breaking Bears
I am not. I have no parts of that, Aldo. Don't put that on me.
Wait a minute, you're attractive and you got macaroni and cheese.
That's right. It don't take much for you, huh?
That's right.
Aldo always on the prowl.
Always.
Okay, Donna says goodbye, and you all have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Grandma.
Goodbye, Nana. Have a Merry Christmas.
She is great. That's the highlight of the show. Hey, Alex, thank you very much for being on the show. You were an excellent guest. Your analysis, your passion, very articulate. I can't wait to have you back on. And in fact, during this whole process, listening to you and the rest of our Barfly guests, this just demands that we do this much more often. And during the off season, we need to do kind of an all-night show, and pick special nights when people can call in late at night, and just we give them the mic and let them express their thoughts, just like you have done, and everybody else that has joined us tonight has done. I've had a blast listening to you guys talk and debate and share your passion and so forth. We're all part of this Bears family, and it's a special family, and I'm honored that you are a part of the Barfly Nation and you're here to share your thoughts. So thanks a lot, brother, for coming on with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me on. I mean, it means a lot to me. Greg Braggs, Aldo, I want to meet you guys at training camp. I'm just
Looking
20
forward
minutes
to it.
away. I moved just right out of Bourbonnais, so I'm right here. I'd like to meet you guys, and we have a beer at TJ's. All the coaches are always there, so it's always a good time, you know,
we
meeting
can
the
all
guys
stay
there.
we can all stay at your house next summer.
Exactly.
huh?
We're going to be setting up.
right.
We're going to be setting up our studio at your house.
Hey, Bragg, how about changing some diapers? I got a 1-year-old.
If I have Jenny or my mom with me, I'd be happy to send one of them in there to change them, but it's not in my hands.
Yeah, I'd like to meet you guys at the training camp, man. I'm so glad I came across the Bears Barroom. I tell you what, I was listening to another podcast. I'm glad I dumped those guys and jumped on over. Phil's analysis of the tape never lies. Does a great job. That's how I came on you guys. I let Phil know that. It's funny. Swanky said that last night too, and I'm like, it's the same thing. You know, I was wanting to tell you guys. So.
Yeah, right.
How much does Phil pay all you guys to say this?
You know, I work a midnight shift, so I'm always on YouTube, you know, watching clips of all the games and, you know, everything else. And I happen just to come across, I typed in, you know, I was typing Chicago Bears to see what all the haters are saying on, you know, the media and what everyone has to say, you know. And I just come across this guy breaking down some tape, and I'm like, okay, this guy knows what he's talking about. And then I tuned into some shows, and I'm like, these guys are real.
Yeah,
these guys are funny.
What did you think then after hearing him through the tape never lies? Because we're hearing this a lot here in the last few months, especially, is that so many people coming across through the tape never lies. Then you tune into the show and then find out that he also likes to sing and make all these songs. So, like, what did you think of that? Did that throw you through a loop?
No, you know, I kind of liked everything you guys got going. I mean, with Aldo, the Godfather doing his little spiel, you know, the passion, and then Phil, the breakdown of, you know, the game. You know, you being, you know, Shy fans in the stands, you're there, you know.
You can say it.
your input, you know, and how you guys have your guys that have the barflies interact with. I mean, you guys got something special going, and I see something big could come in your guys' future. I really do. It's an awesome thing you guys got going.
Thank you very much, Alex. I really, really appreciate that. We'll let you go, and I want to ask Greg and Bobby, how much longer can you guys go?
As long as you want, brother. I ain't got no words.
Yeah, whenever you're done.
Jenny might come running.
The only thing I gotta do is go pick up beer, and the store closes at 6 and it's 4, so I got about an hour and 40 minutes.
There you go.
And Jenny's in the living room, so she might come in here and stab me at some point, but that'd be great radio. So, but she's sleeping, so I'm sure it'll be fine. But if she does come in here and stab me, that's why.
And Lady Bear, you and I are going all night, right?
Oh, easy.
All night. That's in all the we're going in the late.
All right, Swanky is dying to get back on the line, and I'm trying to find his number.
What a radio voice last night. He did a great job. I was just joking when I said in the message to Phil that he had taken my place. They were replacing me on last call. No, he did a great job, you know, as the Shy fan in the stands last night at the game, at that pitiful performance for the Chicago Bears. And but what a great radio voice for Swanky over there. So I wanted to give a shout out for that because I enjoyed listening to him very much.
Well, you're going to be able to do that directly to Swanky.
Do that. That bourbon's hitting.
Yeah,
when that bourbon hits.
It is. There's no doubt about that. I am going to call Swanky up right now, and I'm sure he's going to pick up quickly, and you guys can take the conversation. Lady Bear, are you still on? I accidentally dropped her for some reason, so I will get her back on.
No, somebody's on. She's here, I think.
Hung up on Lady Bear twice.
I know.
Yeah, you didn't let me go yet. But
is Lady Bear on?
Alex still here.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, Alex is still there. You hung up on Lady Bear and left Alex on.
I did. Alex, say goodbye.
Yeah, I was waiting for the drop, so I didn't want to, to just dip out on you.
Alex, man, how you doing, big guy?
Oh,
Swankster.
Hey, I got a good one, all right?
Oh,
It was the night before Christmas, and all throughout the condo, not a VIP was in the strip club, not even Aldo.
Aldo loves it, man.
Thank you. I love you too, brother.
Yeah, that's why I said I can't wait to meet Aldo. I want to get a beer with him. He's a fucking great guy, man. Everybody here in the Paris Barroom are great guys, man.
Well,
we're going to be setting up a meet and greet for training camp. We've been discussing a few ideas for doing a Bears Barroom meetup, maybe even a show, but it takes some juggling, and I never do any of the actual organizing. I just say we should do things, and then I try to make Aldo and Phil and Shane do it.
That's right.
So.
Well, you guys, if you guys want to set something up, I'm here in town. We can even do it at a bar. I'm sure they'd let us.
If you got any buddies that got a bar and they want to have a big meetup where a large contingent of crazy Bears fans, and maybe even see Aldo stripped down naked, let us know, and we will.
Don't tell him that yet.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the cool thing here in Bourbonnais. They got the guys, and when they had the night practices, so this was a couple years back, and I'd jump on my motorcycle, take a ride over to the bar right across the mile. Then you could see all the guys there. I met Jim Miller, Thayer, all those guys. So it's pretty cool to see these guys in town. It's a good time.
Absolutely.
We went after a practice this year. Yeah, we actually went. All of us did together after one of the practices.
And that's the
this
bar
year.
Alex is talking about. That place used to be known for having all the players show up there. They don't go there as much anymore because the players these days play Fortnite. They don't really get in bar fights like they used to when it was Steve Mongo McMichael and
the
Big
good old
Cat
days.
Williams and everybody else. Jim Miller. Those guys are beer drinkers.
Yeah.
These new kids, they're playing Fortnite.
I was telling Aldo in the chat, I got some stories, but I don't really want to say it on the air. I don't want to get it back to house. But I've heard some good stories, and I know some people that's done some things, and so.
Alex, here's what we're going to do. We're going to bring you onto a show. We're going to disguise your voice. We're going to, put that heavy modulation on it. You're going to sound like this so nobody can attribute it to you, and then you're going to share all those stories.
Take it easy.
Alex, I'm going to let you go to make room for somebody else, okay? We'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Happy holidays, all you guys. Man.
Likewise.
You too, brother.
All right.
Swanky, what's going on? What has happened in the 27 hours since we talked? Has your opinion about last night's debacle at Soldier Field changed at all?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about the great opportunity I was given from you, Aldo, to call me, and it was quite an honor to step in for Greg Braggs. I know Greg. I was actually kind of surprised that Greg was not doing this. No, that is not a shot at Greg.
Sounded like one to me.
All right,
Greg, I'm not flying to London. Greg, I'm not flying to London, man. That's you were going flying.
If you do, you got to sleep with Barlissimo.
Damn. Oh yeah. Did you guys just have one bed?
Yes, it was like a queen size bed too.
Man.
Wasn't or king? I don't know, the one that's smaller. But we fit in there nice and snugly.
That's like two fucking spoons in the drawer.
To get Gruden, to only watch Gruden just come on, Nagy. You're gonna let Gruden out coach us? Come on, man. Come on. That was just. But yeah, no, I've thought about that. That was an amazing. I was so happy. So it kind of reminded me about 4 years ago. I called Bors and Bernstein, and my teacher wanted me to call Bors and Bernstein, and just like he just said, hey, Swank, just go and say whatever you want, and just make me laugh. So I made a comparison between Derrick Rose sitting or riding a bike in Game 6 of the semi-conference finals in 2015 to Cutler riding a bike in 2011 in the NFC Championship game, just to be an asshole, not even because they said Cutler was actually injured and Derrick Rose wasn't injured, so I just wanted to be an asshole about it. And they went off on me. They called me a dumbass meatball bitch on the air. They didn't say bitch, but they were just they were hard on me, man. So it got #1 call in the nation for the week.
Love it.
And
So that was pretty wild. But yeah, no, I definitely have thought a little bit more about the call. And one real quick thing about the Bears organization upstairs at the upper level. I'm talking to my uncle tonight. I'm with my uncle at a bar. Now I'm sleeping at his house, getting the whole family together for Christmas. My uncle used to work with Ted Phillips. Before Ted Phillips was with the Bears organization, Ted Phillips used to work at his accounting firm. And I'm going to keep my uncle's name, I'm going to keep it unknown. But he said that Ted Phillips, went through 3 ugly divorces. And he says that he has very bad judgment as an individual at the business level. And so when you're George McCaskey, when you're Virginia McCaskey, and you're hiring someone who's gone through 3, but like not, people go through divorces. I have friends, family members that go through divorces. He said that all 3 were very, very, very bad.
Aldo's working on his 4th right now.
Yeah.
My God.
It might happen any minute.
Oh, that's terrible.
Lady Bear, you're in the chute.
Oh my gosh, it's terrible. So when you see the McCaskeys hiring someone with bad judgment, it's just when my uncle told, I had no idea that was the case, and I just was surprised. My uncle told me that, and I was just like, "Are you kidding me? That's not good to have that."
Well, that's McCaskey's probably biggest flaw. George cares very greatly about this team, and he wants them to be great. I do not deny that.
No question.
But he, just like Nagy, treats the players, and wants to believe in everybody and everybody's family. That's how George looks at everyone in the front office. And they do a great job of keeping that family mentality with everybody. But in a business, that's not always the best way of operating. You got to be cutthroat. You got to make tough decisions. And even if Ted Phillips is someone that's close to you and your family, sometimes you got to make the tough decisions. And he's been able to kind of snake his way through the organization through all these years of mediocrity. But, it doesn't look like he'll be leaving anytime soon because, like Aldo said, the money's still flying in.
Right. Well, my money flew in last night, and so spend it wisely, Virginia. I hope she uses my money and gets a nice new necklace or something. I don't know. I hope she spends it nicely. But hey, we scored. Eddie Pinheiro got a field goal though, so that was cool. But you know what though? With organization, it could be a lot better. It'd be fun if we had like the Steelers, look at they're a family-run business, and that's the difference between a successful family-run business, with the Steelers family compared to the Bears family-run business. But also, you know what, guys, it could also be a lot worse. I feel like who's ever running the Dolphins doesn't put enough into the Dolphins. Who's ever running the Browns doesn't put enough into the Browns. When I hear people call into the radio stations or say, and I'm so glad you guys on Bears Barroom have never said this, like, oh, well, Virginia just wants to sell tickets. That's just not true. What the McCaskeys want to win, Greg. I
agree.
Are you the one, Greg, with 100%. Greg, do you have a picture with George McCaskey?
Yeah, I've met him a few times, taken some pictures with him. Yeah.
Yeah. So
George is.
I think one of the main differences is
has to be a good ambassador of the team.
Yeah, I think one of the main differences is with the family run that it is a family run business, but honestly, I know nobody has ever really said it, but I think the McCaskeys just care a lot about the person and less about the player. And when it comes time to make some of those cutthroat business decisions, they're hesitant on doing it because they, he's a really good guy and, he's been with us a long time and we know his family and we care about him. And I think that's their flaw in the whole business aspect of it, is that they try to be too family than they are business.
Right. And you see, I remember Mark Trestman,
He had some pretty good-looking daughters. I don't know if you guys remember that, but yeah.
Aldo does.
Yeah. Yeah. Aldo, Aldo was trying to get those numbers, those digits. No, I feel you on that, Aldo.
They kept calling me, you old fucking creep. Stop bothering me.
Oh my god. But they've hired good people. I think John. I honestly don't think John Fox, to be honest with you guys, was as terrible as a coach as people thought. But from an organizational standpoint, it is good to bring in good people. I don't think any of the people we've had, any coaches that we've hired are going to be like what was just said, that business can't get in the way. You can't get emotional when you're thinking about your fan base, when you're thinking about your team trying to win. So that is a good point. But I'm thinking about I think John. How do you pronounce it? Sicard.
Yeah, Sicard. That's how I've been pronouncing it.
I hope it's right. He was saying that we should bring in some competition. I think he was the one who said it, or Alex was saying we should bring in some competition. I think if we really want to be great, we need to get someone else in. And Greg, I'm so happy to finally talk to you, man. It's such an honor, such a privilege. I'm with you on the Mitch Trubisky. I'm that, like, internally, you just feel it with Mitch that he's got it, that he's got the talent, that someday it's going to come out. And honestly, I got that once I watched his very first preseason start. Like, you just see the talent flash before your eyes, and when you see how all the great things that are said about Trubisky, and he comes from a great family, and he's a good dude. Those are things you have to be a leader and a franchise quarterback. But if we want to be great, guys, I really think that we need to go balls deep for like Tua, or we need to go up and move up and get someone else. I'm so sorry, but if we want to be good and maybe go 6-10, anywhere from 6-10 to 9-7, and then maybe squeeze out a 10-6 or 11-5. That's where we do a Marcus Mariota. That's where we're going to do an Andy Dalton. But I just don't think that, like, we'll be at that mediocre, like, there's 23, 24 teams this year that are just kind of middle of the pack, and then you have your Bengals and Dolphins at the very bottom, and then you got your Chiefs and your Ravens at the very top. So if we want to be good in that good mix, that's where I think a Mariota or a Dalton or maybe a Bridgewater would be there, and we're going to kind of be where we are at now. But if we really like I think it's time to really, if the Bears want to really be great, if they really want to step up, and it's going to start at the quarterback position, and that's where we would have to go balls deep and try to go get another quarterback. And it sucks to say, Greg, and I know you're a big Trubisky fan, but I just think that if we want to be great, that's what we have to do.
Well, Greg, and I don't think you disagree with the fact that, Trubisky is in danger of losing his job. I mean, I know you want Trubisky to succeed. You and I are alike in that way. It's just like, it's coming to a point now where you got to kind of fucking prove it or not, bye-bye.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
It's the old adage, piss or get off the pot. That's basically where we're at. Rubber meets the road next year.
Right.
But as I keep saying, it should be something for all three of them.
Exactly.
And you want competition, so be it. And as an insurance policy is the way I would phrase it, to the guy I'm bringing in, the veteran 1-year deal guy that I'm bringing in. But
that right there, Greg. Oh, no, finish what you're going to say.
Yeah, just because, I think they should start the season with Mitch. They've invested so much time and effort into him, and if they can find a way to make it work with him, that's the best route, best path to success. Trying to redo this with another guy is only going to make this timeline even longer. And you just don't know who they'll fire if it doesn't work out. That's why I'm not so big on the let's bench him, and go to the next guy to start next year, and Mitch is on the bench.
Tyler Bray's not the answer. Right?
No,
Whoever says
no.
Tyler Bray, that's just so.
No,
I'm
whoever.
sorry, it's just dumb.
They'll have to draft a quarterback, whether it be the second, third, fourth, fifth round, whatever you want to say, and that'll be who replaces Tyler Bray. But the second spot, to me, shouldn't be Mitch. It should be the veteran one-year backup. Whoever wants to come in that thinks Mitch can't get the job done and they can make some money by having a good year with a good defense. So whether that's Dalton, whether that's Foles, whether that's, that's what I'm looking at. But
let me ask you guys this, and Lady Bear, jump in here. In fact, I want you to answer this first.
Get in here, Lady Bear. What's up, girl?
I'm still here. I'm listening.
I know she is. So, if you had a choice between Teddy Bridgewater, Ryan Tannehill, or Mitch Trubisky, Lady Bear, which of those three quarterbacks would you choose to be the number one quarterback at Bourbonnais next season?
Bridgewater.
I agree with her. This guy, to me, I was at Mankato, the Vikings camp, and I saw this guy firsthand. I think he's got all the tools to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. Let me go to you, Greg. Who would you pick out of those three?
I'm going Mitch.
Yeah.
Damn, that's love.
Greg gonna ride it to the end.
That is
down Chicago.
I'm going down
if I had the same kind of devotion that Greg has, I would still be married to my first wife.
Look at Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill got shipped off from Miami, and look at him flourishing.
Exactly.
On a team with a good run game and a good game plan. That's what the story for Mitch could potentially be if we get rid of him. Teddy, as much as I can appreciate his game and respect, his, consistency, even in spite of the injury that he, at the peak of his career in Minnesota, he was able to overcome that. Good for him, but it's going to cost a lot of money to have Teddy Bridgewater here. And then, he's I'm not going to say he's a lifetime backup, but because he hasn't had his opportunity because of that injury, but you're getting a guy that he's going to get paid what he's not exactly worth. And then that's going to expose other holes on your team, and you're just going to always be chasing. So, to me, that's why I continue to beat the drum that to stick with these guys one more year, and then if it doesn't work, blow it up. In best case scenario, it works out. And then Greg gets to say, I told you so all year next year, but that's a long ways away.
Bobby, what do you think? And then I'll go to Swanky.
So I'll just say a lot of great quarterbacks have had bad seasons. I don't think anybody last year after that season came to a conclusion with the drive against Philly was giving up on Mitch. But a lot of people this year quickly turn the page and are ready to just set fire to fucking everything. Last year it was obviously it was Cody Parkey, right? I mean, and it was well-deserved Cody Parkey. But everybody was still on board. Well, the majority, I would say, were still on board with Mitch. What I think we absolutely need, and I know we've said it 100 times on the Barfly Tailgate Show, on 100 Proof, on Shy Fans in the Stands, we need competition. Competition needs to happen, whether it's Teddy, whether it's, they're saying that they're, who they're going to go after. You got people glamming for Cam. You got people going after Mariota. You got people going after everybody. I really don't care who it is. I just want competition. Don't let him sit there and go against a guy he knows are not competing with him, because when you're comfortable in your job and nobody's there, I mean, you kind of just, become complacent, and there is no building off of it. You're just kind of doing what you think the coach wants you to do instead of going out there to perform and outplay another player.
Okay. Swank, what do you think?
Ryan Tannehill's a guy I really liked out of the drafts. And he was funny. He was in the same draft class as RG3 and Andrew Luck, and right now he's the best. Oh my gosh, that's crazy to think about. So Ryan Tannehill is a guy I really liked, even in Miami. I just feel like they just kind of got tired of him. He got tired of them. But although I was going to say Tannehill until Aldo had pointed out some of the things about Teddy Bridgewater, before last night, the last Bears game I went to was in 2015 with Bridgewater starting on the Vikings, and they won by a field goal, I think. So I think Teddy Bridgewater is a guy that I would have to. I think I would have to take. I just think Mitch has just the other day. I think just the torch, Mitch's torch, the wind out of Mitch's sails just got knocked down the other day, and I just think we're at a point now where we all just kind of look at Trubisky like he's just the typical Bears quarterback. And also what Greg Bragg had mentioned about bringing in competition, and that's kind of been a theme tonight on Barroom Radio. A year ago we were trying to model the Rams, and we're going to have Jared Goff with a young head coach and Sean McVay, and that's what the Rams were doing. And now, we did that with Nagy and Trubisky, and he made the second-year jump. And now it's like we're modeling the Titans, and I think that's a downgrade. We're going to try to bring in competition for our third, fourth-year quarterback in Mitch that hasn't done good, kind of like Mariota. And so I just feel like now when we talk about bringing in a veteran, we're just downgrading our expectations. Not downgrading our expectations, but I feel like first we're modeling a pretty good football team. Now we're modeling a solid football team. Are we going to model an average football team? Then are we going to model a underwhelming football team? So but overall, I would say that I do think Aldo is right. And Greg Bragg, I love where you're coming from with the dedication to Mitch. I got nothing but love for that, and I want Mitch to. We all of us can agree on the fact that we want to see Mitch succeed. There's no question about that, Greg. And Greg, I'm sure you fell in love with him his rookie year, because I know you go to a lot of games and seen his athleticism, and he's not many guys can run a 4.67 and throw the ball 65 yards in the air. Because Teddy Bridgewater can't do that, but
that's right. It's
just, it's crazy when you see the talent out of this kid. And Greg talks about that a lot about the talent. But you know who else we said was really talented, but he just needs to put it all together. I remember saying that about Jay Cutler. You just get to a point where you just have to. I just want a guy. And I was telling my buddies this at the beginning of the year. I want a guy at the end of the game, at the end of the season, no matter if we win or lose, we don't have to question the quarterback. And right now, unfortunately, we don't have that. So I'm with Aldo. I would have to take Teddy Bridgewater.
All right. Well, again, I am right, and everybody else is wrong except
Christmas is canceled.
Lady Bear, Swanky, and I are right. No, I do want to say this in support of the idea of Tannehill, because when he was with Miami, the criticism that was leveled at him was similar to what we're hearing about Trubisky. Wasn't keeping his eyes downfield, was inaccurate with his throws. Then all of a sudden he goes to Tennessee and things change. So what's the difference? Obviously, new coach, new offensive coordinator, new players around them. I mean, the guy, Tannehill is playing at a very high level right now, and to me, that's not only a case to consider him if he's available and affordable, but it's also a case for Trubisky's potential development. My concern is Here's I think the headline of all this. What we are seeing is the quarterback starting to criticize the coaching staff about the pocket not moving, about helping the offensive line, about the players not being fired up. And then you're also, if you read in between the lines, you're seeing Nagy also now being more critical of Trubisky. So there is something going on there between these two guys. Trubisky is starting to lose confidence in his best buddy head coach, and Nagy is starting to do the same thing with the quarterback. And so that, to me, is the most troubling thing that's going on. And for Ryan Pace, he's got to come in and figure out a way to either get this marriage back on track with these two guys or figure out who he's going to continue the marriage with, whether it's getting a new coach for Trubisky or getting a new quarterback for Nagy.
Yeah, I don't think Nagy. I think Nagy is going to go up to Pace tonight or yesterday and say, "Look, man, if Mitch is a sinking ship, I'm getting my lifeboat, and you're going to get me another quarterback that I want because I'm not going down with him."
But wasn't a part of like the whole reason for bringing Nagy on was because he was so high on Mitch?
Yep.
Like that was part of the reason that the Bears hired him. So for people to keep saying that, and I get it, he wasn't Nagy's choice, but Nagy was brought in with the intention that this is the guy that you want to develop. So technically, that is Nagy's guy. Like that's what he told the team.
I mean, I would say the same thing if they said, "Hey, we're going to give you a head coaching job with the Chicago Bears, but we got Mitch Trubisky. Can you work with that?" I'd be like, yeah, fuck yeah. I could work with it. You ain't going to say no, right? And you get on board and you support the organization. But I think a lot of coaches sometimes will, like you're saying, will kind of jump ship until he has given or has been giving the tools that he asked for. And then, but who knows? I mean, Nagy could have asked for all these other tools, right? He could have asked for Montgomery. He could have asked for all these people. Like, go get CP. Go do this. Go do that. Give me Orav. Give me this guy. Give me that guy. And maybe some of them, it's all going to come out to what the percentages of what he's hit on, if that's part of the case, right? But I think anybody would have, going for a coaching job, getting interviewed, and they ask you, can you work with who we just drafted last year and Mitch Trubisky, 100 out of 100 say, "Oh yeah, I can work with that," because they're going to go for a head coaching job.
Yeah, I'm with I'm with you.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say I'm with you too. It's like you go to a bar and you see the hottest looking chick there, and then at the end of the night you're going home with the one that you had third or fourth on your list. You understand where I'm coming from.
Aldo's on the money there, dude, and you're gonna do what you have to do to get the coaching job, because he did. I'm pretty sure he did turn down Indianapolis for Chicago, and he I think there was consensus around the league that Andrew Luck probably was going to retire. Jim Irsay's a loopy owner, and he's a goofball.
Yes.
That's the thing I like about the McCaskies. They might be dysfunctional with their decision making, but they're not goofballs. So he turned down the Colts organization to come to the Bears organization. So, and Aldo touched on this the other night on last call, when I was on talking with Draft, Dr. Phil, and Aldo, and we were talking about the process of Nagy's hiring to Chicago. That there's gonna be politics involved, and I remember it was last year against the Minnesota Vikings. I don't know how accurate Al Michaels and Chris Collinsworth are, but it was last year against the Vikings. They had said, the announcers had said it was the Sunday Night Football game. Mitch played okay, but they said, Matt Nagy was very high on, very, very interested and impressed when they brought Mitch in to visit Chiefs Kingdom and take him around the facilities, that he was the guy they really liked. So when I heard that on Sunday Night Football, I thought, oh, so that's why Nagy, because I remember thinking early on in the season, I wonder if Nagy was Trubisky. So I really think, Aldo, great points that Aldo has been making, you're starting to see a little rift. Trust me, when push is coming to shove right now for the Chicago Bears. And so I haven't heard that, Nagy, I didn't hear his press conference. But hearing Mitch two weeks ago saying, we could have done more, moving our guys around. We're a young, athletic team. That's a little bit of a shot too. Mitch can get a little nippy in his post game after losses. That's a little bit of a shot to Nagy. And now, Aldo says, and I definitely take Aldo's word for it, that he's starting to hear Nagy call out Trubisky. So push is coming to shove with these guys. I honestly don't think that Matt Nagy is going to go down in Trubisky's ship. He's going to get a life raft, and he's going to go tell Ryan Pace, hey man, let's get a guy. And I think this would be perfect for Ryan Pace. Let's go get a young developmental quarterback, because that will, one, get a guy that maybe Nagy really, really likes, and two, if you draft a quarterback in the 4th, 5th round, it's not going to look as bad as, like, if they just went out and signed Mariota to a $50 million deal. It's going to be kind of sneaky, kind of under the radar. You know what I mean?
That's a great point.
I see that.
Yeah, I see that.
I see that, and
go ahead, please.
Yeah, and like you were saying on all those points with the Chiefs bringing in Mitch and that beforehand when Nagy was there. We seen the whole quarterback workouts when Mitch was in that rookie year, and we even shared some of them from all the accounts where Nagy's just got a shit-eating grin on his face every time Mitch is out there doing stuff. And, it's no surprise, right? But I agree with you. I don't think Nagy's going to, be like, well, Mitch and I are together, so if he's gone, I'm gone. Nobody's going to say that shit, right? And he's going to try to get his shot and get his guy. And some of this brings me back to that. Remember, I'm trying to think what game it was exactly, where he kind of, told Mitch, hey, you're done. Like, that's it.
The Rams game, yeah. The Rams game, yeah.
Yeah, where he's like, hey, you're done for the game.
Right.
Now, is that just trying to save pride, or is it trying to save, is it trying to save face, or was it Nagy trying to see, like, hey, can I show something else from here? I think in the long run, when you look at it, though, he could have been, right?
Yeah, he was. He had that hip injury.
I mean, yeah, Akeem Hicks was injured too, and we put a damn leg brace on his elbow and let him play. But I think when it comes down to it, like, everybody can see that the offense is struggling, and it's not just Mitch's fault, right? A lot of it's play calling, a lot of it's development, a lot of it's down and distance, scenario type football.
And why has they can't? We were 20th last year. Sorry to interrupt. We were 20th last year, and now we're 29th. Why has that happened?
Yeah, I think it's from there's no building. There's no building on the scheme, right? It seems like a lot of it's trickery, and a lot of it is Nagy trying to outsmart the other coaches, when we can just go in and play some just hard-nosed football and, see what we get.
The NFL stands for not for long. People were copying the Rams last year. People wanted to be the Rams last year. I guarantee you, no one is copying the Rams this offseason. Not to say they're terrible. I don't see anyone copying the Rams. No one's going to go out and get a super young, offensive-minded guru. Just think about that, guys. People were copying the Rams last year. I don't see it. I just don't see it happening again. And so it's just kind of crazy. That's always a great saying that I hear people say, like, the NFL stands for not for long. So I really think that those were great points right there, and I wanted to ask Aldo this because I was hoping I was going to get on tonight. I would love for Aldo and the boys, Phil and Shane and whoever, to do a show right after Nagy and Pace's exit interviews when they have the interview together.
That's a great idea.
That is so, I think that would be a great show, because last year it was the Cody Parkey show.
That's right.
This year I cannot wait for Rich Campbell or Brad Biggs or Dan Weeder or these guys to straight up ask Ryan Pace, how do you feel about your draft pick? Or to ask Nagy, why has the offense gotten worse? Like, these their little honeymoon they were on last year, and they were all smiling. They know, no, we lost by a field goal. That's going to be a great exit interview, and I would love for Bears Barroom to do a show that day. That would be awesome.
I think that's a great idea, and we will definitely do that if the schedule allows, and if it doesn't allow, we will do it as quickly as possible right after that press conference, because I know that with Phil and Shane, they've got some schedule challenges. Hey, I've got an announcement to make. We have just broken a Bears Barroom record. We are now at the 5 hour and 36-minute mark. This is the longest show in Bears Barroom history. We've approached the 5 hour mark in the past, but we've never exceeded it, and we've now exceeded it by almost 40 minutes. So this is a tribute to all of you. The people who are on the air live, the people in the chat room, and the people who will be listening in the podcast later. I applaud all of you. Take a bow. And I also want to congratulate my man, Greg Braggs, who won his fantasy football championship game tonight. He won $800. Woo! And then,
big day. I know. It's always coming up roses over here at the Brags, it feels like. But yeah, I got the fantasy championship, got the clock from Zach Sullivan, got the White Claw shirt and the nice note from Sandlin, and this Barroom family gift that keeps on giving. So I love it very much. But I'm a little nervous now. All this talk about who's going to replace Mitch, but I'm just worried about Swanky replacing me.
No, Greg, man, I'll tell you what, man, Greg, you're real. Greg, do you go to every home game?
I try to, especially recently.
Yeah.
Greg, you have been to every home game this season.
Thank you.
Greg, you do a great job, man. You're what you do, your work here, man, you do great. And I remember the show. I think you and are you married, Greg? Was it your girlfriend or your wife?
No, my wife.
You guys were driving home, and you guys were in the car, and they called up. They got your mom, and Shane always has to talk about the mom. I wonder what's up with that. And he had to start.
Shane is a special guy, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he got on my mom one time.
Did he?
Because I was talking. I said, "Hey Shane, when are you waking up in the morning to deliver my mail?" And he said, "Right after I drop your mom off." So I was like, "All right, Shane."
Well, that's good. He's the post like Bobby was just about to say. He's a mailman, so he deals with a lot of moms when he's coming to the door to houses delivering mail during the day, and so I'm sure he's always schmoozing a mom or two on his route.
He's promised to share a story on a future Barroom about some of the encounters that he's had on his mail route prior to being married. Again, I underline that, prior to being married. He's not going to share the ones while he was married. Just kidding, Shane. All right.
Oh my God.
Hey, I want to go to our very signature I know, I saw that. Somebody's smoking that good shit right now. I'm not saying who. I want to go to our signature shout-outs section of the show, because I really could go another 3 hours like people in the chat room are asking us to, but I'm not. Because
the 8 ball's almost empty.
Exactly.
Let's go another hour, my man. Yeah. Come on, man. It's holiday season.
I did another hour.
3 hours.
I did another hour earlier today with Mike North. So if you want another hour, go back and listen to the Mike North show. But here is the part of the show that Shane, Phil, and I usually do our shout-outs. But now it's going to be you four. It is going to be Bobby Bombs, Greg Braggs. It will be Lady Bear, and also my man Swanky. This is your opportunity to do shout-outs, and I want to begin with the lady in the house. Lady Bear, I don't want you to do a shout-out to Phil or to Shane or to Greg or to Bobby or to Swanky. Just me. No, I'm just kidding. I want you to Keep it personal. This is Christmas, so shout out your grandmom. Shout out the people special in your life. Let's make this a personal shout out section, okay? So take it away, Lady Bear.
Okay, so y'all, of course, y'all heard my Nana, as I affectionately call her. So that's my number one girl. She's very special. She's inspired me. She's made me the woman that I am. She's very strong, independent, and she's actually a good drinking buddy. We've had some nice conversations. I can't wait until after Christmas when we kick everybody out. Me and her can just sit up and bust open a bottle of wine and talk. That's my special time with my grandmother.
Nice.
So she's one special lady in my life. But I also have to shout out my mom, because that's the other special lady in my life. And she's been through a lot, and she's persevered. I left and went into the military, like my grandmother mentioned, to try to kind of help my family. So I'm glad that she's pulled through everything, and I'm gonna be spending time with her and hanging out with my mom today, basically. So those are the two people that are very special in my life. I love them dearly. Those two women have shaped me and made me the woman that I am. They're not as crazy about sports as me, but yet and still, I love them the same. My mom doesn't. She tries to learn football. It's cute. She attempts to learn the football terminology to talk with me. But I do love them both dearly, my mom and my grandmother, and those are the two special people in my life. I appreciate all of you guys, too, but since we want to keep it personal, I will just shout out my mom and my nana.
Well, thank you very much for that, and I appreciate you putting up with my, as the old folks say, tomfoolery, and all my respect to you and all your loved ones. Thanks for keeping it personal, and I really, really appreciate you sticking around with us this late into the night. I hope you, your grandmother, your mother, and all your loved ones have a very, very special Christmas. Thank you very much. And I just want to say also that John Sicard in the chat room says he wants to shout out his grandfather for getting him his new boots for Christmas and for all the mailmen working hard this holiday season. Swanky, who you want to shout out? And again, keep it personal. I don't want you to shout out anyone from the bar room. Let's get into the heart of Swanky. Who do you got to shout out?
The heart of Swanky. All right, I will. Let's see. I am going to give a shout out. I'm going to go ahead and give a shout out to my great and loving mother. My mom. There's no one I love more on planet Earth than my mom. And she has been with me through thick and thin, through fire and ice. And she's someone that I've always looked up to. She's someone that I've always the type of person I wanted to become. And there's no way that I could have been the person I was today had I never known my mom. So my mother, huge shout out to my mom. She's a very special person in my life. We all love our mothers very, very much. And so nice to see that, she was, a few years ago, she was diagnosed with an autoimmune disorder, an autoimmune disease, and with her skin, and she's doing very well. And so her skin is just sensitive to sunlight. So it was a little bit of a challenge for her, but she's done great, and it's an obstacle she's learned to live with, and she's also helped me through some of the issues growing up and going from a kid to becoming a man, and it's tough growing up, and she has always been there for me. So huge shout out to my mom, and Mom, I love you so much. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I'm so excited to be with you for the holidays in Illinois, and it's so nice to be with my mom's side of the family. So Mom, thank you so much. Merry Christmas, and that is my big shout out of the night.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that intimate shout out. I really, really appreciate that. I want to let people know that Zach Sullivan is in the chat room. He was out at a family event tonight, and so he joined us for the last hour or so of the show. And he says that his brother had to explain to his mother what queefing was tonight, and it was a very awkward moment over at the Sullivan household. So thank you for sharing that.
I love it. Thank you, Zach Sully, we love you, man. Zach's gonna make me a clock, my dude.
There you go. All right, let me go to, who should I go to now? Bobby or Greg? Greg or Bobby? Bobby or Greg? Greg or Bobby? Oh, look at one is pointing at the other. The other one's Bobby's pointing at his penis. I don't know what's going on there. All right, let's go to Bobby's penis. Who do you want to shout out?
I was just saying that's where Greg resides.
Bobby, you are in. Bobby, you are in another part of the world defending our democracy. So please take the stage and take as long as you want to for your shout outs, because I know you got to be missing your family, brother.
Yeah, man. Shout outs, of course. I got to start with my wife, Carrie, and my daughters, Audrey, Alexis, and Jules. It's not easy being away for the holidays. This is, out of 19 years in the Marine Corps, this is, the fourth time that I've missed Christmas and Thanksgiving and all of our anniversaries and birthdays, because they all just hit at the same time, and it sucks, man. Doesn't get any easier, even with FaceTime and all that. Now I think it's actually kind of harder, even though it's a benefit of having FaceTime and seeing everybody. It's a little harder to stomach it, but Carrie's she's a deployment OG. Those are just the holiday ones. There's 8 total, so she's the head of the household and leads this family and allows me to do dumb shit. And even when I'm home, allows me to do dumb shit. I come see you guys in Chicago and it gets the Bears games and that. So, nothing but love and that for Carrie and the girls, and wishing them a Merry Christmas. And, I know you said to keep it personal, but the barroom is kind of personal. Like, I talk to a lot of these guys more than I talk to some of my family members. So, I'd be lying if I said that they didn't, that they don't help through these times away and that, and always there to just listen or bullshit or keep you back to reality and not so worried about all this shit that's going on over here. So, it's going to be a little rough Christmas. But I'll be with the dudes that are here with us, and, we did a little white elephant thing the other night, and tomorrow, I don't know, I'll probably just fucking throw a pizza in the microwave or the fucking little oven deal thing here and call it a day, man. And that's just kind of how it goes. I kind of, honestly, and my kids hate it, but I told them, I don't really beat around the bush or lie about anything with them, but I'm just waiting for this shit to be over with, because it's just another day done and closer to getting the hell out of here and going back home. So, but, I get it. The times that I'm there, obviously we cherish it, but the times I'm away, I just kind of wanted to go faster and be done with. But, appreciate everything and everybody, that supports and all that through the barroom and through all the shows and all you guys. And then, I know my mom's going to call me crying here in a couple hours, because that's just the way it goes. But she's another trooper who, she's been going through it. She's, even though I'm fucking 40, to her, I'm still 12. So, I've got a 12 to carry too, I guess, because I act like an asshole. But, it's tough on her too. Even though I would be in North Carolina, stationed there with my family for Christmas, I wouldn't be in Chicago. She still treats it as if, we're all waking up and fucking up at the house Christmas morning. So, much love to her too. And that's really it, man. That's my shout outs. Everybody, hopefully, have a safe and Merry Christmas, and, watch the smiles and all that tomorrow morning, because it's the best part about it.
There you go, brother.
Bobby, there's no way we could do this without you, man. Thank you so much for your service, man. You're a true hero, man.
Well said, Swanky. Well said. And, Bobby,
how the fuck am I supposed to follow that up?
Well,
Greg, if you ever need a sick day, Greg, if you ever need a sick day, bro, I got you.
Let me add that Rel wants to shout out his friends and family in Chicago and Green Bay, and he also wants to shout out his 2 sons and the baby girl he's got on the way in February and March. So congratulations, Rel, on that little baby girl. If you want some advice on how to raise girls, give me a call, brother, because I can send you over to the local gun shop. That's the only way to do it. Keep those wolves away. All right, Greg, I provided a little buffer there for you so that you could separate a little bit from Bobby's heartfelt
yes.
and extremely emotional shout out. You go take it away, brother.
Of course, yeah. Shout out to Bobby. I mean, serving our country so a goof like me can go to football games and bullshit around here in Northwest Indiana, and all of us all over the country. We appreciate that, Bobby, and the sacrifices that you make and your family makes. I think people forget that, and your words kind of are eloquent and kind of point that out, that it's not just you that it's affected by this, it's your whole family. So, shout out to all you guys, because you're all making the sacrifice for us. So it is appreciated. And yeah, of course, of course, Bobby, you're a good man. I've met you in person and on here. Of course, we always have fun, but you're a good man. You should be very proud of yourself. You've you got a beautiful family, and like I said, serving our country, there's no higher honor, and I back in the day, my buddy, he joined the Army Rangers, and he's like, you should come, Greg. I was like, no, I can't. The Cubs are going to win the World Series. And then they didn't win it for like 15 more years. So I could have win. So I feel bad now, he made a life for himself. So no, it's, I appreciate it. And of course, shout out to, if we're going to keep it personal, my mom and my wife, the 2 women of my life that, help me up and get me through every day. And we all are a support system to each other for raising my little daughter, Addison, who's coming up on 19 months and second Christmas. And she's very attentive now, and she's going to know kind of a little more about what Christmas is all about this year. So I'm excited for it, because she is a gift to our family. Every morning we wake up, and, it's impossible to not have a smile on your face when you're getting to cheer, make her laugh. That's kind of the goal for the day every day, is just to make her laugh and have fun and read her books. So that's kind of where my life's gone now here in the last couple of years, and it's a lot of fun. Nice change of pace for Wild Greg, who's always doing crazy stuff, and I still am for a lot of that. And yeah, like Bobby said, with this Barroom family, I know Aldo said don't, but we're doing it. This is Christmas, and Phil and Shane and Aldo and everyone, all the guys at the Barfly Tailgate Show, and Mike North and Buffone and everybody. It's just such a big family here, and it spreads all the way to the fans, and that's what this show is all about tonight, bringing them on. And guys like Zach Sullivan making, going out of his way to make it a clock, and sending it out here for Christmas. Comes here today, it's beautiful. He's doing that stuff for people. It's just like, there's almost no words for it, and just everybody else, just pouring their heart out and saying how much they enjoy what we do. It's rewarding. We appreciate those words, because we do put a lot of work into it. So, to hear the feedback like that, it means a lot. It truly does, and it doesn't go underappreciated. So, shout out to all you guys, and I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas, and I'm sending positive vibes along to everybody. Christmas can be tough for some, depending on what they have going through in their family. And, you just try to remember that you're probably better off than someone else on this earth. There's 40,000 homeless people in Chicago, and there's there's something to be said for, being it for what you have. And, everybody's kind of has different levels of what they have, but you try to appreciate what you got. And that's probably my sign off for the night. This was a lot of fun, setting the record for Bears podcast show and being a part of that. I was honored to share the floor with you here, Aldo, and everybody else that came on tonight. And it's going to be a long off season, but we're going to try to keep it fun and do different things. And but I love this. I love the bar room, and I love having fun with all you guys, fans, everybody. We're going to keep this going into 2020. So Merry Christmas and Happy New Year and all those fun things. And no, it didn't go our way in 2019, but that means the come-ups in 2020. So buckle up, Bears fans, and always bear down.
Greg Braggs, you are a very special human being, and I am honored that you are a part of Bears Barroom, just like I am honored that Bobby Bombs is and everybody else that is a part of this network that we created here just out of a passion for, doing something that we like to do. And that's follow the Chicago Bears. And so, Greg, I'm going to officially let you go, and I'm going to conclude the show by just saying that my shout out, I asked everybody to kind of keep it personal, and that's what I'm going to do. But I have to start out by keeping it personal. Means this Bears Barroom family. And it's Bobby, it's Greg, it's Shane, it's Phil, it's Tooch, it's Joey, it's Mike North, it's I could go on. So because there's like 24 people who dedicate their time to what we do here. Danny Shimon, Ryan Badgley, Billings, RK, he was on the show. Aaron Current, and I should have had a list going on, but all of these people who have just set aside time away from their families to come on the Bears Barroom Radio Network and share with a very devoted approach to what we do here. They prepare for the shows, they come on and talk intelligently about what's going on. And in many cases, they're devoting their own money into getting the equipment necessary to provide good audio and so forth. So I have a huge amount of appreciation and thanks for everyone here at Bears Barroom Radio Network. And again, keeping it personal, this is about the barflies. This is about the people in the chat room right now. This is about the people who listen passionately and with great dedication and devotion on our channels, whether it's iTunes, Podbean, Spotify, YouTube, and so forth. The comments that I've read over the past year of what we are doing, I'm just extremely grateful and humbled by that. Truly amazing. And then my last shout out is none of it would be possible if it wasn't for my wife, Donna, who allows me to have fun in this crazy world that we've created here at Bears Barroom, allows me to say these stupid comments and so forth. Sometimes I repulse her with some of the stupid things that I say, but she loves me, and so she lets me get away with it. And for that, I am extremely, extremely grateful to her. And the rest of my family that allows us to do this. So with that, I will say good night to all of you, and I will say, as I always do at the end of our shows, that to please remember, if you drink, do not drive, and always bear down.
It's more music from Draft Dr. Phil.
Nagy, your play calling stinks. You are a coach from the Andy retreat. RPOs and gimmicks don't work as well as you think. until we bleed the charm.